Great. So, for those who missed, over on YouTube, you're checking this out and you're being like, where's the rest of the Tribal Riches run? That might be getting concluded with all the bugs in Arco Nexus. It's just going to be a lot of fast-forwarding and not very interesting to do. And the whole fact that it's treating everyone as effectively kidnapped, even when they come with you during the Arco Nexus. And just weird stuff like that. I'm not feeling very motivated to push it. I'm not considering it a victory we did all the endings. We did 5 of the 6 endings. But the point being, for the sake of keeping entertaining, we're going to get a new run going, which is going to be the Mushroom Empire. First, we're going to go into our mod list just to show what we've got. This is like... So, no starting research starts us with no research. Semi-random research means we don't control our research. And then self-dying means they die their own clothes. Everything else I have here is UI and music that has no gameplay mechanics to it whatsoever. But we're going to go ahead and make a brand new colony. What do I want this one to be for its start? Because the whole idea... Let's see, RimWorld gives you an in-game warning when you try to set up. I think it's the actual tick box where you say, like, I want to have 2, 3, whatever colonies possible. I believe it's under there that's like, hey, just as a warning, you know, having multiple colonies could do some weird stuff. Naked Brutality? I mean, I could do Naked Brutality. Like, that's fine. I've done it before. Yeah, there's one of these. Yeah, this is the one I was setting up for if I made a YouTube series, where it's just giving the person going out of the way to give them psychic hypersensitivity. Let's see, you'd enjoy the start. Usually nice to break for the usual starts. We can do that, just a straight up Naked Brutality. Nothing majorly changed. I forgot I don't... Oh, wait, that's the new basic tribe. So this means the no research mod won't be into effect. But the reason... Oh, that starts you as new arrivals? Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Okay, what we'll do here is, so I've got this one, I'm going to scenario edit it, edit this, and I'm going to change that to new tribe from new basic tribe. And the only reason I'm doing this...
What's the worst that could happen?
So for those who don't know the difference, new basic tribe is my no research thing, where we start with no research. But the problem is there's a bug when you use it, where anyone you have as kids or whatever, you know, we'll leave it new basic tribe. I'm not likely to raise a whole family in this one, so it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do it that style. So basically, we'll start with no research, one person, and it's effective. Basically, we're doing Naked Brutality with no starting research. All right, we're doing Strive to Survive commitment mode, generating the whole world, because why wouldn't I? So one of the things I'm going to spice this up with is we don't start with a cannibal pirate gang. Now we do. We don't start with a pirate gang. Now we do. And then there was another one of these, Rough Outlander Union. And I like these ones because they have a whole bunch of different xenotypes in them, so you don't just get a ton of baseliners. And then that's the maximum number you can have. So literally what we did is these are 3 factions that came with, I believe it was ideology or biotech. Either way, these are ones that were in the game, and then these ones kind of superseded them. So we're bringing in 3, I believe you start as hostile? These 2 are definitely hostile, permanent hostile. I think the Rough Outlanders start as hostile, but you can befriend. Alright, so let's go ahead and generate that world. We're going to start Glow Forest, and we're going to be an ideology around darkness, where we love the mushy rooms. We're not going to love the mushrooms at the beginning, because I like to do the fluid ideology, and darkness nor tunneler is available at the start. So we're going to be super into mushrooms, but we don't actually like the mushrooms. We like the idea of the mushrooms. We're still working our way to liking the mushroom. It's like the idea of wanting to eat healthy, so you like the idea of eating salad, but then you get your garden salad and go, man, I really wish there was something else. And Big Orion Master on their 30 stream streak. Catch the last 30 streams without missing one, so thanks so much for that. Cannibal tribe and savage tribes also get overtaken by impids and Neanderthals. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But I wanted to choose those 3 ones because, one, I believe all of them start out hostile to us. I think this is the one. Yeah, so the Rough Union also starts out hostile. I believe the pirate groups are permanent hostile. Yep. All the idea of factions got booted to the side when biotech launched. Yep. Which is a shame because weirdly all those pirate gangs, the ones like, you look at the impid one and they're just impids. You look at the other one, they're just whatever. Versus those pirate ones, they actually have a nice range of people. So what we're going to need to deal with is we want to find a glow forest, and we want to find a glow forest that is as cold as possible while also having a year-round growing season. Oh, weird, it's getting colder that way? I'm still getting adjusted to the elevation. Okay. It's pretty hot. Yeah, so it's elevation that's really the thing that's going into play here. We got a higher elevation over here. I wish there was an easier way to spot the elevation. And the reason I want this is we are starting with no research. And the big catch with the no research thing is with no research, you do have to worry about, that's Scarlands. Scarlands. With the no research thing, you do have to worry about the fact that I cannot guarantee myself passive cooler or anything like that at the beginning, which does mean I run the risk of getting hit with a heat wave. You walk off the tile, you keep building up heat, and you just die. Like there's no counterplay. It used to be that if you dug into the caves, like it would 100% just pretty much make you safe. So I've been seeing 88. I know in my tests I got it down to like 80 or so. Oh, that's a lot of pollution right there. Let's not do that. But I'm not expecting to pull that off here. Yeah, because that's getting way too slow a growth season. Yeah, so let's try and go like 88, 87, anywhere in that. So that's got 87, 85. $85 is really good for what we're wanting. Alright, so we're going to start with that. So 85 is the normal highest temperature. That'll give us a little bit of heat stroke. But considering we are looking for a glow forest with a year-long grow season and all that, so large sulfur sprouts permanently darken the skies in the glow forests, making it hard to grow most crops. Settle here anyways. Yep, create fluid ideology. And it doesn't really matter here, just 1 second, because I already have the Mushroom Empire. That's fine, load anyways. Which, the Mushroom Empire, also known as Mushers or Mushies. Mushroom, Mush is life, Mush is love, Mush is us. We're starting with Prolicizer because unfortunately with the starting memes, you only get these options, and while we are going to go Raider and all that later, thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. The first goal is for B to basically level it up as fast as possible so we can get the darkness thing, because that will let us get to the point of liking the mushrooms. We didn't really change anything else down here. Our leader is the Patriarch, or the Prophet, or sorry, it was the Patriarch or Matriarch. I changed these a couple of times. So Mushroom Queen. Mushroom King, because this is an idea I've been experimenting with a bit. We have the Prophet of Moral. We have the Mushroom Interment, Beats of the Shroom, Unleash the Spores for our rituals. I want to say these don't give me people, right? No, that one gives me a random recruit for a drum party. That gives me Psi Focus. Let's change this so I don't just get free... it's fine. Because your options are... discover ancient complexes and all that. Time for sleep. You get some good sleep. Do the spore one as the new recruits. Well, the thing is, I don't want to just feed me nice and easy new recruits. It's fine. We'll just leave it. Yeah, so the drum party is harder to set up because I will need fabric, which will be pretty challenging on the map we're on. We've got the Shroom Cube, the Case of Shroom, and the Symbol of Shroom. We don't have any venerated animals or anything else like that going on. The one I experimented was making, it was the, there was like the Hermit Crab, but we won't see those for a long time. Alright, that's gonna be good enough for me. Let's save the 1 or 2 changes, because we are doing Naked Brutality. There's a real good chance that we're going to go through a couple of people. So, the one thing I do want to find, I'm not going to be super picky here, I do want, like, something like Jogger or, Fast Runner, or Fast Walker, whatever it is. Okay, and you got a scar in your leg, so I'll undo your belt. Why are you all getting scars in your leg if you have Jogger? Because the only reason I want that is I'll just make it so a lot easier to get off the ground. Because then, with Jogger... I keep getting nothing but joggers with leg injury. Grade memory jogger body modifier. They suck at plants. We really want plants. I'm gonna live with it. They suck at construction. We really want construction. I'm gonna live with it. They suck at medical. That's a real big problem for this run off the bottom. Having no medical is a real big problem. And ship it. Because all that. But for shrooms, it could represent the spores doing whatever spores do. Oh yeah, and I can get like the thematic behind it. Yeah, so we're gonna be pretty rough start. If we get hit by something like malaria, the run is super dead. Oh, we didn't die, Ellie Spid. We rolled 5 of the 6 endings, and the last ending was looking like it's just gonna be fast forward and wait. That's actually a pretty good area. Like, normally with this I wouldn't just dig into the mound, but that is a really good mound right there. So you can go here. So we look at this tile. The big thing with the spore tiles, they're like swamp. They don't have a lot of buildable space. It isn't a pain. But they do have lots of rich soil and all that. So we're going to go ahead. We don't need a huge grow area. We're going to set you to be nutrient fungus. But before that, we need some quick and dirty food. So let's go over here, harvest that. We got assignments. Change our defaults to no medicine for anybody. No medicine. And the reason why I'm doing no medicine for the entire tile is, where am I going to get my medicine? Lavish, do not eat corpses. Do not eat baby food. We'll go to our schedule. You need some recreation on there. Work. Honestly, at this stage, it is... just you do it all. Oh, there's gonna be so much food poisoning in our future. So much food poisoning in our future. We'll have you take priority. You'll be a lower priority. You'll be a lower priority. Okay. So the classic thing you run into here is you just don't have half of what you need. So we're gonna go ahead and pull up some mushroom. What mod do you use for gene modding? That is an excellent question that I did show a little bit ago, and I don't remember the name of it. For those wondering what Boxbox Merle is talking about, I have a mod that adds a UI thing where you can say, I would like to change the genes on this person. So if they're like a Neanderthal or whatever, I can actually see what the end result would be. More gene information? That sounds right. Okay. So step 1 is I'm just trying to get... Could you not fail literally every one of them? Okay, cool. So we got just a little bit of food going on there. So some of the things I'm going to need is a butcher spot and a crafting spot for now. So the crafting spot, one of the earliest priorities, will be a bow. I can't handle it, so our new biggest priority is going to be a club. This is going to go terribly. We'll smash mechs forever if we see them. Tribal wear, do until you have 1. Veil, do until you have 1. wood mask. Just in general. Okay, so what's probably going to need to happen is because we suck at all that, I would probably need to work on traps. There's just one really big problem. You see, traps here have a construction requirement of 3. I have a construction of 0. So the first raid is most likely going to be a situation where I run for the hills and just kite the enemy until they get bored with harassing me. Because I can't make the bow in a straight up fight unless we happen to be lucky and they show up and they're like a wimp with no melee or something like that. The risk is pretty high that it'll be just a duke it out. And let's just say the duke it out situation is probably not going to go great. I'm going to interrupt you. Get some recreation stuff. Oh. Ah, that's 0 construction. Okay. You at least got a piece of recreation. Food poisoning. Okay. Now, for the record, we actually don't like mushrooms. We believe in mushrooms, but we don't actually like the taste of it. Probably more a texture thing, because most people I know who don't like mushrooms, that's the actual thing that's the problem, is the uniform texture is just very off-putting. I personally do like mushrooms, but I can totally understand it. Like, it makes sense that, like, oh yeah, I can see that. So we got our first helping of the mushy mush. We're going to give our person a chance here to go with that. Meanwhile, everyone's getting their name in the queue, so who gets to be the Mushroom Queen? The very last Lardine. So Lardine will be the Mushroom Queen. Do you have any social skill? You don't. May her rule be... Look, man, it's a rule. If you wanted more, you probably should have found someone else. But so my plan for how to approach this is we're going to start by getting ourselves a title. So we're going to go through the Empire thing long enough to get her a title, some psychic powers, so that way she actually requires to have a throne room and yada yada and all that garbage. Once we get there, it's time for a great betrayal that we will declare that the Empire is illegitimate and that needs to be taken down, and then we will become conquistors. We will begin taking down our enemies, so all already hostile factions will be targets, as well as the Empire. The other factions will be spared, at least in the short term. But we will begin like a rampage around the world. You are going to notice it's going to be real hard to keep that mood up. Here, we can help a little bit with this. Because the mushroom provides. There, boost the mood. So the danger here is every single time we take one of those...
Hankering for education, are we?
What is your favorite mod? It'd either be Don't Stop the Music or P Music. Because I run very, 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 very light on the mods, but for as amazing as RimWorld's music is, the fact that it turns off for long periods of time without mods is honestly criminal. Because if you're going to have such amazing music, why would you make me have to wait for it? Let me listen to your music. It's good. So the biggest things I can get in trouble is that the top right corner thing. That's a music manager. It achieves the same goal. I actually don't need to have Don't Stop the Music and Music Manager. I use them for the same purpose. But yeah. In either case, it's a matter of being able to tell it to keep playing the music where I don't need to... What's P music? You've heard of it. P music adds a ton of music to the game, and it's really, 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 really good. Like, it doesn't just add music, it adds really good music to the game. Alright, so we are just working our way through trying to get this set up. I'm just waiting for that food poisoning so much. Go chop down that tree real quick. So one thing we're going to also need to do is I'll put right outside where our door is going to be. Put fire over there. It also has real shuffle, random, or set pattern. I actually have no idea. Not that I see. Or do you mean P music? Alright, let's try again to get ourselves a second form of recreation. We'll probably beef it again because I think we're at construction 0 still. It's gonna be so hard to get that construction skill up. Most... no entertainment for you. Okay, so still got some mushrooms laying around. Okay, we've got a visitor. Oh, I don't have a stockpile or anything like that. Stockpile, dumping stockpile. Haul that real fast. Dumping stockpile, do not allow rotten or human-like corpses. Okay, so we want to trade with this person. I did bring a little bit of mushrooms. A flame bow would be extremely dangerous here. Okay. Let's try and go fast so this guy's still here. As much as... Oh, please stop watching. We need to haul these back real fast. Then we're going to try trading with them again. That's fine. That's because we're standing near a bunch of the mushrooms. So I can get the flame bow, which I am going to take. Which is not going to end well, but I need a weapon. And I don't see getting one in my future otherwise. I'm also not able to afford any medicine. The medicine is probably equally as important. But at least with the flame bow now, I do have the option of kiting people with fire. Which is not going to be great for our longevity here. Because I don't actually know if you get rain on this time. Yeah, you do, because I remember getting torrential downpour. Never mind. But the point being is, we're going to be unleashing fire nearby our home on a regular basis. And I can't craft my own bow. So that's just what we're going to do. It's probably fine, except the parts where it's not. I can't hunt with it, because I'm going to make fire everywhere. But if we're lucky, early on we'll get an enemy with like a bow or something that I can take advantage of, or some random person will get themselves killed on the map, or whatever actually happens. I think we're at the point. Mad Chinchilla, our first encounter. Let's see if I can't catch it at the water. Alright, Mad Chinchilla, I want you to follow me into the water. And thank you so much for the 20 biddies, kicking off that combo. I really do appreciate it. So, Psychotic, it means a whole heck of a lot. Chinchilla, quit switching your directions. I just need to light you on fire briefly. And I need it to happen fast because I'm hangry. I should have backed off sooner. Alright, we're committed. Didn't back off early enough. You've got some melee skill, put it to work. Nicely done. Okay, before you worry about the chinchilla, you need to tend to yourself. You got a head cut. So this is a bit dangerous. Can you use Devil Strand to make a fire break? We can't plant Devil Strand here. I also don't have that research. Solid 0% tend? Heck yeah. Hunt the chinchilla. Where's the butcher spot? Do I not? Oh, I don't have set to butcher creature. Do forever. Before you get too settled, chop up that chinchilla. We can just unleash a little fire on the other side. It's probably fine. One thing that does work into your advantage with fire on this map is the light from the fire will kill the grass and the mushrooms nearby. So it does somewhat help with that problem. Alright, so we're going to let you rest for a little bit. The good news is the chinchilla doesn't hurt you a lot. We don't want to rest too long. Because unfortunately we are dependent on ourselves to do everything. Please stop botching everything. That's fine. But yeah, and I misplayed that fight. As long as we don't get an infection, that's fine. I just basically needed to back off earlier than I did. I shouldn't have let the chinchilla catch us. Because the moment you get into that kind of situation, you're now playing an RNG game between infection and an RNG game between... You can fight a single squirrel on a solid pawn and just have the squirrel keep getting lucky nips to like your neck or whatever while you just don't land a good hit. And even though you should like win the fight all the way around, sometimes RNG will just get you. Versus as long as you can keep kiting, you'll be fine. I've almost got the whole grow zone planted, which should be more than enough for one character, especially since I put it into good soil. And I'm partially doing this because I need to get a lot of these skills up. Cooking, having a passion is pretty good for us. Honestly, these skills suck. I went for this because this is really good. The traits are good, but the skills were definitely what I gave up for. How old are you? 14? Oh, I'm sorry. You were a teenage queen. There's a Jackbox ad that said, "Now you can say you're loving it and mean it." That might be why she sucks skill-wise. Well, in RimWorld, as far as your, like, development and all that, 13 is an adult. You have lower hit points than if you have 18-year-old, and you can't have kids until you're 18, or I think it's 18. Stuff like that. Those are limitations, but for all intents and purposes otherwise, RimWorld considers them an adult. Okay, so we're getting ourselves some spare mushrooms real fast to float things for right now. Psychic drone. Cool, we're definitely not already on our edge of what we can do. They also have lower skills than average for their lower experience. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're not wrong. We just botched both constructions. Awesome. I'm just waiting for that food poisoning. The risk of food poisoning with just eating raw mushrooms is actually pretty bad. So I am Alright, we got our first raid. They're attacking immediately. One dude with solid melee skills, so if we get into melee with this guy, it's gonna be a bad time. You don't have much sleep, so that is really not good. Also, before I forget, bills add cook simple meal. I'm going to tell them to do it till they have 4, and I am having them cook as individuals. That way they don't get food poisoning stacks. It'll be individual meals. Okay, so my best bet here is to try and catch this guy in the water. 1, because hopefully I don't burn my crap down. Alright, he's ignoring me. Never mind. I'm really hoping... Well, we have Jogger, right? So we should be faster. I regret firing that shot right by my base where it's going to slowly spread the fire. So we're going to try and get to the extremity of our range. And then try and send an arrow back. We suck at shooting arrows, but they are better than us at melee. So we're going to fire off 1 or 2 shots, probably just 1 shot. So if we're lucky, what'll happen is we'll land the hit, and they'll catch fire. Because that 1 will hurt them a lot, and it'll get them to run around. So if we get 1 good hit on them, and they catch fire, that'll probably decide the fight. Yeah, we should be about good for another round of shooting at them again. Now, problem we have is... we still didn't get enough distance. We are going to get drowsy soon, and we're under a low psychic drone. Which is... okay, it is affecting both of us. Yeah, so we're going to be in trouble because our sleep deprivation is going to probably risk us a mood break. If we mood break while in the fight, we're done. But that is the nature of naked brutality. The one I've been waiting on is if you get food poisoning going into one of these raids, you're just too slow. They just ruin you. That's one of those ones that just end your run. Alright. Crack up another shot. And it's another miss. Now, eventually, they will quit if they can't catch you. The problem is, I think we mood break before that happens. And I don't have the time to do anything about that. Crack up another shot. Please hit that guy. I know your shooting is 1, but can you pretend it's 10? Maybe we could do some shenanigans here. Nah, he's not buying it. Sometimes you get lucky when you circle around fire and they'll try and cut a path through the fire. And again, if they catch fire, that fight's done. Because while they're running on fire, I'll get a bunch of shots off. They'll take a bunch of injuries, which would be movement speed penalties most likely. Alright. That'll be another shot to crack off there. Lardine, I need you to land one, man. Just one. Well, one thing going on is we got rain, so if we do light them on fire, it won't last very long. But that's okay. It's just about getting enough damage in that they get a movement speed penalty. Alright, if we don't wrap this up soon, the moment we hit that tick, the mood penalty is going to get severe. Add hunger on top of that, and that'll be pretty unmanageable. Hit him. Go for one more. Alright, come on, man. Well, you gained a point in shooting for what it's worth. Because in the melee fight, between the two of them, this guy wins twice over. He's got higher melee skill, and he's got a better weapon for melee. So if we get in melee, statistically speaking, everything's at their advantage. Oh, did you just take a moon? Why are... Oh, no, you're just on mud. That's fine. That's fair. I just saw them slow down. I was like, wait, why are you slow? Come on, Wunson. Lardine, I need your mood to hold up a little bit longer, friend. And by that I mean until you land a decisive blow. Oh, good. Actually, we might come out ahead. I forgot. Being a pigman, they've got a higher hunger rate. So, he's starving faster than we're getting tired. Nope, that's that. Now it's a matter of this guy gives up before they mood break and leave because of low psychic drone and the starvation. I think genuinely this is a lost cause because they're dazed, so I have no control of Lardine. We survived! We survived because we bored them to death. Victory is ours. I honestly thought it was done the moment that daze kicked in. I hope we have... Okay, we do have a couple mushrooms laying down here. You've earned your running around in a daze. Mechanoid signal, we will do that eventually. Right now we don't have electricity or any of the things to build it, so it would just get stolen. So unfortunately, daze takes a while to go away. Yeah, no, at first when we were getting so tired, I was like, aw man, this is just not going to end well. I did forget that the pigmen, I believe, have a higher... Wait, do they have a higher hunger rate? Either way, they were getting hungrier faster than we were getting tired. So it was a matter of if I could just hold out a little bit longer. Alright. Now, normally with RimWorld, early game, when you have a very low number of pawns, the game will kind of go out of its way to try to give you more. Impets are faster. Gotcha. Alright, so in a second, I know I got a little bit of mushroom here. Okay, I got plenty of raw mushroom available. And I'll also add on here while we're waiting. Burn apparel, do forever if it is tainted. And we'll leave it at that for right now, because any clothes are good clothes. Because that's actually one of the things I want, is if I killed him without destroying his body with the fire, I could have stolen any clothes they had. Even if they're tattered apparel, it'll still be an upgrade for us. Give us a little resistance from heat stroke, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the big downside with days is it can last for like a day and a half, 2 days. It's a pretty long time. It's one of the longer mood breaks. So it's like low severity on what it causes immediately, but it's really dangerous for naked brutality, just because, like, again, if a manhunter animal or raid or anything happens like that, Lardine just stands there and takes it to the face. Okay, I've got cooking at the higher priority. So we can start cooking the mushrooms. As we start cooking the mushrooms, then the penalty won't be as bad. So again, your recreation fixed. Fixing it faster, 100%, 20% the baseline. Yeah, no, it seemed like it, because they're about the same hunger when everything started. And they definitely got hungry faster. -1 metabolic efficiency. Yep, cool. Actually, we will do it this way. I was going to avoid doing it this way. Just because with that, when you do stacks of meals, if you food poison, the whole stack gets food poisoned. Alright, so that means we don't have... any loose mushrooms to do. Alright, so we're trying now to get an indoor space. Okay. So that way we can start getting ourselves room bonuses for like bedroom and rec room. It's gonna be slow. I pointed out a lot of skills that we really did need on this character, like construction and growing and all that, that we didn't have any of those. Because normally when you do a naked brutality, there's always going to be a gap. You're either going to have a pawn that's got good growing and cooking, but sucks at construction or research. Like, there's always going to be that hole. And normally the conventional wisdom is usually to make sure you have medical. We don't. Because right now, if we get hit with flu, run could be done. Get hit with malaria, run is done. Plague, absolutely dead. So it's just an RNG roller coaster we're riding on. But the hope here is the game usually will be pretty aggressive about throwing people at you early on. So the hope is that we would get someone who can fill in that gap. It's even worse on this one with the disease because I can't grow heal root here. There's no naturally occurring heal root here. So any medicine I get, I'm going to have to be trading for. Blind fog. A thick fog is settling in, dramatically reducing vision. Ranged weapons will be less accurate, and their maximum range will be reduced. Cool. Heck yeah, that'll help. Yeah, so Naked Brutality, a lot of the early game is basically juggling priorities. That you got 10 things to do and you got time for 2 of them. So it's bouncing around what are the 2 important things to deal with at any given moment. Ideally, you want to get your research up and running as early as possible. Now, unfortunately, because our construction sucks and our mining sucks... Well, actually, our mining was okay. Our construction sucks and our growing sucks. 2 of the things we got to do most of early on, we suck at, so they're going to go extra slow. And we're just going to be living that life. Okay, let's manually tell you to mine another tile. That's probably more of a grow zone than I need, but that's okay. Another thing that can be really, really good early on in these runs is refugees. Refugees are amazing early game in these runs. Oh, and you can see here where this kills, the light kills all the mushrooms and all that. You just got this radius around that fire that's dead. That's part of the reason I have this back here in the other part is that is where the fertile soil was. So I put up here. I also put it away from the water because now with like the seasonal flooding kind of stuff, that ends up being a problem. So I wanted to keep my stuff a little bit away so we don't have, I plant the crops. You made a huge mistake in Farm Sim 25. You bought a huge field that had green beans. You looked at the value of green beans, and it was actually worth leasing the machine to harvest them. It took 2 real-life hours to harvest the whole field. Yeah, the green beans, the spinach, and the peas, all of them, their harvesters are not very fast. So it's really, really good money in the in-game years kind of thing. But as far as like player hours, they're actually still pretty decent, but it does just take a lot of time. They're not a very popular crop. The spinach is also a weird one because you can harvest it twice per year is kind of its gimmick. And you can get really good money out of it doing that, but again, it's slow. It's one of the reasons why the stuff like the grains are really popular because just the harvesters you can get for them are really big. So it just goes faster. Those are also the kind of things that while you're working other stuff at the farm, they could be one you just give the AI a machine and just say go do it while you work on other things that aren't as tedious. What's my least favorite crop in Farm Sim 25? Honestly, because of the amount of effort involved versus the reward, it would be olives and grapes, and I'm putting them because they basically operate the same. Like, they're cool in idea, but maneuvering the machines on them are a real pain in the butt, and they're the worst paying crop in the game. Crops in the game, plural. So you put in an incredible amount of effort, and they throw nickels at you. Okay, we're getting really close to being able to move indoors. And the nickels hurt when they hit, yeah. Well, and it's also, the cost of getting those things set up is tremendously expensive, too. At least with stuff like the potatoes and the carrots and all those, which can also be very, very laborious, they do at least have the advantage of, they pay well. Are the production lines good for them? I don't know off the top of my head. When I did all my calculations on the value on a bunch of the crops, I I didn't get through all of them kind of thing. Like I did the crops themselves, but I didn't get into like the whole, well, with the different production lines and all that, because then it starts like each extra layer you add to it, there's more variance. Because if you go on the Discord, I have a Farm Sim 25 channel, and I did actually do a run through of all the crops and like what their payouts were, generally speaking, so far as relative to each other. Because there is some randomization on the price. Sorry. So if they were within a couple percentage of each other, I just considered them in the same tier. But the only thing wrong that I'm aware of on that list was they did rework canola since I made that list. Canola did get a bump up in price, and I do not know where it stands now. Because it was among the worst paying crops in the game, and now it's a bit better, but I think is still roughly in the same area. Because people were genuinely very upset by how badly it paid. Because it didn't pay nearly as badly in the previous titles. Alright, so right now I'm just trying to carve out a little room in here. Canola got a 4% pay bump? Yeah, so it was very small. 4% means it's probably, if it did move, it's probably like just one slot up from where it's at. But that would still put it probably in line with a lot of the other grains at a 4% bump. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Okay. So I'm gonna let Lardine carve this room out. And we're gonna try and make it at least okay. That way we can get some mood bonuses from it. So production. Actually, for right now, let's reinstall you in here. Alright, so we're gonna get our very first harvesting of these. This should go relatively quickly, especially as we gain some levels in plants. We're gonna move this in here to start making it qualify as a rec room. It was a 5% bump, but took it down 1. Mods bugged it. Okay. It was a 5% bump, but it took it down 1. Yeah, no, there's lots of mods that change it. When you're saying it took it down 1, you're saying it should go up 1 position. Like, it should be slightly better pay. Because I don't think they did a... At least I'm not aware of them doing, like, a overarching price adjustment. Yeah, okay, it just went up 1, yeah. Like I said, I don't think it was a nice bump, but it wasn't something that was, like, gonna change anything on how you play the game. Not realistically. Yeah, so it's a bit more grow zone than Lardine needs right now, but it's there. I'm gonna go ahead and let it keep going. And we're just going to be counting on an opportunity to get another person. So I think we're going to do an Unleash the Spores. This is not one that can give me a Colonist. But I'm doing this to start working on being able to reform our ideology to make us a darkness ideology. Because once we do that, we can make it so we like mushrooms. Versus now we like the idea of mushrooms, but our character actually doesn't like them. Cool, we got a point. Now, one thing I could do is hunt, but the problem about hunting right now is I had to trade for a flame bow because it's the only weapon I could get my hands on. Hunting with a flame bow is a terrible idea. Because you set what you're hunting on fire, which ends up costing you a lot of the food. And then you light everything else on fire, which is its own big problem. Now, won't worry about the space chunks right now. We can't use the components. Swimming in the marsh. That's a recreation you're looking for. Just hopping on there and having yourself a nice good old swim in the muck. In a fungal biome. Which means that muck is probably absolutely going to be super duper full of just gross. It's also a lake with no water inlet or outlet, so we're also talking stagnant water. It is going to be full of all sorts of bacteria and amoebas and all sorts of stuff. Almost certainly fresh flesh-eating bacteria in there. Disturbing vision. Lardine has had a strange dream. In it she saw a black shape unfurling in space and time, growing and consuming. The shape originated from a nearby crumbling monolith. Upon waking from the vision, Lardine feels strangely drawn to the monolith. It calls to her. Yeah, we're not going to do the anomaly stuff right now. We do have anomaly loaded, but we're not going to go poke the monolith at this time. It's exfoliating. Melts the skin right off your bones. That's all for the next expansion. Try swimming in the Hudson before it was cleaner? I don't know. We already have enough cautions about swimming in a lot of water here in Florida. Partially because of the critters, and partially because, especially in the stagnant water, we get brain-eating amoebas. Which is as terrifying as a real concern. Generally, if you're going to be swimming in fresh water here, I don't know what they do nowadays. When there's like summer camp and all that, once you got out of the water, they would sit there and they'd have like a baby bottle with this like pink antibacterial formula or whatever it was. And it was just one of those things that they would like squirt in your ears, and it was rather unpleasant. Okay. So I'm gonna let you sleep for a minute. So what are you bringing to the team? Okay, luckily, well, you got amazing shooting skill, you don't shoot people. So I'm gonna let you sleep for a minute longer. Did the tile not say that like 87 was a high or whatever? Like, heat stroke, sure, you get it. Do passive ever up in raids? Not that I've ever seen, no. Because they couldn't equip a weapon. Alright, we're fresh and ready. So if we're lucky, I can get up here in time to crack off a couple of shots before they assault in earnest. Alright, we did not get lucky, but that's okay. So I'm gonna run over here and force them to have to cut through the mud to get to me, so that should give me an extra shot, maybe two. Oh, never mind, you're 40% movement speed. Get over here, ferret. I missed that you were halfway dead already. It's okay. Lardine's halfway dead in their ability to actually hit anything with an arrow. This is the raid we were looking for. Just let me grind that shooting skill a little bit. Okay, we successfully lit them on fire. Are you gonna keep shooting them? Okay. So what we... Oh, it's 6%. Let's get over here. They're down and they're not getting back up. Let's see if we can get our barely functional pants. Oh, never mind. Their pants burnt off their bodies. We don't get to have it. I didn't realize we were going to burn the pants off their bodies real fast, so you know that is what it is. Okay. So one of the big things that's going to need to happen here is we got to get ourselves a hold of a ranged weapon that is not a flame bow. Because with that, I can mix in hunting a little bit here and there to work on our shooting skill and to get ourselves at least a little bit of leather to get ourselves some tribal wear. Oh, and for those who don't know, the Ralphsia, I don't know how to pronounce that, is worth getting rid of. It's got a really bad attractiveness penalty, so if it's like right here at your front door, it is worth cutting down to get rid of the -6. Because like most of the stuff around here isn't too bad. There's some dirt there. But yeah, you see that's a -6 versus like the night grass is actually pretty good. And like these tree mushrooms or whatever are actually pretty high beauty as well. Basically a corpse flower, pretty much. I hear they smell absolutely awful. You still dying over there? You should probably figure that out. It seems unhealthy. We've been lied to, chat. I was told 85 degrees Fahrenheit without heat waves or whatever. And we pretty much hit 100 just a minute ago. Average, well, I mean, that's average temperature. Never mind. Yeah, so the average temperature, right, 9 day, okay, that's fair. No, it's talking the average temperature over the course of the day. So at night, it should be dipping down to about 75, somewhere in there, and during the day, it'll be like 95. Sounds like Florida. Honestly, other than the dark sky, this basically is Florida. Anything outside will mold. Anything outside will mold. Like the side of your house will mold. Okay. Try and move our position over here. Larny, man, I need you to land a single shot. You didn't even land the shot that killed the other guy. You just started a fire close enough to them that they got hurt. What is your speed? So you move 3.24. What is my speed? 4.28. Well, that's at least some good news. You're a good 25% faster than it is. And you're in good shape. All right. Because added danger on these is when they hit you, they give you toxic buildup. So even if you get a hit that wouldn't normally cause a problem. The lizard chose right. It wants to hunt the creature that can't defend itself. We'll get there. And the thing is, it's also like a decent quality bow. It's a flame bow, so its accuracy is always not amazing. You almost hit that one. One of these days. One of these days you'll land a hit. You're almost up to 3 shooting. Probably stop here. The worst thing is passion-wise, they're better set up as a melee pawn. Aww. I was really hoping it, because it ran through that fire, it was going to catch. Where's that caravanning person? Oh, we can make this work. Alright. Let's shoot at this lizard a little bit more. And then what we'll do is we're going to go over to that trade caravan. Dump the lizard on the trade caravan. Ooh, please don't. Okay, I thought I overstayed it. Alright. Hey, person. Have you ever wanted to fight a monitor lizard solo? I guess with archer support? Okay, did not take the bait at all. Alright, Lardine, run past, do not fire at will. Run the monitor lizard right through the caravan. They should react to it. It is a man-hunting animal. It is a man... Well, screw you too, caravan. Caravan's like, not my problem, friend. Oh, come on. It's because I lit a fire and they're walking through the fire. Who actually took the damage, though? Because none of you are injured. It must have been the one by itself. Yeah, and that needs to be gotten rid of. Like I said, I know why they have it, because there used to be things where you could just cheese it by deliberately setting up people to catch fire and all that, and then take all their goods and not even take a penalty. But it is crap. Who did take the fire? No one's injured. Are you lying to me, game? Lardine hasn't hit a single shot on anything that showed up. This is the third combat engagement. And the only thing that Larding is injured directly was the chinchilla that caught them, and they punched it a bunch. Eventually the lizard will go down from hunger. Assuming we don't first. Alright, we're gonna try and get to dump it on this group. I'm gonna also trade while we're running by. See if we can't get a weapon. Okay, they're engaging it this time. Cool. Take the smoke leaf. I don't have anything to trade you, which is 18 bucks. And unfortunately, you've been here for a while. Getting the short bow excellent would be better than the flame bow. The great bow would be even better. So go ahead and take the couple of bucks we can get right now. I'm going to also... If I drop this gear really fast, and I haul it into the trade spot, and I trade you, how much is that worth? 6 bucks. No, I will keep that. So try to harvest this really fast. See if we can't make a quick like 100 bucks or something. Okay, we're gonna get the full stack. That's fine. So, 150. Great bow normal. Cool. Alright, you. Here. Drop that bow. Get the... Get the great bow. Trade them again. Get rid of that freaking flame bow before I burn everything down. The goal of this the colony conquest, and it will take 2 herbal medicine, so go here, storage, clear, critical, medicine, yes. Where did you drop that medicine? There you are. All that. And then butcher the monitor lizard. Okay. So we got ourselves a couple units of medicine. And we moved up to a much, much better bow. Where I don't have to worry about setting everything on fire. How are you not dead? You've been laying there for like days, man. You're here for the mushrooms? There will be mushrooms. There will be so many mushrooms. Transport pod. Alright. Let's go look at... Oh, there's 7 here. Oh, no, that's skill 7. Okay. Alright, I misread that. Alright. We have a gourmand. They could social and cook. They already agree with their ideology. They got paralytic abasia. You know what, friend? Beggars can't be choosers. So welcome to the colony. You're gonna be annoying to deal with for a while because, you know, the whole situation here. Alright, since it looks like you're gonna be here for a while, Lardine thinks it should, they should give the faction a name. What should the faction name? This is the Mushroom Empire. That's kind of the whole idea behind the run. And Home of Mush. Cool. And skills-wise, you'll actually be able to shoot and all that. Now, I am going to, despite the fact that Lardine has a passion for melee, I will be keeping them in the back, because the entire idea is they are the Queen of Mush. The Mushroom Queen, whatever you want to go with. So we want to make sure they survive at all costs. This entire run is being run around them, you know, doing their conquesting and all that stuff. So, unfortunately, Squibob, whatever is going to be here for a while. Let's go ahead and get the name for a new Paralaikabasia person. And that'll be Sliderin. Or Slidejarin. What are you doing? Oh, I must have had some more silo cap. That's fine. Does that mean her death ends the run? Most likely. Most likely. She is the MVP of the colony. We can go through and make that adjustment. Like, if we're getting good progress in there, we decide, well, hey, we want to keep it going anyways. That's one thing. But generally the idea is that Lardine is the Mushroom Queen as it is. And the Mushroom Empire must rise or fall. She could end up with an heir. Yeah, so unfortunately, the good and bad news, this is a second colonist. The bad news is, it could be up to 39 days before we get to use them. Now, keeping them fed shouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world. What are you doing? Oh, how many did... I must have accidentally selected way more than I meant to. That's fine. Yeah, we're gonna slowly get ourselves a little room here. So if we're getting easy early pawns, that'll be a rough one. Because there a couple things going on. One, is there a pigskin, so they have to eat more often than normal. And then added on top of that, they're a gourmand, which means they have to eat more often than normal. Hey, bioluminescent spores. Just see the cute little undulating glowy bits. It's definitely not unhealthy, and certainly won't cause all sorts of horrific lung disease. Surely all of this is on the up and up. Yeah, alright. In the meanwhile, we can get your priorities set. At least you've got social. So once you become available, even though pigskins are naturally terrible at cooking, we will assign you to cook. And then from there, what you're going to do is you're basically just going to cook, clean, and then research if you have the capacity. All the psychoactive mushroom exposure at a young age definitely explains about the Mushroom Queen, to be honest. But yeah, there's a reason why the Mushroom Queen, you know, feels they're the legitimate Empress and everything Queen or whatever, with no evidence to support that claim. You know, after enough hallucinogenic mushroom exposure, they'll believe things. whatever they want to believe, however they want to believe it. Alright. If I hunt that fox, don't think the foxes fight back. Okay, well the fox fully retreated. The idea was the fox is eating my meals. I'm like, alright, well we gotta practice our shooting. If you're just gonna chill here, I'm down to hunt. Because I could see restricting larding to this area mostly, and then just having extremely high priority to hunt, so any animal that wanders in that isn't dangerous just immediately starts cracking shots off to get some XP, as well as the little bits of leather and meat here and there. If a guy could declare himself the first emperor of the United States and still have a fan following over a century and a half later, that doesn't surprise me. Okay, so that food is not safe. Just let it rot. It is a really long hang. Hired nomads, yes. The answer is yes. They're both adults, so they're gonna ditch their weapons. But that does mean much needed assistance. So schedule, recreation for all of you, work. So you can warden, you can handle. We won't worry about the hunting. You can deal with the mining. You could deal with the construction and the research if we get a bench up. I don't know you'll get this far, but that's fine. Okay. We will need more sleeping spots. With the 2 refugees, we should be able to get that going. We also probably want to take this food. Bump it up to 10 produced. They did something wild with your family. Your sister's mother-in-law took a genetic test, and you don't like those things, but man, this was an amazing result. She found out she had absolutely no genetically related. She cannot be genetically related to her family after looking into things. Discovered she and her baby was swapped at birth. Mistakes happen. There's been a number of those things that have led to, like, lawsuits and all that, where people found out, you know, they were actually born into different families and all that, and there's been arguments about lawsuits about, you know, individuals who would have been born into a much more wealthy home and how that cost them opportunity and yada yada, which who knows? Like, we can't go back and check any of that, but it's been interesting. It's always with some of those things that, for the information we can get from that, there's also a lot of information that's not really useful from those as well. But it's interesting stuff. You'd rather not know? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to give that information to someone to, like, get the genetic information on me and all that. Because you hear about these ones that, even if the company was on the up and up, and then they go under as part of selling, you know, selling their assets, now suddenly you've got all that data being passed on to places you hadn't really agreed to. And some places, they have legal protections for you with that kind of stuff. But then there's a lot of places where it's like, nah, you don't get any protection. Come on. Clear, normal, critical. We'll put the silo cap in here because that's going to be a trade good. And you're still recovering from your food poisoning. Failing to cook any of it Oh, I said no, and now you're stacking it? Don't stack it. You shouldn't stack it if there's no. Because the problem is, this is food poisoned. That's the reason I'm having it just stay outside. They botched cooking the stack, and so there's going to be 3 instances of food poisoned food in there. Nope, keep cleaning up the vomit. You're just gonna food poison yourselves even more if you don't. Or did you get stone? Am I out of mushroom too? Harvest had really nice. Extreme break risk on you because of the serious pain from the food poisoning. Area revealed. How big? It's like 1 tile. It's pretty much what I figured. Okay. Garvin is running around getting that stuff. That's basically your stance. It'd be interesting to see the results, but if you get results, other people are going to get the results too, whether you like it or not. Yeah. There's a lot of things. Besides, you already know that you're a changeling, not a human. You don't need a genetic test. You're born with sharp pointy ears. Your mom rubbed 2 points out when the cartilage was still soft, so it wouldn't be teased about it. You're still sad about this. You want natural elf ears. Why not pigmen who like fungus, like truffle pigs? We have a pigman here. Honestly, it's because I never take the time to go and set my people to be other xenotypes at the beginning. I just roll with it. Alright, so let's go in here. So production, butcher station, fueled stove. Oh, it's gonna let me put that there? Oh, interesting. I figured the action point would have conflicted. Oh, hey, you were actually able to make a bow. Well, that's cool and all. So storage, clear, critical, bow, that's fine. Please haul the bow up there so it doesn't rot out there, so I got a weapon for Sly later. You fell asleep to the double ship takeoff? Yeah, that run's still alive, but right now at the Arco Nexus, I think finishing that is literally just me hitting fast forward and waiting, which isn't the best. And it's very, very buggy right now, unfortunately. That it is considering every single pawn, whether they come along or get left behind, as lost with the Arco Nexus, which is pretty bad, actually. Alright, so with that, you've got this little open area here in the front. We can get another room starting to go back here. Normally I put hallways throughout this whole area. Man, every time it goes to generate a new thing, it's always slow, like the Ship to the Stars. I've noticed when Ship to the Stars generate, it hangs for a good solid minute. So I'll make that like our rec room area. So this just remain a production room. So with this now, I can go in here and say bills, cook meal, do it until you have 10, take this out, get rid of it, because this will cook the meals faster than the other bench. We are getting low on wood. So start cutting wood. I'm so annoyed that it stacked the food, even though I told it to ignore the food, because we know more of that's food poisoned. So that's pretty annoying. I didn't remember it doing that. I thought once you said don't do this, they wouldn't stack it, they'd make a new stack. So that's 7 meals wasted just sitting there. But I know if I go grab any of its food poisoning, it will undo any benefit from eating that, really, outside of getting 1 more meal in. Yeah, so make that a combined rec room, break room, just for, you know, whatever, rec room, sleeping room, all that for right now. Okay, and we make the butcher spot here, so bills, add butcher spot, do forever. And now we can get rid of that one. We will want to have light in here, and unfortunately the wall torches do add a little bit of heat to the room, which is not the best. Research-wise, we do have the random research going and all that. So what we could do here is we just click that button, and the first research it's going to give us is carpet making. Heck yeah, that's useless because we can't get cotton here. And like heck am I buying enough, you know, enough cotton to put down carpet. Semi-random research. You troll. And Lardine has gotten another round of food poisoning. You're in serious pain because of an old gunshot wound. Sounds terrible. I could go out of my way to feed the meals to Sly, because if I feed the meals to Sly and they're like less likely to get food poisoning. But it'd be very hard to differentiate the meals without accidentally having someone eat it. Alright, so we finally got someone doing a little bit of research. That's good. That's one of the big reasons I wanted the refugees when they showed up is, at a minimum, it gives us a little bit of research starting to move. Okay, so furniture-wise, we can't make any proper beds. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is more than I need. Get rid of this bed, and this bed, and this bed. You'll need to haul all this crap out of here. Oh, also, before I forget, repair everything in the home zone. Do not auto home zone stuff. Zone. Go here. None of this is part of the home zone. Forget about it. None of this is part of the home zone. None of that's part of the home zone. Get all this out of the home zone. Only the field itself will be home zone here. Okay. And then we can go in here and make this home zone. Because they'll sweep up the home zone and all that, which is good. Sweeping up the mud in the mud is always as well as things. Who has the highest social who's not currently unconscious? They're all terrible. And you're having a mood break, so you can't contribute either. Forced weather. Days on Gavin. Everyone is melting down at the same time. Okay, so what do we got here? Forced weather of what? Blind fog. Vac suit helmet? Moving on up in the world. Go get yourself a brand new vac helmet. Oh, yeah. Breathless and strong stomach. Unfortunately, they have nothing. Oh, they don't want the medicine or the drugs. Okay, well, I have nothing they want then, so cool. Raid from the toxic gang. I'm just gonna let that play out. Most likely that guy's gonna attack before this caravan leaves. And I'm going to ignore it. If not, I'm going to let them aggress Fur and Garvin here, and then just pop shots at them in the meantime. So while we're waiting on that, I'm just going to let Lardine do the thing. If they start the assault, I'll have Lardine eat really fast. And here they come. Because we're lucky, Kiddick here will manage to knock someone down or not die themselves. Okay, let's get over there and try and salvage those clothes. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to ensure that I get these clothes. Because I really would like your clothes, sir. Oh, yeah. Nearly destroyed pants and shirt. Sign me up. Massive upgrades there. We got ourselves a helmet, a pants and shirt. Lardine is living it up. Let's go ahead and go to your assignments in Clear Forest. You aren't something I want, right? Terrible. Major break risk on you, that's fine. Living the good life. Got ourselves some poor quality pants and shirt of 15%. They're basically just tatters, barely hanging on. That's living in luxury now. Kind of getting worried about how much I'm spoiling these people. In all reality, it's pretty rough. Oh, we did allow, don't allow that stack. This stack's fine. That stack, don't eat that stack. That stack's food poisoned. At least 3 meals in that stack are food poisoned. So I'm just letting it rot away. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Apparently should just allowed it. There's a bunch of animals that got killed and left behind by predators, which means a lot of easy meat and little shreds of fabric. If we can get enough of those shreds of fabric, then I can turn around and make some actual like sleeping beds or whatever. Alright, so furniture here. We don't have many people. I'll make it a 2x2. So I'll make enough tables for 4 people. They will have to cut wood and all that. We can reinstall you into this room. And reinstall you in here as well. Oh, you were on a mood break, so you ate one of the meals out of the stack that's got food poisoning. Hey man, that's the way you want to roll. Alright, with that said, chat, it is getting to be about the 5-minute long break I do on the stream to welcome my wife home, make some food happen, all good stuff. So I'm going to run down there and do that real quick, and then we'll be back to pick up where we left off with RimWorld. But thank you again so much for tuning in. It'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I'll see you then. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right, literally in the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. This group, we're gonna bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know. What was that time span? But, what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. What would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well... No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way, I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the... Oh, please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you. Right?
I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you one birthday every year. But there are 364 birthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer.
Love, you sleep well. You actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. maps, not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, and we are back. That last clip from that game was Crime Scene Cleaner. That was the demo of it. Cool, so that poisoned food is finally gone. That was just the demo of it. And we ended up playing that whole game. That's one of the games I'm planning on playing some of this week, which I probably need to do it soon, so probably tomorrow. And the reason for that is they had a new update. So when you play the game, this isn't getting into spoilery territory. The basic idea is you fall in with the mob. Your daughter has these medical expenses that you can't really afford. And so you fall into, like, with the mob to do that. So you're a crime scene cleaner in the case of crimes have happened, and you're just making sure nobody finds out about it. You got food poisoning. Well, it wasn't from cooked food. We haven't got some new stuff cooked yet. But the update, what it does is it kind of changes it, so you're still, like, cleaning up crime scenes, but instead of being, like, mob activity, it's, like, cult activity. But it's the same maps, they've just changed all the core, so, like, it's still the same building, but, you know, instead of having, like, a propane tank exploded and hurt a bunch of people or whatever, there'll be, like, some altar with people on it or whatever. So where I was, like, very much like, oh, I'm really not sure, because when I had heard it described, they're like, oh yeah, it'll be like a horror-themed update. I'm like, alright, well, horror's not really the tone of the channel or anything like that. And then when I got to actually see what it has, like, oh, this is fine. Like, this'll be fun. I got a warg hanging out directly on our farm. That's not the best. Are you underground? We are currently underground. We're not undergrounders, if that's what you're asking. I need you to clean up the gross in here. You're going to give everyone food poisoning. The area is outside. No, this is outside. The map is permanently darkened due to sulfur clouds from the sulfur geysers. That's what the glow forest is there's no sunlight. Clean the barracks. Alright, for right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and let them pile crap in here. Sounds like an undergrounder's paradise. Unfortunately, this still counts as outdoors, so the undergrounders will still get upset about it. Now, the darkness ideology, no, that's fair. Undergrounders want to be underground. If you go into a big open area just because it's dark doesn't make it underground. I think it's reasonable. Now, for the darkness ideology, it's a paradise. Which is good, because the darkness ideology kind of got the weird thing where they didn't like, you know, the darkness ideology still didn't like being confined underground for long periods, but they liked it dark. So it's kind of like your night owl-esque ideology. So it's a little weird in how it's set up. You thought undergrounders hated light? I think you can set them not to like light. I don't think they start not liking light. I think that's an optional thing. But you can have them where they prefer being underground, but they prefer regular lights. Man, this warg is worrying me. Because right now, Lardian's the only one with the bow. And meleeing a warg is not a great move. Now, if we're lucky and we crack off the first shot and get a good movement hit... Yeah, because it's faster than us by default by a good, like, 0.7 maybe meters a second. So if we get a good crack into its leg or something and knock it down like 20-30%, then we can outrun it. But if it's anything short of that, it's just going to close up the gap. The mushy mole people? Yeah. Yes, you were the starting pawn. You are going to be the mushroom queen, of which you are a 14-year-old who has been hanging around with a lot of hallucinogenic mushrooms. So, you know, it's basically Alice in Wonderland. Pretty much that's what we got going on. Honestly, that goes hard. Yeah, let's move the crafting spot inside here. Let's get rid of... Honestly, we could just get rid of this entirely. Any mechs, we shred them. Tribal wear, do until you have one. We will start with the headdress, do until you have one. Mask, do until you have one. Alright. On assignments... Okay. Honestly, that goes hard. Yeah, but the idea behind this run is we are going to be an ideology that is a darkness ideology. And we are going to be leaning hard on the mushroom side of things. And we're going to be conquestors. How do you already have a helmet like that? Right now, where we're under forced weather, we took a forced weather quest to get a helmet. So we've got blind fog that massively penalizes our accuracy and range. And in return, we got a helmet. Honestly, most runs I have, usually somewhere at the beginning, I'll get something like forced weather or something like that to get at least some item. Whether it's a piece of armor or a weapon or whatever. Usually nothing amazing, because that's a vac suit helmet, to be clear. Before everyone gets too excited, it's not a marine helmet, it's a vac suit helmet. That's pretty good for right now, but if we actually look at the defensive properties on it, it's got some pretty good defenses. Like, it's definitely not something to be ashamed of, but it's not like rocking a marine helmet or a cataphract helmet or something like that. Oh yeah, no, it's like, right at the beginning right now, that is a win. Considering your clothing is stolen and is barely functional, that's way better than you'd otherwise have. Okay. So, the next move is I want them to haul the chunks of stone out of here. And once I get these chunks of stone out of here, I want to start smoothing the tile on this room. It is going to be a slow process and all that. That's not going to really help us too much in the short term. Let's see, stolen off a dude who tried to raid you and they got rolled by a caravan? Yeah. Well, you tried to steal some pants earlier on your own, but the only weapon I could get you at the very beginning was a flame bow. And the pants stopped existing very rapidly for some reason. I can't think of why. You tagged them once, and their pants just burned off. That warg is a serious problem. I'm hoping that warg we'll get hungry and go hunt something like one of the monitor lizards where it gets some tox buildup, because even if it comes out on top, that should be softened up enough that Lardine can roll out there and finish the job. Just get like one solid hit with the great bow we traded for. And then just run. Because the toxic buildup and an injury or two, that'd be enough to slow down the Wurg, enough that you could outrun him. The Deserter. So, we are ultimately going to be betraying the Empire, but only after we get ourselves a really high title for Lardine. A Fennec Fox is hunting Lardine. Okay, that is certainly a decision you could make. Alright, that was certainly a thing. When I saw the prompt, I was like, crap, here we go, here's the Warg. Nope. Instead, we got a Fennec Fox running around. Relationship on Gilma. Oh, there's an Ancient Danger down there. Didn't even look for the Ancient Dangers yet. How long is the other pawn catatonic? It was like 40 days to start. It's pretty bad, and they're not a good pawn. They're a gourmand pig person, so they're going to have the 125 hunger from being a pig person, plus 150 hunger for being a gourmand. And one of their few skills is cooking, of which pig people have a permanent penalty. So, you know, they're fine. They can certainly contribute to that. But we're at the situation we're at the beginning of the run, because these two are refugees, where you take literally anything you can get. Alright, so take the drugs. I will take your medicine, because we can't grow any medicine here. So I want to take that medicine back in here. That way, if we get malaria or anything, at least we have a fighting chance. Gourmand is the only trait you'll never take. Gourmand is pretty rough. Not gonna lie. There is a possibility that this pawn, considering all they could do is cook and social, there's a pretty good chance that this pawn, if I need people to take risky maneuvers, you know. But that's the whole thing with Naked Brutality. At the beginning, if you have just one pawn, you're one disease away from the entire run being over. So, or just you have a break that goes catatonic or anything. Alright, Ambush Knight, except for Lardine. Because you need to start getting your titles, friend. Manhunting Rat, and you ran back into the corner for some reason, so that's... Oh, and you're a wimp. Okay, you two, go run down there and punch a rat. You just run. Nicely done, team. Alright, and as soon as we're done here, then we'll start worrying about getting titles or not. I don't like that you landed practically on my wall. Makes me worried. Alright. Thank you, wifey. Love. Can't do what I'm not. Or can't stay what I'm not. Alright, so with that, we're going to immediately go ahead and say, yes, it is time for you to get your novice title. Taquitos. I have no idea which kind. I think there might be chicken and cheese? Don't know. Yeah, so we got this going on again where I have accepted the quest where they should be landing to bestow the title on Lardine, and they're not. And the novice title does not require anything. Literally, you just need a room. So, honestly, it feels like right now, the royalty title, the bestowing thing, is just bugged. Like, non-functional. Because this is the third run I've tried doing with it. I don't have any mods that should be changing any of that. Is there any... Okay. Because none of these change anything with that. I was trying to think... Yeah, and the only mod I don't have listed there is I gotta remember to add the biotech information stuff. So all my mods are UI mods or music mods. You did novice, it did work? I wonder why it's not been working for me, because this is like the third run I messed with. We can take 2 seconds. Let's save and quit to menu for 2 seconds. So we look at our mod list. So the gene information, we could disable that. The floating submenus, that's just for the gene information. The no starting research, I can disable that and that'll be fine at this stage. Actually, let's leave that on just in case the basic one. We got the random research, the self-dying. It's also possible mod unintentionally messes something, coding mistake or something. That's a possibility. OST unlocker, we can get rid of that. Like the don't stop the music, I can actually get rid of that because the other stuff we're running. So we got a camera mod, extra music, music manager, semi-random research, and no research. And I'm worried if I try and remove those, it'll break things. So we can leave that. We're gonna restart and see if that pops up now. Because it is annoying that that hasn't been working with me. But you get the idea of like, I've got next to no mods. If I have to turn off all the music, like all the music mods or whatever, I'm willing to try it. Yeah, so load anyway, so we got rid of all those mods. I want to turn those on, honestly. How'd you get working last run? I had to actually go dev mode. It wouldn't trigger. And I've tried running stuff with even less mods, and the royalty stuff has not been triggering for me. So we do have the quest. And I think it's one of those things, I think it's misassigning rooms. Scene? Oh, the game just needs to come up. The scene's right. Let's try Alt-Enter or Control-Enter. Alright, 1 second, we'll just... Let's try kicking to a different scene. Trying to find a scene that doesn't have that. Let's go to the other scene, and back, and game. Okay. There it is. So fast forward. I'm not expecting this to make a difference. I tried troubleshooting for hours the other day and could not get the royalty DLC to pop. Let's take an extreme thing. This might break our save. Let's go and let's try doing this the extreme way. So follow me, get rid of it. Semi-random research, get rid of it. So literally every single mod that is on here, we're disabling that. I'm expecting this to potentially break the save. Yeah, and what I would do is I would just do what we did on the other save, which is I would just hop into dev mode and just give us the title. Which still means it have all the requirements and everything. Yeah, so we got everything disabled. I'm curious what happens... Oh, actually, no, it'll probably be fine until we finish the research. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Oh, those are highlighting in... I said I was like... Well, needless to say, that save is completely scuffed. Well, that's a shame. So it looks like we're starting a new run. Yep. Yep. So it's curious, because we look at the mods we had loaded. I had the semi-random research, which shouldn't be affecting anything. Oh yeah, no, that's commitment mode. It's that saves bricked. That saves super bricked. Yeah, so the only thing to hit stuff like that is I could see Harmony causing a problem because that's an underlying mod that just does stuff. Don't stop the music should only affect the music. Self-dying just handles the table. Camera plus is just camera commands. This is always the danger you have with mods. That none of those mods should be affecting any of those. Yeah, no, I realize that, Lardine, but if we literally cannot do the royalty stuff, then that defeats the whole point of the run. And this is one of the reasons I run so few mods. Like, almost ever. But a lot of people use Harmony? Right, but how many people are doing royalty in Harmony? Because very few people do much royalty stuff. Now, the thing is, I really like random research. I really, really, really like random research. Yeah, no, I got you, Lardine. But like I said, there's so few people who do royalty stuff. Harmony is the foundation for their mods. It doesn't impact anything on its own. Right. But trying to look at the mods I removed. So keep in mind, random research, like it just chooses the research. It shouldn't be messing with the tick rate or anything like that. Self-dying, it just does this. It shouldn't be messing with tick rate. We weren't running any of these other ones. Random research, that I'm not running anyways. Let's see, a lot. It's one of the most used mods because everything uses it. It was bringing a core feature like that, it would have noticed. Right, but that was the removal of it. To be clear, I think Harmony is fine. Like, so far as that. Removing it, though, I could see that screwing with the tick rate, because nothing else here should be messing with the tick rate. Because that's clearly what was happening, is everything was instantly dying and falling over. So the catch I'm running into is we've not been able to do the royalty in, like, the last 3 runs I've done, I've tried to do royalty stuff, and the shuttle just doesn't show up. And it'd be really sad if semi-random research is the one at fault, and it does depend on Harmony. Because I really like random research. And I don't like not having Don't Stop the Music. How do we get an understanding that tick rate was wrong? Oh, everything was dying. Everything was dying almost instantly from exhaustion and starvation and everything, which, to have that. Yeah, don't stock the music, just deals with music. So I could see this one being the one at a problem. What was the one that required the float submenus? Oh, that would be the, I'm gonna turn on the semi-random and the harmony, and if it still is broken, we're just dealing with it. I'm not playing without, like, the don't stop the music. I can live without the self-dying, that's a bummer. The music manager, that'll be what we use instead of don't stop the music, because that one's been more up-to-date. We won't do on the unlocker. The no starting research, it'd be a bummer to get rid of, but I'm willing to give that up. The follow me and the camera plus, I'm willing to give those up. The Fahrenheit and Celsius, I'm willing to give that up. Alright. So we're cutting it down to literally just key music, the music player. You think it could be a setup scenario where you have no research? Yeah, that's the thing. For me with the tick rate, that's the one, is the tick rate. I can imagine that's removing Harmony that does that. That Harmony probably hijacks the tick rate in some way to manage it, and that removing it breaks things. And that's not that there's something wrong with Harmony, just that could, like, the removal of it can break things. So with that, we are going to have to start a brand new colony, which is a bummer. So we're just going to not even do any scenario editors. Boom, naked brutality, nothing else to say. Strive to survive, commitment mode, do this, 50%, do that. Add the cannibal gang, the pirate gang, and the rough outlanders. So we have all those. Let's see, Harmony requires to be loaded before code. You'd imagine anything pulling out that would just shatter. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. It was removing Harmony, I figured broke everything, which is fine. Like, literally, I'm sitting there looking at that being like, I'm not dev moding every bestowing ceremony. So I'm trying to find out what is breaking the royalty event. Because we couldn't run the royalty event on the last run. I had a off-stream one where I was running no mods and I still wasn't getting the royalty event. Like, to be clear, the royalty bestowing ceremony triggers, you accept it, and then just nothing happens. And granted, I could have waited longer. It usually does take an in-game hour or two. But I literally spent hours and hours and hours trying to troubleshoot it on one run. Like, off-stream to a point. So I don't know what's going on, but we're trying to yank out all the mods I'm willing to yank out, because, I'm sorry, RimWorld, the fact that you don't play your frickin' music is not acceptable to me. You got good music, let me have it. Well, that's the thing, I tried running with no mods and it still didn't show up. But it's also been a couple of updates. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on with it. Like, that's kind of the big catch. Is it's a really big pain and frustration point. Because there's nothing I could think of that I'm doing that should be breaking it. Alright, so I don't think we're going to go look around. 82 is probably good. We'll go ahead with that. Yeah, so, like, that's what I'm not understanding is what's going on. So we're going to be picking up, create fluid. It doesn't matter, we're going to be loading one anyways. So load, Mushroom Empire, load anyways. So it's basically, right now, it's just a prolicizer one that we believe in mush. We are going to switch this over to a darkness ideology. We just can't start with that. Oh, you're a pacifist. I was about to be like, perfect, right from the get-go. Pacifist is the whole thing. Do you think Odyssey bugged it out? Well, that's what because we weren't doing anything Odyssey yet. Let's see, mod debugging can definitely be fun. You've been running roughly 35 mods, and randomly 80 hours through a run, boarding an allied shuttle due to mystery results in the colonists arriving, then mission failed and the colonists are gone. You haven't figured out what the heck caused it mid-run without adjusting anything? Yeah. Well, I know they were running into a bunch of problems when Odyssey first dropped. And like I said, I'm going to go try and get Jogger and just anything not garbage. And the reason I'm doing that is Jogger does make it so you don't run a situation where you have, like, the enemy shows up Jogger, you're just like, well, F me, and it's over. psychically deaf for the leader being royalty is kind of a meme. Which is a shame. We actually had a really good pawn in the last one. Come on, I don't want to reroll a whole lot. That'd be rough. That'd be a hard person to keep happy and no passions except intellect. Come on, give me Jogger. Okay, I'm willing to take a chance with no Jogger for that. No real passions in here other construction, but tough, psychically sensitive, iron-willed, for who's going to be a leader. I'm willing to take my chances. Let's do this. I don't want to sit here and roll it for 10-20 minutes. If you did that before the recent patch, it probably landed in the water and deleted the shuttle. Yeah, and that was a bug with Odyssey itself. Yeah, so looking at this one, the only thing I have changing any effects is the semi-random research, which depends on Harmony. I can't imagine that impact. It also sucks because we gave up a really good starting location and everything. Oh well. Alright, so what we could do here. But that is always the danger with modding, is you just live that life. Okay, so we'll go here, assignments, do this, no medicine, change defaults, no medicine, okay. We will go to manage food policies, do this, don't eat corpses, don't eat baby food, alright. Switch that to hold herbal, work. Get all that assigned. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit of a trick because this person's kind of crap at a lot of these things. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Alright, so we're going to have to just deal. Turn that off. I need you to harvest a couple of mushrooms for food to start off with. And this time we're doing that. Why not just self-enforce commitment mode to avoid that stuff like this? Honestly, this is not a great answer, but the moment people see you're not in commitment mode, people be like, baby game, and leave your channel. It's stupid. It's just the way it is. Like, very genuinely, when people hear that I play Strive to Survive, a lot of people be like, oh, you're playing this on baby difficulty and go away. The RimWorld community can be pretty rough like that. They're like, play how you want. Also, if you're a creator, don't play how you want. We want to go here. No rotten corpses. No human-like. But yeah, no, if I'm recording stuff, I won't do it in commitment mode. But on stream, I prefer commitment mode. Because it's also a thing that you'll have stuff happen. And very genuinely, you'll have people who will really try and pressure you into resetting. They'll be like, oh, that character died, please reset. And it honestly just takes away me having to listen to it. Because they're gonna be like, ah, I don't have that option. Sorry, man. Alright, good night, Illy. Wait. Did Illy say good night? Did I miss that message? I don't see a message with Illy saying good night. Either way. If you're heading out, like, I don't know if that's like another chat or whatever. Yeah. You live to watch the struggle? Well, that's the thing. Like, when you play commitment mode, you play, like, we had the whole conversation at the beginning of stream that you don't even have to be on that hard of a difficulty for RimWorld to just absolutely kick you in the nuts. RimWorld is happy to kick you in the nuts. It's not until you get to, like, the really, really easier difficulties does the game actually get rid of a bunch of the events. Now, granted, the severity of the raids in that will be a lot less, but we even did a comparison, like, losing is fun versus Strive to Survive, and outside of the threat, the only difference is something like a 10% increased disease rate and all that, but otherwise they're very, very similar. But the threat is different. It's like 200% versus 100%. But yeah, I know it's genuinely, and it's not an only RimWorld thing, by the way. Wait, what? You could have swore you just saw it on the mobile app. Weird, I guess. Don't know. But it is a thing. Like, it's one of the things that we had a bunch of people when I played lots of Project Zomboid. We would have people like, I've been playing as long as you. Why is your channel doing better than mine? And a lot of times you go, well, I play on 16 times population. It's like, is it actually harder than playing on like very high or insane population? No. Like, I will flat out say it's not, as someone who's playing on the 16 times pop. But from the people tuning into your channel, they want to see that. You either need to be a good storyteller, or you got to play on sweaty tryhard settings. Those are your options in that game. Or multiplayer. Multiplayer RP actually has a good following. But every games have their things that people are into. It's like the one I usually bring up as an example is people be like, oh, I played GTA 5 and everyone else is doing so well, why am I not doing well? And you're like, well, everyone's playing GTA 5 RP. If you're just playing GTA 5 the story or GTA 5 the online thing, no one's looking for it. But for RimWorld, it's a lot of storytelling runs and challenge runs. That's the main draws to the category. And I used to do a lot of like 500% naked brutality, that kind of garbage. These days I don't do much of it. It's just a game that when you set up those kind of things, you start pigeonholing into what you can do in your run. That you gotta lean in and cheese. Which isn't judging. It's... you're playing on the difficulty that's the way you gotta play. You gotta min-max. Huh. I don't have the option of the tribal mask now. Huh. So... oh, right, because by default you're a baseliner, not a tribal. Right, because I had the scenario to make them a tribal. Okay, that makes sense. I was sitting there going like, wait, why don't I have the War Mask Tribal Mask? Right, because you're a base, like, not baseliner, that's not the right word. You're new arrival, not tribal. That doesn't change anything with what we were dealing with, but it is just kind of an observation. Alright, you need to go and harvest these because you're starving. Which you could probably botch like 4 of them. Or you'll get in the first one. Okay. I'm so used to doing the tribal start, it actually catches me off guard when it's like, oh yeah, you don't have that. It's like, oh. Fingers crossed we get joiner right away. It would be nice. Okay, we got a visitor showing up. That's fine. I'm gonna need to cut some trees soon. What is our construction again? And I don't have literally anything to trade you, so I'm not gonna bother talking. That's a lie. I should check, because they might have a good weapon that makes it worth me. Okay. That's a fun meme, but no, I don't need a doomsday rocket launcher. I couldn't get that money if I wanted to in that time. Just open. Oh right, I'm so used to no research that just having it's like, oh wait, I can just make a bed. What's this? Alright. So let's get in here. Oh man, it's so weird actually having stuff at the beginning of the run. Because normally I'm always playing tribal with no research and random research, and so you start the game and you're like, bed, ha, it'll be a lovely day when I can have a bed. Could you imagine having a bed? Just spoiled. Shelves right at the beginning? Living in entirely too comfortable of lives. Okay, we need to get the recreation going right away. Wait, aren't you supposed to be a door? And then we will... I forgot. You get the chessboard, and the chessboard's a bit more costly and things to make. Mad iguana, and we have not made a weapon or a trap or anything because I got thrown off by all that. I doubt we have time to toss up a trap before it gets here. Especially if I'm not working on it. The good news is the iguana is slow. The bad news is I waited too long to move. Just gotta take our chances. Come on, you got okay melee. Finish it. It's got like one hit left in that body. It's got okay, start patching yourself. Oh, you are in bad shape. This is probably them dead. Yeah, no, that was... I got distracted by having access to the bed and it's like, what? I'm not supposed to have these things yet. Completely forgot we disabled the no research, random research, all that. Well, we had the random research, but disabled the no research and all that just because we went to do the royalty thing and the bestower ceremony didn't show up. It's time 10 little bleeds. Yep. The hope is that we can get enough of those catatonic. Screw you, game. Alright. Just immediately breaks catatonic because of pain. Man, look, I wanna... If we have to dev mode the things, we'll dev mode things. I don't want to run with no research. I really like the no research mod. Get this back. No starting research. A lot of the other stuff can go... But honestly, starting with all that stuff after running no research for all these years, it genuinely feels like cheating. It's just like, oh, I just got beds and shelves and all that. This isn't judging. I'm just so used to having all that limitations put on my runs. It's weird having it. It feels uncomfortable having access to all that utility. Okay, that one. And this might be literally what's bugging it. If it is, that's super upsetting. Alright, let's get this all queued up again. Now, what we could do... Because I wanted... So for me, I want the title to have the throne room and all that stuff. Now you won't research complex furniture until you're already crafting cataphract. Yep, that's how it works. But that's the fun, is like with the random research, no research stuff. Is you're sitting there and you get what you get. So you get a run where you just don't get armor and you're like, hey, we just have to play where we just use our range to an extreme advantage because this armor, like if we take hits, it's over. And then you'll have other runs where you just don't get complex clothing, so you have to like steal and trade for just basic clothing. What happened to last night's colony? It's still alive. We were down to just the Arco Nexus and literally was just fast forward. And right now the Arco Nexus seems to be pretty bugged where it's counting people as lost when you reset it, even the people you bring with you. And then on top of that, like, we were supposed to get the Luciferum with the Arconexus, because that was one of the 7 items I grabbed as a stack of Luciferum, and we didn't get it. And I'm just like, okay, so it's going to be just us fast-forwarding while we wait. You know, for the wealth and the research to finish. And then just dealing with these bugs. I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just start the next run. We got all the hard endings done. The Arconexus, I've done it on the channel several times. It's a fun one. But in our case, we were just rushing it. And I'm also, as much as I like the tribal research penalty, I was also getting kind of pretty over having the tribal penalty with stacking on top of it the ritualist end penalty, and it's just going to take me so long to get that knocked down. Alright, so we're looking for some place where we can get the temperature down to, again, mid-80s. Oh, that's perfect. Year-round 84, that's the best we've seen. Granite and marble. Okay. Because I think the alternative is I can't get this to work, at least in a way that isn't frustrating. We'll probably just switch up the game for the day or something like that if that does happen. Because we have been going really hard on RimWorld recently. Do we have anyone in here who's already good? Jogger Steadfast with a shoulder injury. I'll keep you in mind. I usually like to earn all my own scars. I also like the idea of going for like having the Mushroom Queen or whatever just being the silly thing. Great memory, brawler tough. I mean, I would no caring. I don't. Trigger happy, nimble, great memory, but the no caring. The problem is that means if we get any injury, we just die. That's its own challenge run in its own right. Very neurotic, steadfast, tough, with a bad back and no violence. I want a jogger, because I really like the idea of having the Mushroom Queen, and then just starting with jogger. I don't care if all the other stuff is crap. That undoes the entire benefit of jogger. It is annoying me that 90% of the joggers we get have a leg injury for some weird thing. It's probably one of the story starts does that. I'm skipping over too fast and not paying attention. I'm just watching for the word jogger. Fast walker's also fine. Because, like, Sanguine's really good. Like, Sanguine is extremely good. I'm just wanting jogger because that helps you get away from RNG losses. Because if at the beginning, if you're not doing the traps, and you get a jogger against you, and you don't nail that first hit, it's just over because you can't kite them. Which is fine. The torso injury is going to slow them down too. Which is fine. Alright, we'll get 5 more rerolls, and then I'll just take whichever one was the one above. So, 1. Leg injury. 2. 3. 4. 5. Alright, let's see. So we had the trigger happy, great memory. This one would be like, we would 100% need someone else. So we're just going to do a regular just... This is the correct choice to make. But I'm going with the whole Mushroom Queen thing, so Willow it is. Is this the right pawn to choose? No, it's not. It's the wrong pawn to choose. But, memes and all that stuff. 20 points of research on that Arconexus a day is brutal. Yeah. Yeah, that was the whole thing. It's like, holy crap, this is awful. Because as I mentioned, the previous times I did Arconexus, which is still a tribal colony without the extra penalty, like, I was getting that done well before. Okay, so we got another... I mean, it's a little closer to the edge of the map. Yeah, we'll just make a wood structure again. Alright, let's set this up one more time. Assign, doctoring with no medicine, change defaults to no medicine. That's because we can't grow medicine on this tile. Lavish foods. Go here. Edit, no corpses, no baby food. Alright. Switch that to herbal when you get the chance. Schedule. 2 blocks of recreation. Work. Okay. So you'll prioritize growing and plant cut over the construction, all that. We drop all the crafting lower. And cleaning slightly higher. Alright. So apparently Odyssey's end credits have a new song. The game updated a bit ago. Like, during stream. Oh. Because, I mean, Odyssey already had its own song. Like, unless it's a newer song. Wait. Oh. Well, okay, I meant to actually take the other person. Screw it. I want to do the Mushroom Queen thing. I wanted the other pawn, and I didn't actually choose it. I had it highlighted, but not the one I chose. My apologies for all these resets. So try to survive, commitment mode, do this, get over here, 100%, do this. Rough, and pirates. I know it's a stupid thing that it doesn't matter. I just like the idea of the Mushroom Queen taking over the world and all that. I was so confused because starting the pawn, I'm like, why are you here? You're not the one I picked. I didn't move them up to the top, I just had them highlighted. Because normally you have your colonies where you have like 3, 4, 5, so you move people around. This one will only let myself have 5 rerolls, and it will take whoever we get on there. Unless it's like literally nothing but dudes. You know, or pacifist with no medical or something like that. Because I don't want to drag this out any longer than we have. But yeah, no, Anomaly has its own ending song. Odyssey has its own ending song. I think Ideology has its own ending song. And then I believe the others have the same ending song. I don't think Royalty had its own ending song. I can't remember. But I believe pretty much all of the endings otherwise, the non-vanilla ones, had their own ending songs. Alright. So Glow Forest. 89.90. Glow Forest over here. 93, 95. Glow Forest up here. 85, 89. So that goes hotter that direction. 84. 82. Decreased animal population doesn't sound like a great one. That's fine. Marble and slate. Oh, that's a lot of pollution. We'll just live with the pollution. Yeah, so we got pollution nearby. Several bug fixes, plus the new song for the... Ah. Okay. Honestly, the fact that we're running into bug fixes right now, let me see, before we get into all this, let me close the game and reopen Steam and trigger it to... It's updating right now. Let's go ahead and grab the update, because we're hitting an ad break anyways right this second. Cool. So I believe I've already got the update there. So let's bring that back up. Because I might as well grab the update if it's literally happening right now. So we've got that at least. Royalty Shadows Rabel. No, that's the previous one. I'm also on the unstable branch, so it is possible I've already had that update. Okay, okay, so let's go get this set up now. So boom, boom. Strive to survive, commitment mode, boom. 100%. And for those who don't know, I'm adding these. 1, it gives me more factions to fight. And then 2, all of these ones have a whole bunch of different xenotypes. So it keeps it a bit more interesting. I genuinely could see having a bunch of those and getting rid of like the Neanderthal and the Impids, so that we have like the variants, but I'm keeping both. I was checking. Okay. That was the only royalty? Yeah, no, I'm suspecting as I mentioned, what I think is happening on the royalty one, and this is just from the testing I did off stream to try and figure it out, is I think what's happening is it's misassigning which room is the throne room. So even though when you go to accept the quest, it says, yes, you have a valid throne room, and you choose yes, that when it decides, like, okay, does this person have a valid throne room to drop the shuttle down, it picks the wrong room, and then goes, oh, they don't have a valid one, and the shuttle just kind of hangs and doesn't actually show up. Like, it's not like there's people on board, it just doesn't trigger the shuttle to show up at all. That's been my guess of what's happening. I have no idea if there's any truth to that, because I know way back when Royalty first came out, they did have that as a bug, that there was a bug reported. Ooh, 101. To heck with that. There was a bug reported that sometimes the room that it would attribute as the throne room would get misattributed and the event wouldn't trigger because of it. But that was like when Royalty came out years and years and years ago. And that was a bug report they had on their own that they resolved and everything. So I wouldn't imagine that's still around in that capacity. Cool. 84. 84 is good enough for me. Let's get in here. Why is it I always have pollution right near the glow forests? It shouldn't really matter. Okay, so you have 85. 86, 87. Alright, 87. That'll do. It's good enough. Yeah. Let me guess. It's going to be like, pollution's too close. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Alright, create fluid. Doesn't matter. We're going to load. Doesn't matter. We're going to load. So load. Grab you. Load anyways. Just prolicides our ideology. Okay, so we're only going to give ourselves 5 rerolls. So let's first see what we're choosing from. See who our best candidate is out of the box. Honestly, greedy for this one won't be that big a deal, because they're going to be the one getting the amazing room and all that. So this would be one of the cases where that would be working. So right now, for this group, Trigger Happy Greedy is probably my best choice. So let's go ahead and do this. So yeah, I think I'd rather take the other one. So 1 reroll. The no dumb labor. I mean, she's 50. That's not that big a deal. The no dumb labor's pretty bad. We'll hold on to her. 2 reroll. 3 reroll. 4 reroll. 5 reroll. I think we're doing this one. Not a whole lot of bonuses on her. Super immune will help out. We have medical, we have crafting, we have plants, we have mining, we have combat skills. So while certainly Trigger Happy is better and all that shooting would be really nice, and the super immune, careful, quick sleeper, yeah, no, they brought it down to just the normal rate. It was 2.0 disease rate. You know, she's going to lose dumb labor anyways. Now that I think about it. She's going to lose dumb labor when we give her the thing later. We're just going to live a terrible life of food poisoning. Because quick sleeper, super immune, careful shooter isn't the best. But quick sleeper, super immune, let's make bad decisions. I'm just like... Yeah, like the recluse would get annoying. Why does she lose dumb labor? Her backstory. This backstory disables hauling and cleaning, but gives them social and intellectual. Because she has social as well. And the number of times I've taken a leader who doesn't have social and regretted it is not a small number. This... Crafting 0 is rough. Oh yeah, I mean, but that's... no matter what, there's always going to be a gap in there, unless you sit there and do prepare carefully and like keep re-rolling till you get something good. The thing is, I wanted to only make it 5 re-rolls just so we get to move that. So I'm debating between trigger happy and greedy, because this will be firing way faster, and then greedy doesn't really matter because we are going to have this person being royalty. The age difference is decent. This one has much better traits, but none of them have a whole lot of passions. The super immune healer here has tons of passions, but not a whole lot of traits. I'm thinking we go greedy. We are making this person the colony leader. We will de-age them pretty early on. At least that's going to be the plan. The big thing we got to run into is if we don't start de-aging them, I think it's at 58, they can start getting bad back and all that stuff. Doesn't greedy make them worse with royalty? Like, they won't ignore the no working thing on high rank? Like, they won't ignore the no working thing. They won't ignore the no working thing. I don't know what you mean by that. It is the thing when you get the title high enough, they will get incapable. Yeah, this one it's about the traits. This one it's about... Yeah, let's do this one. Alright, let's do it. It's like, none of the selected people can haul and cleaning. This is going to make the game more difficult. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, that's weird. If you do the ceremony, your Archon should not be able to do dumb labor. And a lot of other things. They shouldn't be able to plant, they shouldn't be able to... I think they can do construction? Alright, so we're looking at this map. So it's just another one of these kind of open maps. We got a really big, rich area over here with the geothermal, so I think this is good as any. So once again, I'm going to slap down an area for the nutrient fungus. We will need to harvest a couple of you real fast, so I'm going to tell you to harvest these 3 real quick. And while you're walking around dealing that, we'll get your assignments all sorted out, so don't use medicine. Don't use medicine. Food policies, lavish, no corpses, no baby food. Change you over to only carry herbal if we get there. There's your recreation block. We'll get your work priorities set up, so firefight, patient, doctor, do this. You've actually got social, which like I said, I always tend to be bad about. We can go with that. Reduce the priority in those. So, honestly, this might be a weird situation where I might be better off eating the raw fungus as opposed to cooking it. And the reason I'm thinking that is if we cook it and the room is getting dirty, we will have a much higher risk of food poisoning. I don't know how the risk of food poisoning between a dirty room and just raw fungus is. I don't know which of those is worse. Yeah. Yeah, no, there'll be naturally occurring chem fuel on the map. These things here. So furniture. Four. So a little bit of a big starting room, because that'll turn into a production room later. Recreation. Put the game here. Put you there. You got the bed here. Production. Butcher spot. We'll put the butcher spot outside to try and limit the gross to begin with. It's going to very quickly get out of control. Let's see. Production spot, crafting spot. Bills, add, smash mech, do forever. Short bow, you can't handle that. Make a club. Tribal wear. War mask. Tribal headdress, you can't handle it, but that's fine. Alright, what was your construction? Can you handle... Construction's 1, so you cannot build traps. So let's not put our focus on traps. What we're going to want to do... Oh, I'm also going to need to go zone, stockpile, just for right now, just shove it all in there. We're going to let her take 2 seconds to plant everything. Meanwhile, we'll get a name for this person. And this will be Wishbringer. So, Queen Wishbringer. Okay, and you're meditating. So one thing we can do is if we end up having the royalty stuff still wants to be scuff, you are a tribal start. We can have you stand there and just focus on the psychic tree when it shows up. I believe with this one, the tree doesn't show up right at the beginning. Oh, actually it did. It's not even that terrible of a spot. Do you know about the bug with the light and the tree in the zone? I do not. I mean, do you mean the thing where the tree doesn't get larger, it just stays like as a tiny tree? Oh, we're getting hypothermia on this map. That's bad, because I can't really do much about that without... If I ran over here, I could quickly slap a box up on that geothermal and treat it like we do ice sheet. I'm hoping we can just slap this up real fast, and that during the day it gets warm enough that we're not getting hypothermia. Someone told you there's a bug where it dies. I haven't had it die naturally. So what we need to do is we need to get this built as quickly as we can. If I noticed it was that cold, I would have boxed on the geothermal really fast. Because you're not getting worse right now. You got shivering. Okay, so it's actually coming back off. Yeah, but we definitely want to get this set up. Don't build the fire first. Save the fire last, because we build the fire first, that's close enough that the light will kill our crop. It's fine. Okay, so we're gonna get this going as quickly as we can. Because most likely if it drops back down to near freezing in the evening... Cool. Just botching again and again. That's fine. Also in the meantime, we can go here, dumping stockpile. Zone. Do not allow rotten. Or human-like. Repair anything in the home zone. Don't automatically expand the home zone. Clear the home zone, so no here, no there, no here, no there, no back there, no gap in between. I wish you would keep building this right. Moment, just... Alright, so the moment you wake up, just start slamming out getting that built. I think we'll be fine. We didn't go genuinely hypothermic last night in-game. That is probably the coldest it's going to be. Till, like, the next year comes around. But just going into a little bit of paranoia. Just watching all the construction. So much botched construction. Okay, so haul this out. You can't. You can't do dumb labor. It's fine. It'll just be queued up for when someone else can. Okay, so you can allow that now. Okay, you were... Yeah, you were the super immune quick sleeper, not the greedy one. Alright, so I'm not going to bother having you cook. So we're going to be eating the raw mushroom penalty, unfortunately. But I think the reality is, with our fact that we're going to be making an endless mess, if I start cooking, I'm just going to be in food poisoning perpetually. Even more so than eating the raw mushroom is. Oh, hey. Just go ahead and... I said hunt it. Cool. Let's see if this guy has anything for us. A weapon would be really, really good. Right. You do not have a weapon. You've got a little bit of medicine and a hat. So let's get to crafting before we have a raid show up, so at minimum I can at least have a club. I don't think the club's going to do us a whole lot of good. It's probably going to be one of these fights that we just have to kite our entire time. But, just in case I get caught out, I'd rather have a club than literally nothing. Okay, meanwhile, you can go in here and say production. Oh, well, thanks for the components, I guess? Oh, right. They're just gonna rot out there, because I can't haul them back in. Goodbye, component. It's nice knowing you. I could go and build a ceiling over it, but I'm not doing that for one component. The component can just stay right where it is. That's pretty funny. I don't think I've ever done a run where I started with someone with no dumb labor. This is gonna be severely trolly. Alright, let's put down some wood floors. That's gonna be blowing up our wealth a little bit. But I put down some wood floors real fast in here. That'll make it a bit of a nicer environment. We won't be taking the penalties for the mud and all that. Plus, maybe if we're lucky, I can manage to scrape together three construction before this is all ready to rock and roll. Because we can hit 3 construction, I can put down a trap. Alright, there's a mad sparrow. Honestly, of the things we could have for our first thing, that's not bad. Let me let the sparrow just get its butt over here. Because we should be able to thwack the sparrow in one. Done. Get wrecked, nerd sparrow. And there's no point in me harvesting the fungus unless I'm going to use it right away. Because we're going to drop it on the ground and not bring it back. So it's just going to rot out there. And because it won't be in a stockpile unless I put a stockpile underneath it for purposes of triggering trade, it's not going to count. Okay, so we're going to also be able to go there. Do you need to rejoin the queue? Only if you got drawn. or between days. Like, I have to stop the queue for it to clear it out. So you should still be good. Alright, so furniture. What I can do is I can go production. Research bench there. Furniture. There's a stool. I'm not going to bother with a fueled stove yet. And I'm not going to bother with a wooden butcher table yet. Because like I said, we're not going to cook because I can't clean. And that just seems like it's begging for bad times. Oh, you need steel. That's marble. Got steel way down there. Is there better steel on here? That's probably the best I'm gonna get. How are we doing on food? We probably need to pull up some more mushrooms. And that's silver ore. We can pull that up, and that might, if we have a caravan roll through, that might be our, the thing that helps us out there. Did you eat my little bit of sparrow? You know what? I bet you can't refuel that. I cannot refuel the fire inside the house, because that requires the hauling skill. When are we doing this run? So we are doing a glowing forest biome where we are going to effectively get our character to be really high in royalty and then betray the empire, declare them the illegitimate empire and create our own, and go conquesting and all that. But honestly, the thing that's actually rough that we did is we were choosing our starting people, we grabbed a person with dumb labor, like we acknowledged that it was dumb labor disabled. And it's interesting figuring out the things I can't do without dumb labor. Like refueling a fire. Didn't expect that one to be the thing that'd be a pain point. But here we are. Super immune is huge. Yeah, that was kind of the motivation on why I was willing to put up with it. Like quick sleeper and super immune? Like, careful shooter, I'm not... Like, that's pros and cons. But these two are both really strong. So it's like, okay, is the no dumb labor going to be obnoxious? You betcha. Sounds very nobility. Put logs in a fire, I'd sooner freeze. Yeah. I need you to get some wood. Didn't I? Oh, right, because plant cut comes after mining. That's right. I usually don't have to think about that very often. So what I'm probably going to need to do here is I'm going to let her mine the silver out, and then I'm going to put a little teeny tiny stockpile right under the silver up here, so it's considered in my stockpile, so when the next trade caravan comes through. Alright, so we're being attacked immediately. They got person knife, don't be good at melee. 0 melee, but a brawler. Against 6 melee. So, unfortunately, we don't have traps. I cannot kite them. They have a higher chance of hitting me, but I have a much higher skill. So this is going to be one of those ones that my choices are I could kite them around in circles, of which they're in much better shape than I am, and just wait for them to quit. It's pretty unlikely that's going to go through. So it is going to see whether Brawler or 6 melee wins. Opening hit, we have immediately gotten opened with a cut to our neck. We are doing terribly. He is ruining our day, absolutely demolishing us. 100% just wrecking everything. I need King to go down now. Okay, King has gone down. Alright. Heal, self-tend, get on it immediately. And as much as I'd like your clothing, the immediate priority is not bleeding out. Yeah, now the thing was, with what we had, I kind of just had to roll with it. So we're risking infection here, but it looks like we'll probably be able to get ourselves patched up before this gets too bad. Now the problem is if we get an infection, we don't have medicine, nor can we get medicine on this tile without trade. But that's the whole thing. Without a ranged weapon and without traps, the construction due to traps, that's pretty much our options were to just run in a circle and hope they quit before I do. Or to just meet him cuff to cuff, and with zero melee. Okay, now before we continue with that, strip this person, grab those clothes. Okay, go do your thing. Let's check in these. So the club is 5.64, and the steel knife is 5.85. 16% armor penetration. 17. Honestly, the club and the knife are pretty close to the same. I think it was just a matter of brawler means they have a higher chance of dodging and hitting, if I remember correctly. So even though we had the raw skill, they had a trait that was solid. But as long as we don't get an infection, then we're fine. And then hopefully by the next fight, I can get a trap up or two. I usually don't run traps in my colonies, but it's naked brutality. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta be ready to kite, or you gotta be ready to trap. Or both. Okay, do we have more food laying around by chance? I don't think we do. Unfortunately, I think you're getting out of bed in your pain. And pulling up a couple of trees, just in case you need a little bump in food. Now, genuinely with Naked Brutality in the early game, it's sometimes worth being like, don't rest. Like, I know you're hurting, but get back to it. Because this means literally nothing is getting done until that's sorted. But that's always kind of a risk thing, one way or the other. If we have them running around and they're in pain, and, you know, all that, there's a higher probability they have a mood break. But at the same time, you know, and there's also, like, they move slower and all that while they're healing, and they heal faster. So there's definitely arguments to be made, whether it's like, oh no, I need to get these things done, you can rest later, or rest so you can be more efficient on getting the things done. I don't think there's necessarily always a correct decision there either. That said, the injuries are pretty minor. The leg is the one that got it the worst, that right leg. All the other ones are only like 1 or 2 damage, versus that right leg was at about 5. Now the worst thing is, ultimately, because we're doing this whole run where thematically we're going to have this, you know, this person who is our Mushroom Queen or whatever, and is going to get a bunch of titles, we probably won't want them to be leading in the melee kind of thing, because thematically with the run, when they die, the main theme of the run goes away unless they have like an error or something like that. So realistically, long term, we might have them be like stand in the back, use psychic powers, out of the main thick of the fight, because leading by the front means potentially taking a shot in the face by a lancer or something like that. There's just a lot of opportunity to get one shot and killed. Early on, we gotta hold our own though. Okay, everything's down to less than one hit point left, and then it'll be recovered. I'm also not going to be able to tell at all what I've got. Because of the lack of dumb labor, they won't haul it back to this area, so I can't see, like, what food I've got laying around, what medicine I've got laying around. I'm probably going to need to not trade for medicine, because it's just going to sit outside and rot as well. This is a weird problem to run into. Okay, and you're about to be completely back at it. No more injury. Psychic Soothe. Cool. Ritual to recruit? I would need drums. My drum ritual's the one that can potentially bring someone in. And that means fabric. Which I don't have. And hunting animals with a club, not really the greatest move. That's just begging to get, like, nicked by a chinchilla or something and get an infection. And then die to a plain old infection. If we get the opportunity, we'll do it. The other thing is I would need... Oh, transport pod crash. Okay, who is our first contestant? Fast learner Neanderthal. You know what? You're perfect. Save that. I didn't check, man, woman. What are you? Woman. Save that woman. So, Neanderthal. Coming along. Because they'll be able to take over melee. None of the things they've got passions for they're really good at, but you know what? That's okay. They too can join a team of people who genuinely have no capabilities. Their ideology is vaguely mushroom-shaped, they're halfway there. Oh yeah, that's the reason I also choose Prolicizer for this one. As like the start, because I can't choose Darkness to start. Is just so the Prolicizer can make getting the ideology locked in a little easier. Because otherwise you just run the risk of someone... Alright, disease, infection. Try your best to treat this person's torso infection with no medicine. And actually okay-ish medical skills. It's gonna be up on you if you could survive on your own, Neanderthal. We're gonna do our best. But I'm gonna be real here. Your odds are pretty bad. Gift? Disruptor Flare Pack? Okay. Let's see. Do we have any more mushrooms laying around? Okay, I do. I just can't feed you till you're more hungry. At least I'm hoping that's the case, because if I need to haul the food back for it to count, that's not happening. Okay, you're already feeding him. Could you stockpile it's on? Yeah, and that's probably going to happen a bunch. In the meantime, I need you to run down here and harvest a couple more. And that'll be due for treatment. Hopefully we can get better than a 10% tend, because you're almost keeping pace. Come on, give me a 20%er or better. 16, I'll take it. It's still dodgy and may or may not actually get you through this. And then the question is, do they join us or not? Because I don't think we take the chances trying to arrest the Neanderthal like I had a room to put him in the first place. Because if they don't go along with it quietly, more than likely they punch us in the mouth and we die. Because they got 7 melee, and the Neanderthal has strong melee skill. And is robust. So if it comes down to fisticuffs, my money's on the Neanderthal, is all I'm going to say. Alright, so go up here to where we got the silver. %, tend. Ooh, that's gonna help. Feed them. I think, yeah, they're fine. They made it through. Does Phoebe Chill also slow down the frequency of positive events? Or is it only raids, etc.? I believe it's only the negative, but I don't know that for a fact. Basically, behind the scenes, you have a couple different things that dictate when events are coming, that kind of stuff. And specifically, like, the raids have a trigger on them, which is a handful of things that can show up there. Oh, and random research says first one will be electricity. Okay. That'll delude my ability to get stuff like complex furniture a bit, but that's alright. I mean, if nothing else, if this person joins us, literally if all they do is dumb labor, that would be solid. Granted, with Fast Learner, we can probably do some good with them. Yeah, so they're Fast Learner but slow study. And then the poor intellectual just gives them a permanent intellectual penalty, which is pretty rough for what we're hoping to get done in here, but you know. Okay, so you still got those down there. And the mushrooms are just about to be grown. Okay, get yourself some more mushrooms. And we did start making the trap. So that means you probably hit construction 3? No. Oh, you probably just... No, because you can't haul. Oh, you must have hauled the wood up here to do construction, because it'll let you haul as part of another process. But not individually. What sublength were you... Let's see, what sublength were you doing the game pick for? 3 years. 36 months. Doesn't need to be consecutive or anything like that. Oh no, you're good. By all means, feel free to ask questions and all that. Alright, so I don't really want to build another building right now, but I'm gonna use it for the construction. Disease gutworms. Heck yeah, that'll help out everybody. And of course, it went on our actual colonist. I don't think there's a reality where we don't get a bunch of mood breaks out of these gutworms, by the way. I think the reality is we live in a world where we're going to be dealing with a lot of mood breaks before these gutworms are handled. Because we don't have medicine, and we got to get 300% tend cumulatively over that. And we're going to probably be getting tens of like 5-10%. Which would mean anywhere from like 30 to 60 tens, where you can only do one every, like, what is it, like 3 days, 2 days? Oh, you got almost 30% in your first one. But the reason I'm building this, I don't actually need that spot. I'm building this just to try and get construction 3 so that we can get some wood traps up. so that I can at least start kiting some enemies through the traps as a means of getting myself in better shape. The red cap shrooms give off enough light to mess the nutrient fungus? No. No, there's nothing here that naturally creates a meaningful amount of light. You have to bump those down in priority so they actually pull up the mushrooms. Yep, major break risk. That's not gonna change because serious pain from gut worms is just gonna keep you pissed off. And for those who caught, we didn't start with a ideology that likes mushrooms because I like to go fluid ideology and none of the starting ones do. But the plan is to go into darkness ideology. Yeah, serious pain plus sick plus 8 mushroom plus 8 raw mushroom. Yep, all those down there. Actually, I mean, the awful barracks we can fix, but everything else other than the awful barracks. Okay, so we can go in here and say furniture, wooden table, 1x2. We can get that so they get rid of the debuff 8 without table. The no dumb labor is so rough. I've never started a colony with only no dumb labor, and just seeing like the fire not burning, crap just being left there, like watching this component just sit out here and rot and not being able to do anything about it. Like I said, I could build like a tile here and then put a roof over it. Or like put in a little box. I just don't see it as worth it for one component to build an entire building to preserve it. Honestly, that's probably the argument for moving this inside, actually. Because while it's going to make a mess that we cannot clean, at least we'll get to keep the fabric. Alright, we're being attacked immediately. Oh, they are definitely going to win a fight. Between the two of us, they're definitely going to win a fight. Alright. Can I convince them to kidnap you? I mean, weirdly, I could actually win the fight by pegging it with a flare pack. But let's be real. That's probably not going to work out the way I want it to. Alright, so eat some fungus. Don't get food poisoning. That would certainly kill you. Okay. Oh, hold this door open. You have movement speed penalty, so start going. So my hope is that don't burn my stuff. There's no need for it. Wild Mad Boar, we can work with this. This is workable. All right, new plan. Start chasing me. Stop burning. Start chase. Where's the boar? Where's the boar? Oh, there you are. Okay. So start moving up. We want to get the boar on the same side as this person, and soon. Because we are slightly slowed due to our gut worms. Get it, boar. Get it, boar. Get it, boar. Please. Please, boar, I'm trying to get it. Get it, boar. Oh my god, just hit the stupid thing. Thank you. Alright, how badly was the hit? Bruised the arm. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to see who's looking like they're going to win this fight. And see if we can turn the tide. It's looking like the boar is losing. Get in there and Jediah. We want to take the. Okay, how's the fight going? Okay, so the boar is solidly winning now. Let's see if we can't disengage and switch targets to the boar. No, don't gang up on me. Alright, and you're solidly bleeding, so we just retreat away. We look longingly at all of her food burning. Trying to save what... Oh, I need you not to be throwing up from those gutworms. Come on. Okay, you managed to get away. Try and get back over here to put out the fire before it hits those last stacks of mushrooms. Why are you breaking my crap? Don't be... Okay. Oh, don't light that on fire too. Stop forcing my hand. Fine, I'll fight you. Jeez. I wanted to leave you to bleed out because it's the safer play here. Come on, you got all the advantages, Wish. Oh, okay. We're fine. We're fine. What are you bringing? So you're jealous and tough. Incapable of dumb labor, carrying, or cooking. You're losing your clothes. Do we already have clothes? Alright, stop catching on fire. Alright, make sure we keep the building from catching fire the most. I know, building's on fire. Okay. So we did manage to salvage a decent amount of our food. We only took some bruises. We're dealing with the gutworms. This guy's gonna die out there, which is fine. I don't think I got a zone for corpses set up, but we're gonna get one here. So boom, set here, clear, low, and shoot. We'll just say corpses in general. That's fine. Because our other stockpile, which is apparently in here. We have set to accept everything but human corpses. Berserk because of mind-generating pain. Well, Woo, I'm sorry, friend. Well, that's not what I wanted. Oh, good. Oh, can't haul the corpses? You're right. So this is just a matter of if Wish can get up on their own with the malnutrition. If they can get up on their own, they'll be fine. If they can't get back up on their own, they'll die. And that's out of my hands now. I think they're not going to get back up. I think what's going to happen is that malnutrition is going to keep them from recovering their injuries, which is going to keep their pain threshold too high for them to ever get back up, and they're just going to starve. You got robbed tonight? Yeah, no, your run was going fine. I was trying to get it so we could get those royalty titles, but for whatever reason, it was bugged. The other possibility is before they die, we get refugees or a joiner or anything else. Because all it takes is one thing of food and then Wishbringer's back. But it's looking pretty grim. Laying on the crown, incapable of doing anything and praying. That's pretty bad. Oh, you berserked and fought all the animals in the wilderness. That's certainly a choice. I just need you to get up for a second. Just 1 second, friend. I just need that mind-shattering pain to back off for just a moment. And you'll be able to eat some mushrooms, and then you come right back. I don't think it's gonna happen, though. Pretty sure we're gonna see that go up another notch on their starvation, and then we're gonna be basically set because they're healing slower because of the malnutrition. And that's because I went to fight them. We took the extra damage here. That with the gut worms. And Heatstroke, yeah, that's done. If Heatstroke's building up as well, that's going to mean even if we were to start recovering from one of the others. Okay. So I think we'll give this one more attempt. And then if we manage to get to go, we'll get to go. If not, I might end up switching up what we're doing. Like, not for RimWorld run, but like maybe something completely different. Like maybe check out the crime scene cleaner update or whatever. Because that's one of the reasons I don't typically do the naked brutality stuff. Is unless you take the time to go out of your way to be like, okay, let me choose a pawn that's got 3 construction, or choose a pawn to go out of your way to give yourself some of those. Because like, I couldn't make the bow. I couldn't make the traps. So my only choices were to kite or to like drop people off on each other. And there's ways I could cheese it a little bit more than that. And thank you to the follow, welcome to the stream. Like, I could have sat there and just had them building floor to get the 3 construction. And that's honestly probably what you should do in those cases. It's just not something I bothered to take the time to do. You had a flare pack to use? Yeah, I think one of the big things is in that confined room. I could have probably gotten the flare on him, but by the time I got to them, there's a good chance the flare would have already run out. And where we were fighting the pig, I mean, the flare could have made the difference. Like, especially if I was fighting them outside still. But my hope was I ran off because they had so many bleeds. My intention was just to kite them until the bleeds ran out. And then when they started trashing my room, I could have honestly just let them trash the stuff. It would have been fine too. Just didn't want to. That's a hot tile. Hot tile. Even hotter tile. 86. 85. Yeah, it's looking like 85 and 86 is what all of this is, basically. That's fine. We can go ahead and do... I'm seeing there's one that has like some fun stones. Yeah, I can do that. 85. Gonna feel to get the run going? Well, yeah, so keep in mind, I used to do Naked Brutality Ice Sheet back in the day. Like, that was always my go-to. And this is before streaming days. That used to be just, like, always the way I'd play. Hard worker, tough. It'll keep herself to, like, the 5 rerolls once again. One, 2, 3, 4. Brawler tough with an addiction. But they're older and no dumb labor. 6. So, even though this is clearly the correct choice of these two, very much I like the idea of doing like the Mushroom Queen thing. It's not a sensible thing for me to be doing. This is going more for the story, not for the strategy. So neurotic means they'll break easier, but they'll work faster. We will have plants and cooking on this one, and able to do dumb labor, so we should be able to get food handled. Once again, we're getting a melee pawn, which is not good. I'm gonna say to heck with the 5. We'll do. Let's put a little bit more effort into this. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep killing pawns because I'm just rushing things. Night Owl, Neurotic Pretty, Undergrounder. Practically dead, they're so old. Because I like going for the Mushroom Queen thing, which, like, again, this one being a hard worker tough with a bunch of passions, like, that's just the correct pawn to do if you're actually caring about, like, no, I really want to strategically win this, not leaning into theme. I'm looking for... I skipped a bunch there. I don't think Undergrounder will work with what we're looking for. Greedy with lots of hearing loss. Can't doctor. You have cancer. 1 per start? Yeah, Naked Brutality. I normally don't do... Okay. I'll do that. So super immune, psychically hypersensitive works really well with the royalty stuff. They've got passions for melee and all that. They got some plant skill and some crafting. Medical is at least not nothing. This is actually a pretty good... If you're doing Naked Brutality, this is actually a pretty good pawn to start with. The cooking is gonna hurt really bad. But, you know, the only other one that's really, really awful is animals, and that doesn't matter for this. So this is genuinely a good one. Now, the only thing is if we get the psychic, what is it? The psychic penalties and all that, this is a pawn that goes down from that. Like the consciousness one, they'll just knock her out instantly. She is old. She's like 50. It's somewhere around 58 that you get the thing where it rolls the dice to be like, it's her birthday, bad back. So we got a little bit of time, and with rituals, we can undo most of that. And if we don't manage to get a person into the colony by that point, then the run's dead anyways, probably. Like, it'd be very... That is... Oh, that's a weird... Like, because it's such a flat cliff over there. Okay, so let's go over here. Same idea. The nutrient fungus, we'll let them start working on that. Repair stuff, don't auto home zone. So home zone that. Get to our schedule and all that. 2 blocks of recreation. Assignments, no medicine. Change defaults, no medicine. It's also funny because, like I said, I've been doing an offline playthrough that's basically these same settings. And I've definitely had it go a bit smoother. Granted, I think I also got some pretty decent options at the beginning. Okay, so you're a terrible cook. Alright, so we'll have you grow priority. Honestly, a lot of this, we're probably just going to leave them open. We were going to want to go to some of these mushrooms here. If you prioritize harvesting a couple of those so you get some food. And then what we can do from here, let's check that rich soil. Okay. Crafting spot. Butcher spot. Butcher forever. Smash the mech forever. Tribal wear. Do until you have one. Tribal mask. Do until you... Well, headdress. Do until you have one. Short bow. Make that the priority. I'll tell you to do till you have one on hand. That way we can actually keep you better off than that. We're not going to be doing smoke leaf because we can't plant it here. Oh, it's saying missing drone corpses. That's fine. So I'm going to try to do is really rush. Do the left behinds matter at all? Someone asked and now you're curious. Yes, so what happens with RimWorld is they have a pool of pawns that it generates that are basically people around the world, and that includes your left behind pawns. And the idea is as you play the game, those pawns should show up. So like that raider you patched up and you sent on their way, in theory they should come back at some point, potentially. Now, unfortunately, the reality is these days, with all the DLC and all that they've come out with over the years, it has reached a point they clean out that list pretty aggressively to generate new pawns for new events that ultimately kind of undermines that entire mechanic, which is really a bummer because it's always a cool mechanic. There was a lot of fun and interesting things you could do with that. Alright, so at least we got a bow this time. But yeah, so it is one of those things. It's a really cool mechanic that unfortunately isn't really as relevant as it used to be. Because there used to be all sorts of gimmicks and tricks and all that you could do where you could deliberately get people addicted to drugs and then release them, and then they would come back with drugs in their pocket and all that kind of stuff. Now, that's getting too big is one of the things that goes against the whole story genre. Clearing it so much actively, yeah. Well, I think the idea was they set a limit on how big the list could get for practical reasons, for like performance and all that. And it's just the issue we have now of a lot of events will generate new pawns to do the event. So like you have a refugee event and all them, that it generates those new people. And so say let's say there's 200 people in the list. I have no idea how big the pool is. But let's say there's 200. What ends up happening is you get it full of the 200, and then it generates 8 pawns for a refugee event, and it knocks 8 people off the list. And you get the idea that it keeps having these triggering events that just keep, by their nature, culling the list by expanding the list. It definitely feels like there could be a lot more. I don't know the inner workings of any of that, but it has been a thing that it has become a kind of a bummer that there's a lot of interesting mechanics you could do with the way it used to work. So this biome is underground, no light? No, it's not underground. There are sulfur geysers over here, and they basically blot out the sun, but we are outside. So the sun is blotted out, so the mushrooms grow here. So yeah, so like you can't read it probably on your stream as well, but it says darkened skies. I'll take your leftovers. Give me that rat. Give me that rat. Yeah. Solid meal of rat. You wonder if there's enough sunlight to make a UV sensitivity gene give a mood penalty? I do not believe the UV sensitivity has a penalty on this tile. I haven't tested it thoroughly, but I believe you're fine with that one. Does the game give you a notification if left behind pawns enter the map? Only if you have a relationship with them. If you have a relationship with them, like their brother or sister or something like that, it'll be like, this person showed up with a relationship. But the thing is, the game will also generate people with relationships, which can sometimes get kind of cursed and kind of comical because you'll generate someone with a relationship that's impossible. Like, we've had cases where you'll have a colonist shows up on the map, gets married to someone, and then, you know, they have a kid or whatever, but then you'll get a relationship event that'll be like, hey, your son has shown up or whatever. It's like, this person grew up in my colony. I guarantee you they don't have a son out in the world. They've been here the whole time, from baby on. They definitely did not have a child, unless I missed something. But yeah, and it's just generating. There's a lot of stuff in RimWorld that generates things behind the scenes to justify stuff. Like there's a lot of flavor text when it comes to the metal horror that in a lot of ways can be a little deceptive to players. That the metal horror will be like, oh hey, you know, this person got infected by this metal horror by whatever. And most of those are actually a lie. Most of the time, what it is the game rolls and says, okay, you've got a metal horror event. And then it kind of looks back and says, okay, what was the thing that, you know, like, what was the event that would potentially give it to them? So where it says, like, you got hit by a site stealer, and that's what gave you metal horror. At the time you got hit by the site stealer, you did not get infected with metal horror. What happened was later on, the game rolled that a metal horror event is occurring, and then it looked back in the vault and said, oh, site stealer, that is an eligible thing. Are there thermal geysers? There are. And then if you don't have anything eligible, they'll have like a creepy joiner walk on the map who will be infected with it, or similar. Basically, it's using the exact same kind of mechanic as if you do where you make art, and it rolls and says, this is an art piece of, you know, this person researching or whatever. It's the exact same mechanic where it's not like you made the art piece and it was predetermined, or that, like, at the time of the event it decided, like, okay, that will be art. It's you made the art piece and it peeks back into the list of things that have occurred and said, okay, there's one. And then, you know, assigns it. Why are you idle? Did I not have enough trees for you to cut? Okay, we get ourselves another delicious rat. You've raided settlements where one of the pawns had a metal horror? Oh, interesting. I haven't seen that one. And you're not running any mods that add new events? Because that's a weird thing for them to remember to do. Well, I don't have anything for you, unfortunately. So let's get you to harvest those mushrooms. It's possible for mod? Yeah, it's always a tricky one, like, what did and did not come from a mod. It's so hard to get that figured out. I didn't even check your socials, probably rubbish. So take that. And I will take 2 medicine, please. Because genuinely, I cannot make medicine on this tile. How do you select a map bigger size to start? Oh, there's an option right at the beginning. Oh, I can't remember exactly which screen it's on. The big warning is the game will even warn you as well. Okay, blind fog just hurts our ranged. But the big warning the game gives you is if you make the tile bigger, which I think you make it like 1.5 or 2 times as big, you will run into issues where you'll have a pawn go out towards the extremity of the map, start starving, and start walking their way back, and if they have movement speed penalties, they can genuinely collapse from malnutrition before they manage to get back into the middle of the map. So it is one of those things to be careful about choosing the larger maps. You'll probably need to restrict your people to staying in like the middle part of the map to avoid that. It has weird side effects. Generally speaking, the map size doesn't matter too much though. By the time you're starting to reach the point where you start feeling like the map is getting a little congested, your wealth is probably high enough that you're going to be getting some very significant raids. Alright, we want to get this place enclosed and floored and all that. Gift encloses run? Yeah, compared to stealing the pants and shirt. Now, the sad thing is we got the face mask and the hat. Unfortunately, that does nothing for uncovered groin. You have to have pants. You can go 1 or 2 sizes bigger before it says it'll break the game. But that's only another 50 blocks in each direction. Yeah. Well, it's just, again, it's one of those things to be careful of that you can... Like, you really don't run into much risks of being like, hey, this map size, you know, like, I'm running out of space in the map, like, kind of thing. It's not really that reasonable of a concern. Like, it's one of those things that feels like something you should be worried about, but kind of really isn't. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a real bummer, isn't it? Alright, we'll put the research bench here, because that's the only place it fits. Yeah, especially these days where it's easier to move. You just want to go 1 bigger than normal? Yeah, that's probably fine. All things considered, that probably won't be too bad. Reinstall this over here. Be a little bit better. So I didn't pay attention to that. So the stove would need a higher weight support. That's fine. We'll end up making more rooms anyways. And very genuinely right now, I think just eating the raw fungus is fine. You're gonna need a little bit of steel. Okay, so we got a steel ruin down here. Alright. Is this fluid or static? I always do fluid. That's the reason why we are going to be an ideology. We're going to be a darkness ideology, because we're going to be based entirely around liking mushrooms and all that. But when you do the fluid ideology, you can't start with darkness or tunneler. So we like the idea of mushrooms, but our character doesn't actually like mushrooms, and we're going to work our way up to actually like mushrooms. Well, crap. That's actually a really bad one, because we are running... I haven't set this. There you go. There it goes. Alright, so we had the random research, so it set it to beer brewing. So the problem we're going to run into here is because we started with no research, random research, you'd be like, oh, you just need to make a passive cooler. I don't got that. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to chill here for a minute, and then once this starts building up a little bit, I'm going to caravan off the tile, and we're going to have to set up camp. And if a raid comes and destroys our stuff, a raid comes and destroys our stuff. Because unfortunately, without having the passive cooler, I have no counterplay to Heatwave other than to walk away. And this is one of the big negatives with the no research, random research. Otherwise, I could have, gone out of my way and beeline for a passive cooler to manage it, yada yada. Yeah, so let this get to about 20%, and then we'll caravan off the tile. Alright, so world map, form caravan, go next door, except you'll automatically bring the travel supplies you need, so get out of here. And that's because, like I said, I don't have any counterplay to the heat wave. I can't make an AC. I can't make a passive cooler. Even digging in the cave, while it does mitigate the temperature a little bit, it's not like it used to be. It used to be you could just dig into the cave and a heat wave come by and be like, ha! It's still 70-something degrees in my cave. It's fine. But nowadays, they've nerfed that because it was just one of many, many things that made like the underground colony is like so incredibly strong. But what I can do to make things a lot better for us right now is I can go here and go orders, harvest, and just have them start grabbing all the goodies off this tile. Okay, and it should be cool enough here. Yeah, so that drops off. Unfortunately, we had to just basically walk away from our colony, but what I'm doing right now is I'm having them cut down trees and all that sort of stuff. Actually, we don't... The wood's heavy. Cancel the wood. I'm having them grab a bunch of mushrooms, a bunch of the various, like, chem fuel, all the stuff they can harvest right now. Because then we can haul that back, and that's got monetary value and use. So even though we're stuck on this tile right now, we can bring some stuff back of value to trade. But yeah, so you can see it's 123, and we currently have no pants or shirt. We got a hat. Alright, so we got a raid back home, which is unfortunate. So I can caravan back home to try and hold the fort, which I think I am going to do. So grab the travel supplies. We'll grab the nutrient fungus. I'll grab the chem fuel. And we'll see if we arrive in time to keep them from burning everything down. And then once we fight, I'll have to run away again. Oh yeah, no, hot tiles are way harder than cold ones. Because, like, the cold tiles, you almost get, like, free food preservation. Oh, you're, like... So this is bad because we're at basically, like, maximum sleepiness. So we got heat stroke kicking in. They do as well, so we're going the same speed. So we got to round robin this thing real quick. You should not be keeping up with me. We should be oh, sorry, you should be keeping up. You should not be catching up with me. Okay, from what I thought, I reversed the way around there. Alright, so we're gonna run past our traps. And we don't need to kill them with the traps. We just need to get a good enough hit against, like, the torso, the leg, anything to slow them down is good enough. Nice. So strip that man of their clothes. Man? Was it a man? Yeah, strip that man of their clothes. We're moving up in the world. Because that gives us a little bit more protection against the heat. Also need to set home zones on this. Music, please. So same deal as if we start getting back up to 20%, we'll caravan off the map again. Because again, I don't have a counterplay against the heat wave beyond just walking away from our problems. Did we win the other run? We didn't continue the other run. We got 5 out of the 6 endings, and then the Arco Nexus, it was basically, what do we do now? Just fast forward. Is pretty much what it was. And so at the beginning, I was like, we can finish this, but it's just going to be fast forwarding. And with the Arco Nexus run being buggy right now, where it considered all my colonists lost, including the ones I brought with me, it was kind of like, all right, this is going to be more annoying than probably really enjoyable. Which is sad, because I've done the Arco Nexus run a number of times in the past. Like, I'm probably going to do it like 5-ish times on the channel I've done full playthroughs of the Arco Nexus. But yeah. Alright, so let's caravan off the map, go to our tile. Now there's a chance this heat wave lets off here any time now. Yeah, because usually I want to say they go to like 4-ish, 4.5 days normally without like a quest or something. It's kind of the longest, and I think there can be as short as like a day and a half. Alright. Same deal as last time. Harvest all that. Put down a sleep spot in the middle. And we can just let them run around and do that while we wait for the tile to cool off. That way they collect a bunch of that, like a bunch of the mushroom stuff. We can use that for mood management, and we can also use that for trade, so we can hopefully snag ourselves a decent weapon pretty early on. Because I usually don't do a lot of the, I do a lot of stuff like, your mod list is so tiny, and yet we potentially have been running into mod problems. So, because we actually disabled a ton of mods today because we were having the royalty event for getting your titles wasn't working. Like, just the shuttle wouldn't arrive. Wild woman showed up on her previous tile. What's your deal? Chemical fascination, and you're good at plants. I'm not gonna go out of my way for them. Yeah. Yeah, even 6 though for the silo cap. If I go in with like, you know, 30 or 40 of it, that still costs a couple hundred. You're trying to do quality of life mods only, but as you know, it's slippery slope. So I actually don't have the slippery slope problem with mods. I genuinely don't like putting very many mods in any of my games. Like me doing a heavily modded run of anything is a very extreme outlier. But like I said, we're running mostly mods that just mess with like UI and music on the past run. And even that was enough that it had like, and I can't blame the mod. It might not be the mod's that problem. Because like I said, I haven't been able to get it to work, you know, even with like almost no mods running. And I honestly just don't want to take the time to do that. Are you under 10 or so? Yes. You do the same thing, you don't mod too much? Yeah, so it's just very genuinely, I didn't see any mods that would even remotely make sense for messing with. The only one I can think of... Okay, so the heat wave's over, so let's get back to our tile and get back to work on what we actually want to be working on. So grab them, trade, we're down to 1 fungus anyways, bring all the silo cap. That's fine, you'll get there. It's really nice for streaming though. Sometimes people have so many mods installed that they have no idea what's going on. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of mods changed authors this expansion. Yeah, that's not surprising. It's a very common thing every time you have like a major update, whether it's a DLC or just an iterative update or anything like that. It's very common to have a very large number of mods no longer get supported, or who supports it change it. Because for as much as a lot of people are super into RimWorld, there's going to be a lot of people who just, you know, they've had enough hours that they're just bored, that they want to do something else. RimWorld's a great game, but no game is immune to people burning out. Or just, yeah, or I was going to say we had a mod author that passed away. That was one of the big ones. Man, I've always found just way too many things go wrong. I feel like with RimWorld it got to be a little bit of an exception because there was a lot of quality of life that has been missing from RimWorld forever that you had to turn to mods. Like, being able to deal with blight back in the day was such an obnoxious thing. Because the way you used to deal with blight is you go here and be like, oh no, I got blight. Area 1, okay, go ahead and do this. Alright, schedule, assign you to Area 1. Okay, priorities, work, set your plant cut to 1. And then you'd have to work on that, and then, you know, set it all back afterwards. And it wasn't the end of the world or anything, but it was just like, look man, do you know what I want? I want to do? I want to just right-click and say cut blight, and they cut the blight. Until the blight is cut. That's what I want. I just want them to cut the blight. Gameplay mechanic, player choice mechanic, it's very obvious what I want. I want the blight to be cut. I want to tick the box, and it's handled. Because that's the player decision. That's the conscious decision I as the player am making. Me having to micro and be like, no, reassign, set the zone, do all this, like going through that whole rigmarole and all that, doesn't add to my experience. It's going, no, I want the person to do this thing. I can make them do the thing. There's been so much basic crap that they forcing you to rely on mods. That's why you still have to micro, not to waste glitter. That is one of those ones I do wish in the base game, instead of just have, like, what medicine are we using, I do wish you had surgery versus other thing. At least as a minimum. Because a lot of surgeries, because like very specifically for the surgeries that require better medicine, and you say your people like use tribal, and you're like, alright, well I want you to go ahead and do the surgery for the carcinoma. And you're like, can't do it. You're set to tribal. It's like, I understand. I'm manually telling you to remove the carcinoma. Don't make me have to go through my assignments just to enable this. Like, I'm fine with it requiring the better medicine, which is the cost weight of deciding, oh, do I want to use this medicine for that purpose? That's the player decision. But, like, the climbing over hurdles that are just randomly put in front of you for a decision you've already made doesn't make it better. Yeah, so true. Just a little more granular in general would often be good. At least having the way to override the default. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. I think it's fine that, like, if the existing thing still was here, but when I went into my operations, or either when I went to allow medicine, I could choose change default, and maybe I could go in here to drill into an extra layer and be like surgery as like a separate category, or disease or whatever, or under the operations, if I choose an operation that requires better medicine, it just uses it. Because it's not like you get a choice. If you're doing the surgery that requires the better medicine, it requires the better medicine. Hell, even if it was just a right click, I could go with that too. I could go with one of those ones that, you could go to someone and say tend with whatever, right click on it. I'm not picky about it working in any one specific way. It's just mostly the comment around, the whole having to micro something that you as the player have kind of already made your decision on how you want to do. It's not like microing a fight where it's like, oh, go behind this cover, alright, shoot at that guy. That you need to do. Like, that should be in the moment. Okay, that's a better bow than you got, so let's switch it. To me, that's a meaningful micro. But, like, the micro of being like, hey, this field of plants, they got blight. I just want you to cut the expletive blight. Like, I've right-clicked on you, go cut it. I just want you to work on the blight till the blight's gone. Or you collapse, or you mood break, or anything that makes you no longer eligible to do it. Because that is one criticism I would give of the game, is they have a lot of things that really should have been fixed, adjusted a long time ago, that haven't, because they can kind of get away with it, because the mod authors do help, mitigate it. Which it's fine that the mod authors mitigate it, but it's kind of one of those things, if you see like everyone installing a mod to deal with one individual specific problem, there's a certain point where you're like, you know what? Maybe we should just put a solution for that. DJ's Salvation. DJ joins. Alright, there's a prisoner being held. They have 2 turrets, a mortar, and 2 pirates. And I'm going to roll in with a bow and low combat skills for a pawn that I can see they're good at plants and nothing else about them. And because of this mountain range being a solid wall here, I would have to go all the way... Geez, how far out would I have to go? What is the caravan path? Is it all the way up there? Ha! Just a 9-day each direction tour. Yeah, we'll get out of here. So, literally spend an entire season and a couple of days each direction for a pawn we don't even know if it's any good to fight, like, genuinely a pretty insurmountable thing. Going against 2 people are going to be rocking guns. Or sorry, yeah, it was 2 people with guns and a mortar and 2 turrets. Well, let's be real, it's a one-way trip. Yeah. Like, being able to click and drag in a formation to drafting colonists, for example. Oh yeah, no, I really appreciate that they added the thing where you could, you know, click and then right-click drag to, like, get them to go, even if it's kind of a little hard to get it to do exactly what you want sometimes. That was a really big boon to the game when they added that. Okay, so they're hauling. Once they're done hauling, they should actually get some research done. That way we can have tangible progress. I should put down the floors, though. Torrential rain. I cannot put down the floors because I already just forgot that I put this thing down in the mud. So you are going to put down wood floors and all that. It's going to be very inefficient because I'm going to have to put down docks. And we're doing that way, one, to help with the sanitization. And then plus try and get some level of mood bonuses in here. Now we're really hoping a trade caravan rolls through that accepts our side caps before they go bad. Because that could score a good amount of... that could potentially let me trade, like if it was a exotic trades good, for example, there's a good chance I could score myself like a bolt action or something like that for that money. Or if nothing else, get myself a stack of medicine so when inevitably something like malaria shows up, we can handle it. Or get like some pentioxylin so we can deal with a lot of diseases. Let's go ahead and go to our drug policy really fast so I got it here. Okay. So don't maintain... So what we'll do is silo cap, you can do it once per every 5 days, only if your mood is at, let's say, 50. You can maintain addictions for these. Once every 5 days, if your mood's at 65 or lower. Pentioxylin, once every 5 days, regardless of anything. Ambrosia, once every 5 days, if you're at, like... Well, actually, I'll make this one 60. I'll make this one 65. That one, like, 55. That one, 45. Beer will be after that, so once every 5 days. If you're below 35. Smoke leaf. And the amount of days people, like, have probably figured out, like, the min-max and all that, I usually don't care. And then... I think it's every 2 days if you're at 0, or 1% or whatever. Basically, let's say below 5. Close enough. Alright, so basically, if your mood absolutely tanks to its absolute minimum, you can do that. 150? Nice, Strider. And for why I set my policy the way I did, is that we look at that drug policy. Pentioxylin I wanted to take every single time that thing comes off cooldown. I believe that's 5 days off the top of my head. And then all these are the ones that are good for, like, mood management. Silo Cap, I'm still getting a feel for it. It does have some severe penalties. I consider Smoke Leaf the worst of the ones to manage mood. Like, Smoke Leaf will absolutely ruin a colony. Like, very, very genuinely, it can get really bad really fast. And that's because it penalizes your consciousness. You can technically kill yourself with the smoke leaf if you have enough penalties to consciousness. As a solo pawn, don't touch cap. Yeah, because the catatonic. That's the reasons I set it relatively low. I want to say the catatonic is not super long for, like, it's not... I want to say the catatonic for the silo cap isn't as long as the normal catatonic. I could be wrong. It still would be dangerous. We probably won't use it unless moods get really risky. Because if I get into a raid and I'm like at 20% mood, there's a good chance we end up going days. That's actually we had earlier. You've had one pawn go down for 4 or 5, that's pretty bad. But yeah, no, usually I won't resort to it too much because while I have all those set, most of the time I don't have those drugs, you know, available. Okay, what are you working on? You're hauling the steel back. That's fair. You had a pawn go down for 4 days? That sounds about right. Okay. But yeah, so the point is, if our moods are being unmanageable, I can't remember, it's what, a 5% chance? You hate how dark light kills everything in this biome? Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Anguish crew, they're gonna prepare for a little while. What do we got here? Iron-willed brawler quick sleeper. Ooh, that is a pawn I would want. The smoke leaf addiction is pretty bad, but iron-willed brawler quick sleeper. Ooh, I want that pawn. We're shopping, chat. If we knock him out, we're gonna turn this into the prison long enough to deal with that. How are you doing on your needs? Eat the fungus first. Don't get food poisoning. Alright, you hearing me, pants? Oh, we didn't rename this person. Alright, before their life is in dire danger, who gets to be this one? Alright. It is now Queen Slazzy Wazzy, who is going to be the Mushroom Queen. You managed to not get food poisoning. You have successfully not utterly screwed yourself right on the opener. Alright, drop this person. Oh, you snuck some silo cap when I wasn't looking. No! Okay, they backed off. Okay, we back off. We back off. That would have been really bad. We should just back off. I'm playing a dangerous game. I didn't see that you hit the silo cap when I wasn't looking. Because alright, we're down to being about the same movement speed. Because we were at like 60% movement speed. It's like, oh, they're way faster than we are. Yeah, don't pop hallucinogenics before you fight. Okay, we can keep him coming along this route. Nah, he's going around. Hey, a hit. And it's a solid leg hit, 62% movement speed. Hi, what is happening? We are doing some naked brutality and dealing with our first raider. Which we would like. Well, they do have a smoke leaf addiction that's going to be pretty rough. It'll genuinely be... Oh, second raider? Yeah, either way. It's a really good pawn, though. So we are going to capture this person if we down them. Oh yeah, of course it's a second raider, because I'm wearing the clothes of the first one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How badly are you bleeding? If I can get a couple bleeds on you, not like a lot, but just enough to knock you down quicker, we'll just kite them till they collapse. What happened to the previous colony? If you're talking about the long one, we kind of just did the assessment at the beginning of the stream that the Arco Nexus was mostly just going to be fast forwarding at this point. You know, and maybe something goes wrong, maybe not. But as far as like being fun or entertaining, with it being bugged, where it was counting every time we Arco Nexus, every single colonist has lost, even the ones that came along with us. It's just kind of annoying, and then just going to be a thing where you'd be just several hours of stream and me fast forwarding. Okay, go about your day, and we're just going to let them bleed. And the hope here is that they will collapse unconscious due to the bleed. And now we'll be able to capture them that way. Because we don't want to waste our traps on them. We don't want to... Yep. Keep on me, Cordy. We don't want to keep shooting them. I mean, 17's still pretty long. Alright, I think we'll try and pop one more. I don't want to knock their leg off. There we go. We got an arm hit. They're a nice spot of the silo caps here. Ah, there's a good spot of silo caps down there. Let's see if we can't get them by a bunch of silo caps so that we can knock their consciousness down a little bit. To hopefully knock them down pretty quick. Because then we'll knock them down. I will convert the bed in here to a prisoner bed for just the time being while I build like a tiny little shack off to the side. Yeah, because we can get them down to like 20-30. That might be enough to collapse them. So I'm trying to kite them through the silo cap again and again, because that should start to penalize them more and more on their movement speed. It's also penalizing us, but I got movement speed to spare. Getting sleepy, Cordy. So sleepy. So very, very sleepy. And by that I mean you're tripping out in a big way. I'm honestly surprised you're still standing. Ooh, that's closer than I wanted to go. So pretty soon it should not get up to the next severity. I don't think we're gonna get higher than that. Iron Will's not helping? No. Okay, it seems to cap out at 20%. From just walking by the mushrooms. Not seem to be able to get it to go much higher than that. So that's still a good experiment. Yeah, their movement speed is down to 18%. They should collapse the moment their movement speed gets low enough. I don't know what the cutoff is, like 15, 20% or something like that. The slower they move, the better. The problem is they're going to go extreme bleeding and you have to rush them back really fast. They're down to 18% movement speed. There we go, that's what we were waiting for, and capture. So what we're gonna do for right now is we're getting them patched up so they don't die. And then I'm going to need to temporarily chuck down a bed next to here that we sleep outside. But we need to get a second room built on here to make an actual prison versus giving them my bed. But we didn't have enough time to fix it up beforehand. Look at structures. I don't have any spare wood. It's gonna be a little bit of a weird thing. Please feed them. All right. Now, the other downside is all this stuff. Oh, there's a problem. Zone, stockpile. Yeah, I was just about to say, like, there's a problem here. Critical. Expand. Haul it. Haul it. Yeah, and that's I just noticed that as well. I was like, wait a second, I got weapons in there. Because normally I don't do this. It's actually not very often I take the time to capture people anymore. Unless they're, like, really good. But we are doing a Naked Brutality run. And, I mean, looking at this one here. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. What is their ideology? How incompatible is it? It's pretty terrible. It is actually pretty terrible. So the challenge we have here is they're going to be really hard to convert, being iron-willed. So there's a good chance we run into problems here. If they break out, they're also a brawler. We'll end up needing to just kind of work on that. So go up here. I know it shouldn't be this big of a room for a prison. I'm not planning on keeping it a prison. It's just gonna be a prison for right now. Disturbing vision, don't care. Another raid. Nimble Meandrist. I mean, that is some really high doctoring. I don't think we're going to accept them, but that is some proper high doctoring. But Meandrist will be a bunch of social fights, and they already don't have room for what we've got here. Okay, I need you to eat something. Okay, that's kind of a worst case scenario. We just got food poisoning going into a fight. So we're going to be moving at like 40% our movement speed. So what I'm going to have to do is draw them over the traps. That's the only way we make it. Hit the trap, hit the trap, hit the trap. Oh, they dodged the trap. No. They dodged both the traps. Come on. Nimble doing work for him. I'm glad they're missing again and again. Stop going around my traps! Nope, there's the first hit. It was a long time coming. Please. Please. Oh, come on. They're walking around every other trap. And they dodged twice on the traps. And that's what I was talking about. Food poisoning with naked brutality just ends your run. The fact that they were nimble and they went over just wrecked us. And barring something intervening like a trade caravan, that'll be that. And game over. Alright. So, let's go ahead and do a poll on what we got going on here. What are we doing now? More naked brutality. Tribal start. Crime scene cleaner, which is a different game. Let me see what else we gotta put on here. Because we've done a bunch of naked brutality starts, and it's one of the things, yeah, no, the glow forest, no matter what, if we do the run, I am going to keep with the whole, like, queen thing with the glow forest. It's just whether or not we switch it up from naked brutality, because we've done a bunch of those. Naked brutality can be fun, but as you've probably noticed, I don't take the time to, like, min-max any of the stuff. I just don't want to. It's not fun for me to do that. And with naked brutality, you kind of have to. Like, you have to lean into, like, doing the traps and setting up your stuff or whatever. And I just don't enjoy that gameplay anymore. I did it so much. So we're gonna put a couple other options on here. We can put Hotel Architect. And just putting Naked Brutality, where if a whole bunch of people's like, no, I want to keep seeing this specifically. I'm not against doing it more. Just for me, I get self-conscious about like when we're just repeating the same thing, trying to get off the ground. To me, it doesn't seem like that would be that fun to watch. Because you just sit there with the whole 1-2 pawn thing the whole beginning. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do the poll. We got 5 minutes on the poll. I have an ad trying to start at the same time, so I'll just snooze that. I want to see... There we go. We got the poll going. So, we can do Naked Brutality. We're just going to keep doing exactly what we're doing. We can do the Tribal Start. We're still going to be doing the Glow Forest biome. We're still going to be going, like, thematically the exact same thing. Crime Scene Cleaner, we would check out the brand new update they've got, where instead of being, like, you're working cleaning up mob boss things, instead you're cleaning up, like, cult kind of activity. Hotel Architect is a tycoon game where you run hotels. We played the demo, the version's out. And then Dinkum is more of like a slice of life, Animal Crossing, whatever you want to kind of call thing. I've got to really use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that while this poll's going on, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. You watch someone lose fantastically all the time, you're used to it? Yeah, but it's just one of those things that, like, watching that early game run where nothing's going on, for me, watching, I don't enjoy watching that kind of material, so I get very self-conscious about it. Like, it's fun to watch people overcome challenges, but when it's literally, it's like, you rolled jogger, like, you rolled a jogger nimble pawn, get wrecked, nerd. Oh, you rolled malaria, get wrecked, nerd. Like, you're in that early game where it's just, RNG death. RNG deaths to me aren't very interesting. Anyways, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Of course. Of course.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you! Right?
I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 unbirthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer.
Love, you sleep well. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Alright. Come by for another pass. Okay. Alright, come on, game, get back on the screen. Alright, so it's looking like we're leading towards a tribal start. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, that run there, the RNG thing that got us was basically we got food poisoning going into the fight, and they happened to be nimble, and we got them to walk over 2 traps back to back, and they, nimbled past it. Now that one, there's definitely things I could do to influence the RNG. Like, for example, if we were cooking the mushrooms, that would have lowered our odds of getting food poisoning. Now, granted, our pawn wasn't good at cooking, so not really that much. So it was kind of like more than the nimble getting past the trap. That certainly was an RNG thing as well. It's the fact that we got going into a fight food poisoning. That's one of the classic Naked Brutality killers. Is you get into any type of fight, because it's something, I can't remember, it's something like 40 or 60% movement speed penalty. Is really, really rough. Like, you can make it work sometimes, but like I said, we got them to go over 2 of the traps, and just they happen to be nimble as well, and it didn't work out. But yeah, another problem you run into stuff like Naked Brutality is sometimes the game will roll, you'll get a couple days in, and you'll get malaria and just be like, well, start new run. Self-tend malaria. Yeah, would you call it brutal? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like I said, I used to play that way all the time. Like, I used to, back before they nerfed the ice sheet and made it easier, I used to almost always do, like, Naked Brutality ice sheet runs, Naked Brutality tropical swamp runs. Those are my preference. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, you get malaria, self-tend 0%, you just go, well, start new run, don't even wait for it, this character's dead. Even if you get, like, solid 10 from then on, you're not going to get that sort. Okay, so we're going to do a tribal start. We're going to be doing kind of the same thing, but tribal start. We'll still do the no research, all that sort of stuff. Oh, do I actually not? Yeah, it's fine. The basic Lost tribe will be no research, random research. That's fine. We don't need to change the scenario. Try to survive, commitment mode, do this.
What's the worst that could happen?
We are adding the pirate gangs in. I kind of wish these were in here by default. Low-key, I'm finding these to be more interesting factions than the Waster, Yatkin, and Impids. For those who don't know, these ones here, they have like the whole range of a bunch of different xenotypes in them. So they're kind of like in the Wasters, that kind of area. But ever since they brought these in, it's just like, you know, that's fine. You got the Neanderthals and Yatkin, they kind of put those in there. And that's fine. But I like having the variety more, and these ones are also more dangerous because they roll in with guns and all that. Oh yeah, you totally trade out just for the variety of xenotypes instead of the pure ones. Yeah, the pure ones are kind of... Like, for example, the Impids. You learn, like, once you get set up to handle the Impids are not bad. Neanderthals could sometimes cause you grief. The Yatkins are the ones that I find cause me... So, to be fair, the Yatkins I find the ones to be potentially the most dangerous, yet I've died to the Impids more than any of them. Like, you get that one Impid that manages to break past your line and just breathe fire across the group, and if you don't have fire foam, you're just like, well, screw me, I guess. As half of your pawns go running in all directions, and then the rest of the Impids just pile in. And, like, once they've gotten in there, it's just so hard to rally a defense, because everyone's scattering, and all that kind of stuff. But later on, once you get some decent weapons, they almost never wear armor. If they do, they'll be like the leader with plate, and that's it. You can just shred them before they get anywhere near you. It's just an early game concern, or if you're not set up well. Or if you're rocking nothing but chain shotguns. They will punish you for chain shotguns if you don't have a fire foam. But yeah, I know it's kind of a thing with me with the Naked Brutality, the pacing. Like, watching it as well. A lot of times when you see people playing Naked Brutality, they'll have that first stream, and it'll be like 4 or 5 hours that they'll have just 1 or 2 pawns, and it'll just be working a research bench, and that's about it, because that's what they can afford to do. And it's fine, it's a challenge. Like I said, I used to do it as well. But even as much as I like slow challenges, that kind of gets dull after a while for me. But a lot of people love that playstyle, and more power to them. I like to nerf my research, so that, like, we get the colony started earlier, but, you know, progressing the colony is slower. That's the reasons why I like the Adam and Eve challenge, is it's kind of in the same realm as Naked Brutality, where you have 2 pawns instead of 1, but otherwise the same kind of deal. But it's much slower since you're only allowed to take colonists who are born in the colony. We'll find a different one. That one's pretty cold. Not cold. The elevation is making it so it's going to be hot. We're looking for something kind of in the mid-80s. Yeah, that'll be good. And this will also have a couple of, like, little hills and all that, so I think that'll be good. Create fluid. It doesn't matter. We're going to load one. So I'll go boom. Okay, so we've got the frequent on here. It's a Mushroom Empire. Otherwise, it's pretty standard. Let's see, Naked Brutality is just RNG until you get another colonist, which is fine. But too often you get malaria run ender, like you mentioned. Yeah, well, that's just kind of the thing, is you'll have the run where you'll start it, and almost immediately with the run start, you'll have... Ooh, Nimble Night Owl. Can't social or caring. We'll make that our melee pawn. We'll bring Felicia up here. And honestly, the rest of these people are pretty awful. That's honestly, I'll do that one. What's your job? You grow plants and you punch people in the mouth. Good job, Felicia. A fertilized alligator egg. Okay, I'm not taking that for all those negatives, though. Tough quick sleeper who also can't care. That's a dangerous idea. Because we need at least one person who can care. I don't need an animal person. A pacifist with some properly good skills. Okay, how cursed am I making this place? What else did you have? You were just pacifist? Yeah, you were an undergrounder's not going to work here. At least not likely. Yeah, so tough quick sleeper is good. And neither of those two can doctor. So we definitely want to make sure we got a doctor out of the night crew. Just straight up night owl, we'll leave that for a second. Underground, just... Ooh, who do we want to make our actual queen person? I could see... Yeah, we got options. I don't want to deal with jealous right now. Unless the jealous person happens to be the person we're like, that's going to be the mushroom queen. The mushroom queen can be greedy or jealous. Kind, psychically sensitive. You are a doctor, though, so I'm willing to give it a go. Are we going for the royalty ending? I don't actually have the ending planned, because the idea is to conquest. So we're going to be destroying a lot of stuff. Nimble, tough, too smart. Okay. Nimble and tough together is pretty amazing. Unfortunately, they're a shooting pawn. That's definitely someone to consider, though. Alright, so let's look at what we've got here. So we have 0 cooking and construction. I think I've got like 4 people who can do plants. You're our researcher. You can... Yeah, so you're our researcher. So that's a melee pawn. We got tough, quick sleeper who can't do anything. Yeah, that's the thing. Tough, nimble without the melee passion is pretty rough. Too smart is good as a kind of middle ground. The thing is, I don't have cooking or construction. So if we're looking at this, this person's going to do plants. That's all they can do here. They could also potentially haul or whatever. So they're either plants or a dedicated hauler. Tough sleeper, they're also plants and or hauling. So that could cover that whole thing between both that. Then we get down here. You're a researcher. That's straightforward. You are the doctor. You'd probably be the person I would make do construction. And unfortunately, a melee pawn is my doctor. That is always my curse. All my people who want to do melee also want to be doctors. Or also, I should say that. My doctors, all that. Yeah, you're a researcher. You do medical and mining. Honestly, I feel like we get rid of this one for a cook. Yeah. Third and fourth pawns are also X's. Yeah. We have a lot of X's in this colony. Alright, so you are in relationship, or form a relationship with that. And Olivia... Oh. And these two are also X's. I do want to re-roll this one. Nimble and that's good, but I do think I probably want to get at least someone in here who can... I'm willing to take that. Pyromaniac, great memory, super immune. And they bring in construction and mining to the table. They're kind of a jack of all trades. And I'm willing to just have the gap in cooking. I think that's good. And then we'll just have to decide who the Mushroom Queen is. Because it'd be between these two. Whether I make Selvi it, they're just a night owl who can do shooting and research. Or the Pyromaniac with great memory and super immune. Because I feel like Felicia should not be it because they cannot social. Do either of you have social? So none of them have a passion for it, but that's okay. And then our moral guide. We're gonna be a no social colony. Cool. That's fine. No meaningful social with 2 people who are ex husband and wife. This will go great. It'll actually probably be fine. Early on, they'll probably social fight a bit, but over time, usually that starts to drop off. Alright, so with that, we got ourselves a brand new start, so let's take a look at what we got here. So, we're definitely not going to be living in any type of mountainous area, because it's all on the edges of the map. Let's go figure out who's going to be our melee. So, obviously the nimble melee person is probably going to be one. The tough, quick sleeper who's got a passion for it should be another. Selby's our guaranteed ranged person. You'll be a ranged person. I think you... Yeah, you've got a passion for melee, but you are my only doctor. I think we're just gonna live with that. Alright, let's get it all figured out. So, grab a bow. Grab a bow. You apparently have a third bow. Grab the knife. And where's the Equa? There's the Equa. Grab the Equa. Alright, so schedule. Recreation. Assignments. No medicine on everyone. Defaults. No medicine. If you get medicine, carry that. Work. Alright, so I'm going to assign everyone to their passions and then figure it out on the other side. So I do have one legitimately good doctor. And 2 people incapable of doctoring. So our next best doctor is you. Which works out because you're probably going to, like, while you're not putting out fires, at least you could be doing something. Honestly, just do your best. You're all terrible at it, so it makes no difference who's doing it. You can handle. We'll take you to deprioritize that. So you're a researcher primarily. You'll also craft badly. So you should be... Yeah, so you're here. You are going to be our construction mining person, our grower. I don't really care about the art. You can be focused more on the mining side. And you will be our cleaning, hauling person. We'll lower that priority. Yeah, so you'll be your cleaning, hauling person. Okay. So it's good that we actually have a dedicated cleaning, hauling person. I usually like to have those once we can get established enough. Alright, so yeah, we can build over here. So this time we're going to make this a bit larger. We're going to go ahead and go for the 10 by 10. Toss down the new... Actually, it'll probably go bigger than that. Let's lean in. We'll do... Just gonna go ahead and plant this whole, like, good stuff area here. Okay, so let's get that off the screen. Alright, so step 1 is we need to just start hacking things down. You're gonna want to yoink a bunch of these mushrooms. And we're also gonna need to cut down a lot of wood. We're gonna start clearing the surrounding area. After the last few runs, you're happy to see some good construction. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a trick. And I also like this one because I honestly don't like using the traps. They're very effective. Like, they're good. You should use them. But also low-key. With all the colonies I've done with traps in the past, I don't much care for using them anymore. And it's not being like, oh, that's like... too strong. It's nothing like that. You just get kind of tired of making bases that feel very the same over time. Alright, so get this all moving. Production. So in this case, we're going to immediately get an oven. Go straight for the butcher thing, because I can afford now to have them beeline to getting some of the production stuff up. We don't need to immediately make a crafting spot or any of that kind of thing. We will need someone to mine a little bit. I'm also going to go ahead and say disassemble these ruins. It's not really a priority. Okay, we got components and all that I'm not going to be able to use for a long time. Not seeing any steel nearby. There's some way up here. And some gold way up there. Alright, well, that's not encouraging. We got steel down here. Right on the edge of the map. More steel down there right on the edge of the map. More steel on the edge of the map. More steel on the edge of the map. Even more on the edge of the map. Okay, so all the steel is terribly placed. This is the default. We haven't changed any map settings. Alright, well... Actually, it's not mine a ton of it. Let's just go down here. Mine a couple of blocks. It looks huge? No, it's the standard. And go in here and floors. And chuck down some wood floors to start with. And for the handful of spots where I can't put down the wood floors, chuck down some bridges. Alright. Alright, so I think Selby here... They move the map size button, you always forget to adjust it. Yeah, and I leave mine on the default. Historically, it's been a thing that changing your map size has weird side effects. So I haven't changed much. Alright, so we are going to start where the Mushroom Queen is going to be Selby. So we'll get that sorted. So we are making our Night Owl. Just because they're going to stand back, do the research and shooting, we're going to keep them back at home. Where later on, when we start getting a bunch of stuff disabled due to higher ranks, we'll want to make sure that's not a whole thing there. As far as the moral guide goes, and thank you to the follow, welcome to the stream. It's probably going to be the Sandoval. Let's get you all sorted. There's the Prophet of Morel. Oh, right, they gave us free animals. We're probably going to kill those, by the way. Because none of them are particularly useful animals. We're just going to go ahead and eat them and be done with it. Take that mood penalty before we're later on. We might bring in animals for the colony down the road, but the animals we started with are pretty garbage. Alright, so let's start naming people. First of all, we got Felicia, our frontliner. You're going to do plants. Actually, you're going to clean and haul and stab things in the face. So there's Illyspid. Welcome to team stabbing things in the face. It's alright, we got Saburo. You are our colony doctor, and you're also going to stab things in the face. And that's going to be Fox Merle. Welcome to the colony. And then third up, I think you're the one who is actually assigned to do plants. Going to be team range. That's going to be Zerx. And fourth up, we got the moral guide, who's a pyromaniac with great memory and super immune. You are a construction mining person. That's going to be Conrite. And last, we've got the Mushroom Queen, who is going to be Reventoad. And you are our researcher. And the person who's going to shoot stuff in the face. Alright, do we have the tree here by chance? Okay, the tree has not shown up yet. Okay, do not put human corpses there or rotten ones. And there's a regular stockpile for the time being. Is the mushroom biome from Anomaly, or how is it regarding the food? It is from Odyssey, the mushroom biome. Anomaly didn't introduce any biomes at all, just to be clear. So it's the one here. And food, you're going to grow nutrient fungus, or you're going to use sun lamps, because it's effectively like it's permanently nighttime. Speaking of which, we have you're a night owl. Yeah, so Raventone and Illyspit are night owls, so let's get their schedules sorted out. Having 2 night owls right at the beginning. I don't get that very often. I really like having night owls in the colony, especially like if you get later on the run, you end up with 2 or 3 doctors. I do like having the doctors all on their own sleeping schedule, so doctors shouldn't be sleeping at the same time. I found it to be immensely useful to managing a lot of the mood stuff. Alright, so right now... Oh wait, we need to go to research. And we are using the semi-random research, so I tick this little box here, and I have no control of research now. So we're getting smithing as our first research. That's not my preference, but honestly, considering what I've gotten in past runs, I'm not going to complain about smithing at the start. Smithing is a perfectly acceptable starting research. Alright, trying to decide how I want to do this base. Smithing means stabby and helmets. Yeah, Smithy is not a bad one. That's what I was saying. It's like, it's not usually the one I'm going to go after for my opener, but I think I'll go compound style. I haven't done that in a long time. I know compound style is what, like, so many people do, but it's one I seldom do. So that'd be 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we're gonna getting more rooms. We're gonna have a lot of wood to go with at the beginning. And I know a lot of people be like, why are you building your place out of wood? You know that's super flammable, right? You're all gonna die in a fire. I have random research. We might literally build the ship before we get stone ground. So, you know, I'm gonna have to deal with what I got available, not what I want to have. We'll make one of these into a barracks, the other into a rec room. This will be a production room. We'll want a storage room and all that later as well. Plus, I can actually build the wood on all this mud. So that'll be a solution short term. We will eventually go grab ship, because for those who missed the entire idea behind how we're setting up this run, is we are going to be switching over to a darkness ideology once we're able to do that. So we're just going to have to do a bunch of rituals to make that happen. But the plan is we're going to get ourselves some ranks in the Empire, with the intent on, you know, having someone who's got like the Archon tile, and then we're going to go Conquest. If we do try to do the royalty thing and it bugs out yet again, I'm just going to say to heck with it, and we will just use the tree to get psychic powers and give ourselves a throne room even though we don't actually need it. We'll just pretend it matters, which means we won't get the mood penalty or whatever. But I've been having problems with the royalty stuff not working. like the bestowing ceremony, the shuttle just won't show up. And I've had that both online, off-stream with, you know, not nearly... Like, I'm running next to no mods. Like, I'm running even less mods than the mod command has. About the only mods I have is I have P-Music. I've got the Music Manager. I've got Random Research, and I've got no starting research. I believe that's everything I'm running right now. Alright, so here's the question of who the heck is cooking. So you're a dedicated mining person. Since everyone here sucks at cooking equally... Well, except we have two people who suck slightly more at it. We'll have the mining person do it, because this tile, the mining person's probably going to have the most open available time. Only the weak fear fire embrace the heat. Conrad's pawn believes in that. Conrad thinks you're onto something. We should all embrace the fire. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is making an outdoor space somewhere in the middle here, because this will kill... This will end up killing a bunch of the mushrooms growing around the area and all that. You'll need to get that storage inside. So for right now, that room's getting storage room settings. Delete that storage room so they can drag this junk inside so it doesn't just rot out there. Chop down more wood. This is also a tile that you do get wood more regularly than, like, extreme desert, so it's not as bad, but you can run yourself low on wood pretty quick. The timber shroom do not grow very fast. So it's not like extreme desert where you're like, oh, please give me more wood. You just end up having to go a long distance. As opposed to, like, you know, the forest tiles and all that where you can just pull up a bunch. It's not nearly as bad. I think grassland is pretty rough on the wood front. The glacier tiles can get pretty rough on the wood front. Alright, let's just speed this up. It is nice having a dedicated hauler. Dedicated hauler cleaner. Most runs I don't get one of those at the start. Why are you not... Who is our... Oh, you're a cook? Yeah, butcher those animals. If you're going to go ahead and kill the bonded animals, the least you can do is not let them rot outside. That's just deeply upsetting. Those exploding mushrooms scattered around the map, is it even a safe way to get rid of them? Yeah, you can just cut them. A lot of times they won't explode. Like, sometimes they'll explode when you're done. It's not a guarantee. I haven't had too much problems. Like, I've even just gone and said build over it, and they don't explode up, you know, for me. Now, granted, it could be something where they were bugged and they weren't exploding since I tested it, but I've generally had very little problems with them. And we can go to furniture. We'll say light leather. We don't have it, but light leather is one of the more common materials. There's a good chance we will get it. Do we have someone we want to have assignments to go hunting? Well, everyone's got it as a low priority. So I'm going to go ahead and... queue up where if people don't have anything else to do, all animals are forfeit. I don't imagine we're going to do a ton of that, at least not short term. All right. Visitors with items to trade. Okay, so we can go here and go furniture. And I'm just leaning in on this wood. We're gonna pay for that eventually, but, you know. I have not made any of our recreation stuff. That is what we call in the business a mistake. Okay, who's our highest social? Oh, right. You all suck at it. Conrad is our highest social at 2, with no passion. Take the Pila, take the club. We're not going to use it. Give me your herbal medicine. And that'll do. All the herbal medicine in first. It's the one that rots. Fungus seems plentiful. I don't think... Yeah, so you have the fungus dark torch, which we'll do that when we go to the darkness ideology. If we do that now, what'll end up happening is we'll end up taking a mood penalty. I think it's like 6 mood penalty or 5 mood penalty for darkness. So we are going to do that, because wood is plenty easy to get a hold of, at least early on. That'll probably become our ideology room. You know what, let's just aggressively grow entirely out of wood. This is a great and terrible idea, and by that I mean it's a terrible idea. There's not actually a great part to it. So you know, that is what it is. Okay, you'll need a bridge there. Okay. We're just gonna keep building and building and building and going and going and going. And just make it all out of wood. It's gonna be great. It's definitely not something I'm gonna have to worry about having a pyromaniac here. That's certainly not gonna go bad. Trust me. What could possibly go bad in a base made entirely out of wood with a pyromaniac? Nothing. That's the answer. Literally nothing could go wrong. Certainly no one has ever started the game just learning it, taken a pyromaniac in their colony, made their entire place out of wood and or carpeted with a pyromaniac, and had anything go wrong. Okay, so it'll be 7. Alright, so making entirely more base than I should also do, because that's another big mistake you can make, is just building super aggressively. Because queuing up this much certainly doesn't result in a whole bunch of rooms getting half finished, with none of them getting actually finished. Wait. You need bridge. Okay. Mad Bullfrog's gonna attack everyone it sees, and you're right here next to my base, so that's perfect. Oh, so you just get over here. Fire starting speed on Conrate. And going right back to the base, so the very, very first threat arrives, and Conrad is already immediately trying to set fire to the base while it's present. This is really kind of implying certain things are going to happen here. I'll note, we're what, 4 days into the run? Hey, could you put that out? Now granted, this actually isn't that bad of a time. Being it was just a little toad, that's not a big deal. What you worry about is when you're doing a major fight and then your pyromaniac runs back to the base and starts lighting stuff on fire, and you're like, oh, come on, man. Okay. And we'll let them start building all that. I'm gonna start by canceling. Get out of bed. So you can at least go to a room that's not full of junk on the floor. That's gonna hurt your moods more. Not worried about artwork quite yet. Okay, so still about 1,700 wood laying down there, so let's not queue up more trees to cut. Okay. So just have a person who's growing, just running around harvesting things. That'll be fine. Yep, so the first research we queued up by random is smithing. That'll be nice for getting our helmets. The one downside is when we looked at the map, almost all the steel on this map is really badly positioned. It's all directly on the very edge of the map. Which means I run the risk of, when I go to harvest it or whatever, just having a raid pop over and kill whoever's there before I have a chance to do literally anything about it. It's worth, honestly, avoiding a lot of that. But at the same time, you know, I want the steel, so... Alright, so the faction is going to be the Mushroom Empire. And the home of Shroom. Because the reality is we're not going to be staying here. Eventually we're going to go, like, conquering and all that, and the plan is just take the grav ship, make a throne room on it, everything, and just start doing that. Non-copyright infringing Mushroom Kingdom. Yes. Complete with Nario. And Luiga. And Princess Beach. That was, my niece and nephew were going to, like, one of those... It was, like, this park that was, like, themed around, like, all sorts of, you know, fairy tales or whatever. And they very clearly had, it's like, oh, that's Donkey Kong. No, it's someone else, don't worry about it. Oh, that's clearly Cinderella. Don't worry about it, it's not Cinderella. I do find it very amusing when you go to, like, the state fair or whatever, you see all those things, you're like, you got your little fair thing you go through, and you got a plumber wearing red who just doesn't happen to have a letter on the hat, and a plumber wearing green who doesn't happen to have a letter on their hat, and they're fighting a big turtle, and it's like, yeah, it's the copyright safe-ish Mario. But they'll have a lot of, like, all of them will have, like, it's very clearly meant to be Pikachu, but they give it, like, slightly different tail or something like that. Like, instead of having the bolt tail, it's got, like, you know, just a weird triangular tail, and you're like, uh-huh. Something tells me if the lawyers get involved, you're not gonna win that case. I don't think this falls under the considerations of, like, you know, transformative or anything like that. So much as, very clearly, this is designed to rip that off. We actually had in Central Florida, we've had a number of, like, restaurant places that have opened up that have very, very clearly been like, alright, you're really pushing your luck on this. We had a, oh man, what was the ramen place? It was over by the convention center, the Orange County Convention Center. They had a ramen place that was very Dragon Ball Z themed, and you're like, okay, you just straight up have Dragon Ball stuff on your walls. Not like copyright safe Dragon Ball, like, you know, it's Soku and Sohan or anything like that. It's just like, no, that's just Goku. That's just straight up Goku. Alright, the ape men are attacking one dude who is going to get her blasted. Are you not slowed with all those hits? Yeah, you're slowed like 63%. There's a sushi place in Korean barbecue restaurant in town called Son Goku. They opened another location next town over that's called Sun Gohan. Yeah, like that's those ones that are like, okay, if they just call it Son Goku and Son Gohan, but they don't like really lean into it, it's like, alright, that's enough, you can probably get away with it. But then they're like, oh yeah, it's Son Goku. And then there's just a whole bunch of art that's very, very clearly Dragon Ball. And you're like, alright, come on, man. Now granted, is Dragon Ball going to be losing any money on this? Probably not, so they probably only care if it becomes a whole big thing. But yeah. And then there are some times that they actually work with it where they'll license with the companies for cheap, or they'll get some, like, tacit agreement where it's like, hey, as long as we're not causing a problem, whatever. Usually, though, they'll do stuff that's like, it's enough removed you can get away with. Like, there was, I don't remember where it was, but there was, like, reading about it that there was, like, this strip club that was Star Wars themed, but it was just people dressed in, like, the Leia bikini from episode 6. And Wonder's like, alright, I'm sure there's a market for it. There has to be. But because it's just a bunch of women in, like, these weird metal bikinis, it's like, alright, this is enough removed. If they didn't use Star Wars, it's like, very clearly you get the reference. It's a sci-fi place with that kind of thing. But it's enough removed that's not a big thing. Versus if it was, like, Leia's and it has, like, the barge and everything, there'd be a point where you cross line, like, nah. No Padme Imperial attire? I mean, they might add that later. This is going way back. I remember reading about it because there's this whole big controversy at the time. Would they use Pikachu as a heart shape for a tail because it's still Pokemon copyright? Yeah. But, like, because there's a whole thing about it, and I don't remember the exact line in the sand. Because there's the idea of, you know, if you're not making money on it, it's way more lax what you can do so far as copying stuff and not getting in trouble. That you can have stuff that's like fair use and all that. When you get money involved with it, the rules get quite a bit stricter, but you are allowed to do parody and satire and all that kind of stuff. So you can have a bar or whatever that parodies Mario and be okay as long as it's far enough removed and you're not just straight up lifting Mario and trying to pretend it's Mario. But it's in that middle area that gets really, really tricky to be like, alright, are you just straight up ripping this, or is this parody? Like, where are we at? And there's definitely times you can find this stuff, you're like, no, you're solidly way past anything. Alright, so let's grab the medicine. The components won't do anything for us right now. So let's give them as much silo cap as we can with getting cash. And how long does the silo cap have left till it rots? 27 days, 29 days. Yeah, it's fine. I was basically gonna say if it's close to going bad, I would just gift it. Smithing, and next one is stone cutting. That's actually a pretty solid start. Very genuinely, that's one of the better starts we've had with random research so far as the stuff being assigned. Alright, you only support medium. That's fine, we can put you down here. Furniture. Okay, so new adjustments here. Do not store wood in here. And do not store steel in here. That can sit outside. So here can be wood and steel and block. So go in here and don't allow block. Wild woman wanders in. Alright. Nervous, psychically dull, chemical interest, non-violent. Does genuinely have a lot of passions. This is not great, though. Nervous is pretty bad. Psychically dull is neither here nor there. Chemical interest can be pretty obnoxious. Pacifist can be pretty rough, so I'm gonna let that one go. You're a Star Wars nerd? Yep. But also, Darkstrider, you're talking about basically was a strip club. I don't think they're particularly worried about canon. Considering, if you go at a lot of the theme parks, once upon a time, like the Hollywood Studios theme park thing, they were going to make sure everything was, you know, okay with the canon. And so people genuinely are kind of upset that they finally created the Star Wars land. But, like, you couldn't see Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker or so many of the characters because of the time frame. I mean, they could have had Luke Skywalker there, but it'd been old Luke. But they couldn't have had, like, so many characters people wanted to see. And so after a while, like, you know what? Never mind. We'll let characters who wouldn't canonically be there time-wise be around. After they got rid of the I'm blanking on the name of it. Not the Hyperion. Was it the Hyperion? The Star Wars resort thing. Which is a cool idea that sadly just didn't last. New lovers. Zerx tried to attract Conrad by joking about fighting bandits. Conrad responded well, and now Zerx's lover. Okay. So, weren't you two the X's? I'm pretty sure... No. Oh no, those two are the X's. Never mind. Zerx knows what's up. It's like, this Empire's taking off, and we got the second in command here. Like, can't go after the Queenie, but like, the Queenie's advisor? Yeah, we can make this happen. Let's see. And Lord of the Rings, but the second part of their name is more subtle. Yeah. Let's I also thought it was funny. There's like this whole thing about supposedly Star Wars nerds and Star Trek nerds not getting along and all that. And I've been like a huge fan of Star Wars for a long time, and I enjoy Star Trek, but I wouldn't call myself a big Star Trek nerd, but I really enjoy it. You know, I just enjoy sci-fi. So you'd hear all these people like getting super upset about it, and you're like, I don't know, I like both. Most of the people who I know, generally, if they like one, they like both. Now, granted, there's definitely people who have preferences. That there's definitely people who have preference for one or the other. And I do know people who like Star Trek who are just can't get into Star Wars. But none of them came across like, oh, I hate it or whatever. It's like, no. They just like the world building in Star Trek. Let's see, honestly, not seen the last 3 Star Wars movies or the recent spin-offs. Yeah, you'll have people who badmouth the most recent Star Wars movies, episodes 7, 8, 9. I think 7 was perfectly fine. It didn't revolutionize anything. It feels very much like A New Hope, but hey, what if we made it now? 8 went off the rails. They got a director who their whole thing was, you know, doing stuff to surprise or whatever people, and it very much felt like they're like, okay, well, we're gonna have this whole thing where you can kind of surprise everyone and like do this whole thing, and then they started coming up with a story and they got cold feet. And so it felt like it wanted to subvert your expectations, but then they got scared and they didn't want to commit to it, so it kind of just came disorganized and ultimately just wasn't good. Like, it had some cool ideas or whatever. Yeah, what if we had a slow speed chase in space where we had like artillery fire that somehow worked in space? So yeah, it was very much, it kind of felt like it wanted to go in 3 different directions and didn't go in any of them well. And I do think it was definitely one of those things that the director wanted to surprise everyone, do something different, and then at the same time, you know, Disney was like, all right, this is going too far, let's rein it in, and we didn't get anything that really fit anyone's there. The space bombers that just dropped bombs out of the bottom was egregious. Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely 8 was not a great showing. Okay. So we now once again have the novice ceremony. So we've got this. The shuttle did show up this time. So the question is, what was causing the problem before? Was it a mod? I'm also not sure what room they're deciding is considered my room for being like the throne room. It should be this room, probably. Hey, and we get the bestowing ceremony. Alright. So the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies returning to theater on the 35th anniversary. Man, I'm kind of tired of nostalgia cash-ins of that kind of thing. It'd be like, we had this movie that was famous. We're just gonna put it back into the theaters again. It's like, okay. I mean, I liked the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm gonna be real though, I don't really need to see it again. Like, it's good, and they used a lot of practical effects, so it actually hold up pretty okay by modern stuff versus like the really heavy CGI stuff usually doesn't hold up as well. You saw episode 7 in the cinema, but the other, including the TV spin-offs, you stayed away from. It seemed just like something Disney made for money. So, very genuinely, I think the TV spin-offs are all really good. Like, you'll have people who like poo-poo or liked different things about different ones, but like, The Mandalorian is excellent. I know there's a lot of people that had strong opinions about Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan's good, and where people whined about Rita as the villain, I actually think she's a pretty solid villain. I do think Star Wars is notorious for people being very judgy about things. I say as someone who is a part of the fandom and everything. Unimpressive bestowing ceremony. Don't care. Got the title. Yeah, and Andor I feel is really good. That one's got pacing that I could definitely see some people not getting behind, but I really liked Andor. So I'd actually say in a lot of ways, the TV series have held up way better than the movies. I definitely feel like Episode 7 was fine. Like I said, it didn't revolutionize anything. It was continuing the franchise. It was fairly predictable. It was fairly safe. Whereas 8 and 9, 8 tried to take things off the rails, 9 tried to drag it screaming back on the rails, and so both movies suffered for it. Solo, I think, is a very underappreciated movie, and Rogue One, in my opinion, is like the best Star Wars movie that's ever been made. Like, don't get me wrong, I got a big old mountain of nostalgia for Episode 4 and all that, and Empire Strikes Back and all that. But if we're being real, as far as, like, objectively just a solid, well-made movie, Rogue One does an amazing job. It's just got good pacing, it's got good stuff going on, they've got... It's not the classic Star Wars where everything is like, that's the bad guy, that's the good guy. Well, how can you tell? Because something dark side. Something light side. You're like, alright. It's fine. But can sometimes get a little bit lazy on the storytelling. Agreed, Solo and Rogue One? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, there's stuff I could see people not getting as into in Solo. But I think Solo paid for the sins of Episode 8. Okay, so we got stone cutting, so that's good news. 7 was, Starkiller Base is bad. I think Starkiller Base is fine. Like again, I feel it was one of those things. It didn't do anything exciting or anything like amazing. There wasn't some reason that you're like, ah, that's the one I should check out. But I also don't feel it was terrible. Somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah, I think that was screaming and waving the hands in the air and trying to just band-aid a story together. Because Episode 8 ended the direction it had been going, because they definitively killed what was probably going to be the big bad before. But that's that whole, you know, Rian Johnson just wanting to be like, hey, let's go ahead and just subvert expectations. But this feels like disjointed story. Don't care, not predictable. Yeah, but not being predictable is not necessarily a bad, like, good or bad thing. Yeah, nuts. Agreed, Slimcat, where 7, 8, 9 were different directors. And I would say the big problem was 8. Because 8 just, like, here's the way the story was going. They had a lot of foreshadowing. They had a lot of good stuff going on. And then 8 just went this way. And then 9 just had to be like, what is this sack of crap I got myself sorted out? Like, this has no coherent direction or anything. I guess I just gotta make it work. So I would argue very much... Oh. I'd very much... Oh, you are relatively close to the edge of the map. If I'm going to take advantage of this tree for psychic powers, I'm going to have to carve a path through here. I know it's not that much shorter, but going out and around, if I get attacked, if I have a path through here, they just have to go this way than that way. If I have to go out and around, I have to go up in the mud this way, so if we have a raid here, I can just go through, have the cover. You don't think Johnson did anything particularly wrong? It was refreshing to see some experimental stuff. But 9 is our cars. Well, I think the problem was, I think Johnson was willing to take more risks than Disney was okay with. And so I think Johnson started making a bunch of plans and then got reined in, is what I think happened. Is, you know, Johnson had stuff he wanted to do, and because of that, I do agree, while I don't necessarily... I'm not as much of a fan of the way Johnson makes the movies, that's not really for me. I also don't think it's necessarily the best fit for Star Wars. I do think the going both directions of, like, trying to have a bunch of variety and then bring it back in, I think that was the only really wrong answer. Versus if they're going to lead into subverting expectations, you just got to do it. If you're going to lean into just, you know, making another Star Wars movie, that's fine too. But it's that where they kind of ran the line right between the two of those that you didn't get a satisfactory of either. It is also something they probably needed to do from the beginning on episode 7, so that it kind of set the tone for 7, 8, and 9, versus jumping in the middle way where you just kind of abandon the existing stories. I'm gonna have you stop to butcher the word real fast. But yeah, like I said, 9, I think they were trying to take it back to something safe. So, reintroduce a known villain, all that. I don't also think that was a correct choice either. But I do see it as more, they were trying to salvage what they saw as something being fairly unsalvageable. Me and Tomb both get grumpy about Palpatine's return kind of thing. Like, you know, it's just kind of one of those things like, man, it's just out of left field. It doesn't feel like part of it. It definitely just feels like bolted on at the 11th hour. But I do think like that point was already so far off the rails. There was going to be nothing you could do that was going to make people happy. And understandably, it's not me like making the complaints that sometimes you'll have stuff where expectations get out of control thing. Well, in Legend there's a secret cloning facility. Yeah, but that's Legend. It's not real anymore. All those hours you spent learning that, like I did, it's nothing anymore. You can enjoy those stories, but unfortunately they're no longer relevant. But yeah, no, there's a whole thing, like, freaking Palpatine comes back like 5 times in Legends. You're honestly more offended by somehow rather than him coming back. Yeah, honestly Palpatine return could have been done, but the way they had it was just awkward and made no sense. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I feel like if they were going to have Palpatine come back, they would need to start breadcrumbing it in episode 7. Like, that's, like, I do agree having 3 different people telling that story without having a cohesive, you know, planned overarching story was where the things went wrong. If they had like sat down at the beginning being like, here's the beats we want for the 3 next movies, even if they didn't have any of the details, but being like, here's the overall beats, I think it would have been fine. There's so many science fantasy excuses they could have gone with. Clones, space magic, imposter, using his image, etc. Oh yeah, and especially with the clone stuff and all that already being canon in Star Wars. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the series. You can't do a trilogy without knowing what each part is. Yeah. I feel like it was just they gave the directors too much independent stuff, and it'd be fine if it was one director they gave all the independent stuff, or they were working directly together, or something of that nature. But if you are going to give the director just creative freedom, it either needs to be one director, or you need to have some oversight. Still was mentioned on the screen, it tends to be brought back into canon except as material. Yes. Yeah, so Darth, there is the whole thing, like, very genuinely, one of the big things that's been going on is a lot of the stuff, especially like the series and all that, has been recanonizing a lot of old stuff. The problem you have with a lot of stuff is just accepting Legends as true. You can't do that, because there is some stuff that will never come back into canon, like Jason, Jaina, you know, young Anakin, Ben Solo, all those now would run directly counter to the canon. So anything directly tied to them is going to be Legends and Legends forever, because having an entirely different set of kids kind of makes that not possible. Okay, looks like we might have run ourselves out of wood. No, we're not. I still have 700 wood. What am I doing? Cancel that. I forgot I moved the pile outside, so I was looking in here for the wood. Oh, there goes the tree. Or the mushroom. Yeah, sometimes they'll explode like that. That's fine. But I've actually found the chem fuel mushrooms pretty meaningful, like manageable. And also because so much of the ground is mud and all that, it does help prevent the fire spread pretty easily. And then also, when you start getting the light here, it starts killing the grass nearby, so if there's enough fire, it'll start killing the grass. That actually makes it harder for it to spread farther. Oh, right, I turned off the self-expand. Oh, no, we did not turn off the self-expanding on the home zone. That's fine. Usually I do, because I get tired of them sweeping everything, and then usually I don't build compound style. So, this is atypical for me to make one big compound building. Usually do a bunch of independent buildings next to each other, or we'll do, like, cave bases or whatever. Luke still has to have some game before he faded? Not necessarily. It is curious. And actually, for the record, I think the canon reset, I'm actually pretty salty about that still. Because both Star Trek and Star Wars got screwed by that, by the same director, nonetheless. Was like, I want to write my own story and just not be beholden to what already exists in the canon. Okay, we want your name on it, so sure. Thanks, man. Like, don't get me wrong, it feels tricky that they'd have themselves written into a corner. And I think they would have had to do something like, just, like, it's a whole universe. They would have had to just step away from the main characters and story arcs and go with a different set. But it's a whole universe, so there's plenty of room for that. But that is what it is. It's done. Can't change. Can't go back and undo it. And meanwhile, we actually got the stone cutting. So I already have this queued up. I probably should be canceling it, but honestly, I was going that. So you dug yourself into the old Republic area way over a decade ago. So you get to live in your my little niche of history bubble with confidence that if mentioned, Exar Kun, to someone in the modern writer's pit, you'll probably get a Exar Kun back. Yeah. Exar who? Yep. No, I remember with the Yuzhong Vong, which would be the old Republic, but the Yuzhong Vong and all that stuff. I very much enjoyed that story arc. I do feel like, of the people we've had in the Star Wars universe who have fallen to the dark side, Jason Solo was one of the best done. Because instead of the, like, I need to help people, suddenly evil, you're like, oh, okay. It was a slow burn down where it was actually his, seeking of knowledge and, all that kind of led him into finding things, which I actually think is a good path to go and teach people. Because it can be a thing that you can be a very smart individual while also making really poor choices and all that. And that's not to be like anti-intellectual or ism or anything. I actually get very aggravated when people are like, oh, people are too knowledgeable or whatever, they can't be objective. It's like, that's not true, I don't agree. But it is one of those things that it can kind of be a pit you can get yourself into, where you start getting to know something and kind of let it lead you in a bad way. So we got a jogger who's staggeringly ugly and has lots of injuries. And so I like that as opposed to, a lot of the previous falls are more, oh, you can, like, ends justify the means sort of thing, or, a character's like, I am good or whatever, and it's like, oh, but your family's in trouble. Never mind, I will burn babies. Someone I care about is in mild concern of trouble. Yes, I will definitely betray everyone I know and love. Murder children. And you're like, this feels like a pretty big jump here. I feel like in a lot of ways this doesn't actually follow the character very well. Like, I'm okay with them getting there, but I feel like there needs to be about eight steps of eroding morality that needs to happen before we immediately go to literally murdering children. And the books do a better job of covering it. But it's very easy for people who know a lot about one topic to assume expertise translates to other topics, than to begin assuming any topic is automatically a good one because they're smart. Well, and to be fair, as a society, we do that too. You'll have someone who manages to, like, set up a successful business, and then they'll be like, alright, well, I'm going to work on this completely unrelated thing. And people are like, oh yeah, well, I mean, they were successful in that business. Clearly, clearly they should be someone we listen to. And they're like, that's not how any of this works, man. It's like, oh yeah, this person set up this business. We should clearly make them, give them some like really big level of authority over something because they're clearly smart. It's like, right, but that doesn't translate. Now, in their area of expertise, of course, sure, you should definitely listen to them unless you're also, it's conflicting between experts or whatever. Like, you should listen to your doctor about the things your doctor, like, is an expert in. Absolutely. That's the reason I'm trying to, like, preface it's not anti-intellectualism, because there'll be people it's like, oh, doctors don't know medicine. You're like, no, you should listen to the doctor. What do you know? Unless you happen to also be a doctor, maybe you should listen to the medical professionals. It's kind of what they do. But you'll have someone who it's like, oh, this person, yeah, they made a successful payment processor. Okay, well, yeah, so we're going to put them in charge of, like, how road infrastructure works, and you kind of go, what do these two things have to do with each other? It's okay if they've got experience and knowledge, but you shouldn't assume they have one entire thing over here and they have any knowledge of the other thing over there. You can be both very smart and very stupid at the same time. Tech Bro Jedi to Sith pipeline could have been a pretty good plot line. And to be fair, in a lot of ways, Anakin is like super duper technically knowledgeable. Like that's one of his things. He builds a droid as a kid and everything, so he's not a tech bro, I wouldn't say. He's definitely a very technical person. I think the problem that happened with the whole Anakin thing is if you look at episodes 1, 2, and 3, other than like 1 or 2 story beats in 1 or 2, pretty much the entire story is episode 3. Like 99% of the entire story is episode 3. There's just like the 1 or 2 beats in the first 2 that lead into it. And so they really just didn't give them time to have like, again, that slow erosion where, Anakin is willing to compromise his morals just a little bit to achieve an objective, and a little bit more to achieve an objective, and a little bit more to achieve an objective, until he eventually gets to that point where you're like, oh, wait a second, we're doing some pretty awful things with ends justify the means and this kind of stuff. Instead, it really feels like, no, I'm the good guy. No, I'm the good guy. No, I'm the good guy. Oh, Padme's in trouble? I will betray everyone and literally murder children. You're like, hang on, this came out of nowhere. Hold up, bring it back a little. I feel like the jump here, the jump from being the hero to the villain, was very, very abrupt. Yeah, Clone Wars helped a lot with that. It did. Like, and that's the thing. But that's effectively, I'm not gonna say it's a retcon. They didn't change the story, but they did a lot more about trying to flesh it out. But the Clone Wars cartoon, it took them years and years after that whole thing to finally flesh it out. You do get some of that in episode 2 where Anakin makes some comments about how good he has in the Force, and later you can see him talking about how much of a strongman political theory makes sense. Yeah, but it's definitely one of those things being like, oh yeah, we can, it'll be more effective if we do this, politics this way, we just force good on it. Versus, again, by episode 3, he's murdering the children he used to protect. Like, literally shows up and is like, yep, gotta kill some babies. Like, the fall is fast. And you're not wrong. After the movies aired, you got the Clone Wars cartoon, they did a lot for it, and there was a lot in the novelizations that they did a lot more depth. And that's just the mercy of movies. You got like an hour and a half, 2 hours to just really, really get in there and get out. He does start smaller. He murders children before then, too. Yeah, this is true. There's the Tusken Raiders. But like I said, I think it's just the nature of movies. You don't have time to really properly build up. Because that was, me and Tomb, we watched A New Hope because we wanted to show it to one of our friends for the first time, that they had not seen a single Star Wars anything. And so we're like, all right, well, let's just do A New Hope. Let's start with the very first one and see what you think and all that. And we're making the comments like, man, you go back to those earlier Star Wars movies, like and this isn't even Star Wars, just movies from like the 80s and 90s, and they do a really slow burn to build up. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, they start with the opening combat sequence, but once you get past that, there is like no action in that movie for like 2/3 of the movie before they finally start getting into like the stuff with the Death Star and all that kind of nonsense. Episode 2 also suffers from having 15 minutes ads about industrial light and magic crammed in the middle of Geonosis. Yeah. But like, I feel like it used to be with a bunch of those movies is they didn't have a problem letting you slowly work your way up to your plot point. You know, like really build up the tension, really build up all that stuff. Versus like nowadays, like, no, the movie's gotta move. We gotta get to the next action scene. We don't have time. Which again isn't even a Star Wars thing. Like you look at superhero movies, they used to have the whole thing, ooh, charge rifle. There's no way I could afford that, right? Okay, we might be able to make this work. Okay, so first, if we get that, that puts us up to about 1,050. If we... Oh wait, don't do it that way. Cancel that. Alright, so what we need to do is start harvesting all of the silo cap you can and hauling it back. Because we can get ourselves like another 100 or so silo cap. That should be enough I could buy that charge rifle, which would certainly be a big step up going from normal quality short bow to charge rifle. The TV show do this a lot too. There's an obsession with cutting filler, which means character development scenes essentially. So you get action, some plot, paper thin characters. Yeah, well it feels like you either have the ones where they just rush through the story, or you have the ones that just do a good job of like oh hi.
Hi. I love you very much.
I love you more.
Sorry to interrupt your story.
Oh no, it's all good.
But I'm heading to bed. Bye.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well and stay handsome and be the best husband of all time.
I can't do all those things, you ask too much. No. But yeah, what I was gonna say is you either have some cartoons where, like, I agree, it's just about getting to the point, like, they're very episodic. There's not as much continuation between episodes, yada yada, and I agree that's a big problem. The alternative, can we catch him? Get over there, Conrad. I need you to talk to that person. See if we can get a last second, possibly get that charge rifle. Okay, did we get enough silo cap? No, we didn't even get any back. It's fine. So what we're going to go ahead and do, because I wanted to get the charge rifle, but we don't have the money for it, unfortunately. So we're going to take all their medicine, and we're going to give them enough silo cap to take all their cash. So that maybe the next time we'll get it. But yeah, or you'll get the ones that, like, the character development is the show. There's some of those out there. And those tend to be pretty solid for a bunch of that, where, you know, every episode they just go a little bit farther. But it feels like there's very little in between. It also feels like most of the cartoons where they actually do good character development end up being like Netflix series, those kind of things. And then that's always a challenge because they do that slow burn character build-up, and then season 2 comes, and then Netflix cancels it. And so then you just honestly get kind of pissed off. Because you just start getting into this area, like, okay, it took me a while to get here, but we're like this character, we're starting to get a backstory. That's really awesome. And then it's just the season's gone. You're like, well, now I've just been teased. I don't get to pay out on the other side of this. Thanks, man. Oh, and we're out of wood. We got the stone bench done, so any stone do forever. The Mortis arc. I'm trying to think of that one. Then you've got old anime. Old anime where you clearly didn't have some budget. You had to add an extra episode in there, so you got the filler episode, the proverbial beach episode or hanging out by the lake, which I meme on a lot, especially in other channels when we're talking about this kind of stuff, where you'll have the episode coming along and it's like, oh yeah, where we'll have this one episode where you go to the beach. You'll have, like, the main rival of the main character, whether, like, the villain or romantic, whatever, like, you know, that they always butt heads normally. And they'll have the episode, and they'll have some, like, genuinely solid character growth where they come to terms with each other's differences. And then you go back to the next episode, which is the main story that was clearly not filler, and that entire progress is thrown away and is never acknowledged again. And I both love and hate that that's a thing. Because it is 100% that it'll be like, oh yeah, you're always aggressive and you're always a jerk to me. And it's like, you know, I really should be better about that. I'm going to strive to do better in the future. And then you go to the next episode, it's right back to normal. Because that filler episode was never really planned. It was just shoved in there because they're like, all right, we need 13 episodes. We got 12. We got it. We need one more. The contract said 13. There's another one. Avatar: The Last Airbender, the cartoon, they have one of those that, as much as I genuinely do really enjoy the episode. You're like, this you could just cut this episode from the series. Nothing changes. Nothing changes at all. And there is character growth and development there that vanishes right afterwards. So while I really love that series, that one beach episode, like, I can't remember if it's a lake or whatever it is, where they just randomly take both, like, the villains and the whatever and put them together. This is also why you get hot spa episodes. It's complete filler. Oh yeah, marriage is on between Xerxes and Conrite. Cool. So I find the episode very enjoyable because it's almost like the character growth you could have had, you know, in the alternate reality, that in this alternate reality the different sides came to terms with them. But in the actual reality, this never happened. It was just a fever dream. Was it a text immediately? Oh, it was a text immediately. It helps if I actually pay attention, chat. Alright, so let's go ahead and have us go over here. Because this person's got a revolver. It's going to be mine. But what we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to stay out of the way. Let them run up. And in the moment they get themselves... Okay, so they're coming over this way. Because when they get to the corner, the revolver has a pretty fast fire rate. Not fire rate. Pretty fast, like, aim time. So get in there. Bam. Start stabby. Okay, and take the man's clothes, because they did not die, correct? Oh yeah, they're still gonna die for a while. We don't want this person, so we're gonna strip them. And the queen demands priority. And we'll be taking priority over that weapon. We will be equipping their bow because it's slightly better than ours. Well, that bow is slightly better than ours. It's actually not terrible pants, all things considered. They're 66%, which is not great. Let's see, the son and daughter and the father, Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, have to try to get back to their fleet. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, no, I remember. Those are ones that blank into my mind. Also, remember, chat, time travel is canon in Star Wars. You're welcome. They only do it once, and it's like, we should never do this again. But it is canon in Star Wars that time travel exists. And they're like, but we destroyed the thing that allowed it. It's like, yeah, but you opened the can of worms. It's open. The worms are everywhere. As once you've done this, it can always be done again. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm actually pretty upset that Star Wars has time travel. But, you know, it's fine. It is what it is. Let's see. We need to make 13 episodes, but got content for maybe 11. Let's put a beach episode and a hot springs episode. Yep. And a world between worlds. Yeah, let's see. You thought the point with the Alta beach episode specifically to show the villains' motives, while also having them explicitly refuse to grow in the past? Which itself was part of the characterization? Oh, it's gone back to a whole thing. No, but they actually had some of the characters like get along and have discussions and get some understanding. And it's just some of those stuff that they don't acknowledge. So I do think it did clarify motives. I do agree with you on that one. But then there was character growth between some of the characters having some understanding that wasn't going to change what they're going to do in the future. But then, like, the sudden never acknowledging it again was also kind of a, oh, okay. Time travel's how Palpatine returned. Honestly, if they did that, as long as they did proper setup for it, I'm okay with that. Let's see, there's a few episodes of Samurai Jack that were highly questionable and made no sense. If you know Little Red Riding Hood episode or Red Dragon episode, I know I watched Samurai Jack, but man, as much as I enjoyed the series, if you went back and was like, could you give like the actual plot points? Be like, man, no, I can't. Like I know the main villains and how they moved around, but at this stage in my life, if you ask me to go back in the old brain vault and ask that, man, genuinely the answer is no, I can't. Oh, there's not a place to put the body? That's fine, we can fix that. I thought I had made one. Well, we did a couple of resets there, so who knows. Low quality, clear, not low quality, low priority, and there. You do not need to sweep the corpse pile. It is a corpse pile. Something something Aku. Something something time travel. Yep. It is the work of Aku. Alright. We definitely need to get stuff going here, so far as the wood stuff. So, the big problem we're going to run into is we are building on areas that can't support stone in a lot of cases. So, that's going to be a whole pain point. Because that is one problem with the mushroom biome, is you notice all of this terrain that doesn't support heavy weight. But we are going to slowly replace that once we get more brick. Yeah, foolish samurai warrior. But yeah, no, every season's got those. That's there's a really fun one with Dragon Ball Z with the Frieza saga. The reason that saga goes on for freaking ever is there was an artist strike, if I remember correctly, at the time. So they kept reusing that footage. Like for a whole bunch of that. Wood inside, stone exterior. Well, we're probably going to replace what we can with stone. I'm going to let them finish building the wood part they've got now. And then we'll do cleanup afterwards. But it's fine. But yeah, so they had like the Frieza saga, so they didn't have like a bunch of their animators were on strike, but they still wanted to air the episodes. And so what they kept doing is they kept doing like flashback after flashback after flashback and recycling the same combat sequences on Frieza and all that, with the occasional thing where they would stop and it would show like you'd have Goku talking, but Frieza watching Goku talk, so that they didn't have to animate the mouth or anything like that. It was certainly a whole thing. All right, so you got a Neanderthal. So taming has always got its risks. Because I think it's something like a 10% chance. I don't even know if we have some. Yeah, we... Oh no, we have someone who can tame. How high is our taming? Who's the highest? 10. I think 10 is the bare minimum. Is it 10 or 7? It's been a while since I've tamed a wild person. It's 7. So that's going to be about 16% chance that we tamed them. And about a 10% chance they beat the crap out of them. Oh, 2 wild people in the same time? Oh yeah, no, that happens a lot. If you're not actively accepting people, the game will practically try to force people on you. So they'll have crash pods, all that stuff. That's kind of the fun one when you're dealing with the naked brutality, where you'll have runs where it's just like drop pod, random wander trying to join, wild person. Because the game does have systems where it will try to get you more people, or it'll try to rein it back in, all depending. I'm gonna have to send my people hunting for light leather soon. One thing that can help is periodically going through here and choosing allow. The allow will make it so when a ward kills something and leaves a corpse, we can go and butcher it. It also means rotten corpses, you'll clean them up, but whatever. That can still be useful just in case you get Death Pall. Alright, so I do need to get these bedrooms done. I do need to get a storage room. One interesting thing is once you get the Gravcore stuff researched, you can genuinely actually use the Gravcore stuff as a... wait, did we already get electricity, or was that the other run? That was the other run. Okay, that's fine. With the Gravcore ship, you can build that on top of all of the different terrain types, which is another thing that makes it ridiculous. Your wife had a game try to start 5 spawn less than an hour. It was dang Randy. Yeah. Let's see. Oops, you better head to bed. You gotta get up early. Was going to the zoo combo celebrating your birthday and your sister and brother-in-law's anniversary thing. That's cool. I hope you have a lot of fun with that. You sleep well and all that. This is probably the most wood I built a base out of in a long time. I think the last base I can think of I did that was very heavily wood was we did a hospitality run way back. Okay, so you're gonna give me... Did we not already do this? Don't you already have a title? Okay, it's literally the event for where a person's running from a second time. Alright. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't misread that, right? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, we're just gonna kill 2 iguanas. Okay. I misread it. I thought it was the one where the person's running away. It's not that. We're gonna have 2 iguanas we're gonna attack. They'll be here soon, so let's draw people back to the home zone so Zerx isn't caught up by themselves. Even though they are a pair of iguanas, that doesn't mean you won't get unlucky and get 2 hits to the neck and fall over dead. I do love the wild people are going in here, taking our cooked food, using the table. It's like, we are children of the wilds. We embrace the wildlife. It's like, no, but we're still like, we're civilized. We're still gonna use our silverware. Come on, man. Who do you think we are? Okay, you're getting upset because low psychic drone, you got rebuffed. I need to get those bedrooms sorted or we're gonna start having some serious mood penalties. Let's say, please at least hit it. Oh, hang on, I didn't see you flanking. Okay, so Zerk's got one little nibble on their toesy. Okay, so we got some Glitter World has arrived. And we'll make sure Zerx gets patched up real fast. Who's our doctor here? That'd be you. So please patch Zerx. Oh, we could probably for right now go in here and switch this over to herbal medicine for the time. We're starting to get a bunch of different medicine. I'm going to have to be careful because we won't have much medicine access here. But we can go ahead and bump you up for that. Alright. And like I said, we're going to be replacing a bunch of this with stone. We want to get that glitter world in here if we can get something else out of here. Okay. So Psychic Drone is ending, quest-wise. So you got the Acolyte Ceremony. So I need to have a throne for you before we could take the next title. Also, could you please haul this corpse you dropped in the middle of the base out of here? I know you dropped it because I drafted you, but also get it out of the base. Right, so one thing we're going to probably do is we can put the fire right here for the Sky Lantern parties, because we haven't been doing any of that for a while. And we'll put a fire in here, because this will probably become our ideology room down the road. I am going to need to free up my people to actually go hunt so we can get some amount of leather, fabric, that kind of thing. The problem is the people I'd send out hunting are our researcher, which needs to keep researching, our construction mining person, and our growing person. The other ones are melee, and melee can't hunt. Bulk goods trader. This should be good. We definitely want to get rid of all of our silo mushroom or whatever it is at this stage. That'll clear up some space. We can get rid of anything of value they'll take. Because then we need to get a storage room, we need to get these bedrooms done. We also potentially get materials from them. Okay. So let's go ahead and get rid of the meat. Because it's going to rot. We can get rid of the... not the light leather, but all the others. Because the light leather is what I've been planning on making the beds out, because we can get a hold of that. The ambrosia and the silo mushrooms. Alright, can you give me anything really good here? I can get cloth from you, which will be beneficial. The horses are good for caravanning. We can get rid of the clothes that they haven't been willing to put on because they're worn. I don't need to trade to get mushrooms. I will take your stuff here. Yeah, I can get the cloth. That would allow me to get some stuff built. I think we stick with what we got here. And we bump that up a little bit just to get the max money out of them. It's good enough. We got a warehouse nearby. That's not too bad. So that clears up the inventory a lot in here, so we can have them quickly haul that glitter world in there so it doesn't rot. Okay, so everyone's going to be able to get their own bedroom soon. We can start making this into an ideology room. Then like I said, it's going to be a whole thing where we end up ripping down some of these walls and immediately replacing them with stone. I have no idea what stone we're going to have the most of on the map. Oh, the crafting person is our researcher. Well, that's research. That's why research is slowed down, is you're just crafting. We can fix that. We can change the bills here to have a limited range. To just around here. And then I can go out here and set these to be hauled. And then our hauling person will just bring them as able when they don't have other stuff going on, and that'll only cut the bricks that get close by so they don't have to run as much. Yeah, so right now it's the sandstone we got the most of. And I'll probably expand this to make the storage up here or whatever. Or down there, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's plan to start getting this all switched over. You know what, it's fine. We'll leave the corners up, that should be enough to support everything. We'll get the place replaced. If it lets me put stone there, we'll put stone there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because we're about to get the last of the wood in here anyways. This is wasteful to do it the way I've done it, but it's fine. Someone needs to be hunting. So Zerx is a decent choice. Let's bump that up to 3. That might have Zerx actually get out there and hunt some. What's the best way to level crafting? To craft. As far as min-maxing, I don't know the answer. You don't get crafting unless they've changed it from block, which I always thought was BS that was the case. So it's stuff like tailoring and smithing and all that. If you just set up to tailor your clothes and all that, that'll help. If you're trying to like get it really high level, just any crafting thing that you've got a lot of material, so making lots of helmets or swords or whatever, anything that keeps you at the crafting bench is good, other than, again, blocks do not give you crafting, while most of the other stuff will. Nowadays, with how easy it is to go hold of steel and all that with Odyssey, it can be good to just do all the Odyssey stuff like that. A tortoise has self-tamed. A tortoise has accepted becoming food. So in here, the only thing giving me crafting is what I'm doing on the smithy. It's making the helmets. All the stone and all that's doing nothing for me. You're gonna have major break risk because we're tearing down that. You're still upset about your animal? Okay. Oh, and we got this. Begin unleashing the spores, which is our Sky Lantern party. Because we want to reform our ideology as quickly as we can. Because that way we can go to a darkness ideology. And then we can make ourselves actually like mushrooms. Because we're an entire mushroom-themed ideology, but our people don't actually like mushrooms right now. Let's see. Beautiful Unleash the Spores gave us an ideology point. I think we only need 10 for the first one, or was it 8? 10. Does it still take longer and therefore give more XP to make Colonist craft in the dark? I genuinely don't know, because usually that gets kind of into the min-maxy strategies that I generally don't engage with. It's just kind of one of those things that feels like, okay, this shouldn't give you more XP, though. Okay, you can also queue up the corners. Now be getting the sandstone brick done. On we'll go to here, orders, allow. That's like wondering if you patched or not. I have no idea. There's a lot of that cheeky stuff you can do in the game that, if you're really aiming to min-max, you can do all sorts of weird, silly shenanigans. Let's see, Grumpy and the Psychic Suppressor. So we would get a high mate, and we would get Psychic Suppression. They have social of 8. I'm going to accept this person. So we're going to be psychically suppressed for almost 8 days. So Gumpy joins. Welcome, Gumpy. You are going to stay in the home zone because you are a child who's going to probably have a bad time. So what did we agree to? Kind, delicate, non-violent. This is actually not bad for a 6-year-old. So nothing wrong with them. They're just a high mate. We also have another wild woman has wandered in who's a kind optimist who's extremely good at mining and research. Okay. The game is trying really, really, really hard to get me to accept another person. I'm willing to consider the Neanderthal since it's hanging out right at base. So hopefully we can have support there if it does go violent. This one up here I have no interest in. But this is what I was talking about, where RimWorld will try to genuinely keep you growing your colony. It can be pretty obnoxious if you don't go through, like, when I'm doing my Adam and Eve runs, it becomes pretty obnoxious if I don't go through and disable all these events. Because you'll end up with, like, a bunch of wild people running around, drop pods constantly dropping because the game is trying really hard to give you someone. Low-key, when I was experimenting with this run offline, I had a high mate child join as my first additional person. Like, that's fine. You know, we can get them to be able to work on, like, cooking or whatever around here or research. I can use this person. And then the next thing I had is like the asking for help. It was our character's mother, who was also a high mate. And I'm like, okay, hang on. And then after that, we had another pacifist who was not a high mate. And I'm like, look, game, stop giving me pacifists. It's like you're giving me a whole lot of colonists that are useful for keeping the base running, but are going to be worthless when I need to actually stay alive. But the important thing is they actually have social, which is something our colony does not have. There's a good chance once Gumpy gets old enough, they will take over as the moral guide. Okay, and are you actually getting any hunting done? Oh no, you still have a billion trees queued up. Yeah, so let's go here. I can't easily cancel all trees. Let's see. Cancel those. Alright, where are you going? You're going for a walk. Good. So you're not cutting down the trees for the wood that I don't need a bajillion of anymore. So we'll be set on wood for a long time. It's interesting that you still haven't built that wood wall over there. Who's our construction person? That's fine. Okay. Because I'm willing to consider these wild people here. This one I don't want. It's not the worst character, but a non-violent chemical interest who's nervous, even though they're bringing a lot of passions, including medical, to the table. So they're not a good pawn, but they're certainly a pawn I could put to use. I definitely don't want to deal with that. It'll be interesting when I go to build stuff and we can instead put down the bridges, the heavy bridges now, to circumvent the need for the moisture pump. It's just really inefficient so far as steel. Okay, so everyone's got their helmets. Oh, I guess at this stage, add child's helmet, do until you have one. Okay, and what do you want for learning right now? You want to read? I don't have books. And you want to take lessons? I don't have a desk. Gumpy is not going to have a good childhood. So who here gets to have a good childhood? Ornate Gamer, congratulations. Your childhood is going to be awful. You're going to learn very little. And it's going to be a thing. Because I can't accommodate much of it. Oh, it's looking like we're getting our first bed built. Alright. Where was the happy couple? Yeah, so it's you two. So let's get over here. So it's Zerx and Conrite? Was that right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Zerx and Conrite. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. You now have yourselves fancy, fancy beds. Bed, singular. You have a bed. One, just one. Because Zerk's managed to get a little bit of time to actually go hunt stuff. One colonist is... oh, that's fine. You are a pacifist, and I'm not letting you walk too far away from base, because you will die. There are lots of critters on this map that will absolutely eat you. Okay, letting them slowly convert the walls to stone. I guess starting the next one. Yeah, so we keep having them hunt. We should gradually get everything we need for those. Okay, so it's technically a higher chance that Maddie fights us than we tame her, which is not great. And that's partly because of our consciousness penalty going on because of accepting Ornate. Oh, you're of an ideology that already likes eating fungus. Yeah, Tumbler. Now let's change the approach to this. We're going to say sandstone, do until you have 200. Granite, do until you have 200. Limestone, do until you have 200. There's Ship to Stars. You can tell because the lag is ridiculous. Slate, do until you have 200. Marble, do until you have 200. Backstone, do until you have 200. And then get rid of this one. Remove the range. That way, once they get 200 bricks. Alright, Fennec Fox is hunting Ornate Gamer. Like I said, we even have them inside our base area. And they're still being attacked. So let's get you here. All the way in the corner. Ranged people, pile around it. And then you over here. Because the Fennec Fox has chosen death. Don't beeline past everyone. Would you? Why are you not attacking the fox? And who was our doctor? It was Box Fox, wasn't it? Yep. And I'm gonna need to deal with that snake next. No, you are bleeding from your yes. Get to bed. As soon as you patch that one up. Okay, before anything else goes bad, Box, you're gonna stay out of this. Because what needs to happen here is that snake's cruising around too much and they will hunt children quite frequently. And now it's sorted. Alright. Get working, getting everything built. For a new player, do you recommend just the base game or some DLC? Generally speaking, I would recommend people play just the base game at first. RimWorld is a game that has a lot of different systems going on, and every DLC adds like a new layer of systems. And that's not in a bad way or anything like that, but it is a thing that can be very, very overwhelming as a new player. Not that it's not going to be like terrible if you play the DLC and all that right away, but generally speaking, I think it's in your best interest to, you know, to kind of do them one at a time. Like, once you start feeling comfortable, be like, but I want more, you know, then grab the next DLC, you get the idea. I'm having you hunt a whole bunch. And generally I think you get the most bang for your buck, either doing the Ideology, Biotech, or the Odyssey DLC. I would save Anomaly for last, because it's kind of like its own thematic thing, its own challenge. And Royalty is the one I would say arguably brings the least to the table, even though it does bring some pretty cool stuff. Like the psychic powers and some of the weapons it brings you and all that are pretty awesome. But generally, as far as the DLC's offering, it's kind of the weakest. It was the first one, so they were kind of figuring things out still. But yeah. Also, you don't want to be at $100 or so and the DLC had turned out and you not like the game. Yes, that is what I've seen, not with necessarily RimWorld, but just with games in general. Hey, Porcupine joined. That was the one I was most worried about, because they're the Neanderthal. So we can go ahead and grab you. And your stats were right. I was going to make you into a melee pawn, so you go bang on people's face with melee weapons. Yeah, you had a passion for both. And you're our doctor. For right now, I'm going to have you grab the bow, so that you can grab the knife. And then meanwhile, let's go in here and get permission sorted out. Honestly, you're less wretched at being a doctor than you. So congratulations on your promotion. Everyone's terrible at this. Okay. So you don't handle. You're a better cook, so congratulations, you're a cook now. So you cook, you do art, and you clean. And we'll see if there's anything else you can get done around here. We'll put all of them to have a low priority on research since people aren't doing it consistently. Alright, so one of the problems we have is their ideology is different from ours. They actually like mushrooms, though, so that does work out in the short term. But what we're going to go ahead and do is for our brand new Neanderthal colonists, you are going to be someone who gets in the way and bangs on people's faces when they cause trouble. So that's going to be Draconic, Dork. So you got that going for you. So that means we got our cook more dedicated to just cooking. So you can start getting people able to do a little bit more around here. And we got another snake inside the building. Again, the problem with that is they will hunt the children. There you go. You have food poisoning. We got a brand new cook, has been here for about 30 seconds, and got food poisoning. Let's have you work on butchering stuff while you get over that food poisoning for a minute. You've successfully not butchered a single thing because you keep starting it and then throwing up and then needing to do something else. Alright, so the child has had a fit because they are starved on learning. Alright. Okay, so you did get a bite scar on your leg from the Fennec Fox. That is unfortunate. We got one cobra way over there, one cobra way over there, and then a warg way off in the periphery. So we should be okay. All the dangerous animals are way out in the outskirts. Exotic goods trader. Love to see it. I really got to get these bedrooms done. Like, you can see everyone's moods are kind of on the edge. That's partially because of the fact that our ideology stuff isn't being met. That's partially because of the fact that we have the psychic suppression stuff going on. It's partially because of the fact that, you know, we still don't have a proper rec room or bedroom and all that stuff because of the limitations there. But we'll get there. They're working on it. What is your deal? Oh, psychic suppression. That's not gonna change. Okay. Psychic suppression. Is there things so we can get beer brewing and devil strand? I can't grow either of those in the tile because it's permanent darkness. You know, till we get like the electricity and the light and all that. You don't want anything I have, really. I will grab your glitter world, just in the off chance we end up with some terrible disease. But otherwise, we can just go and have you haul the glitter world inside and move on with our day. Okay, and you're back up, so switch that off of being a medical bed. And you're out, like, yeah, we're getting the slept outside and all that because of the room not being enclosed again, which Conright's working on. We should be slowly getting more light leather. And as we get the light leather, that'll allow us to make more of the beds, and as we make more of the beds, there'll be more proper bedrooms for people to go in to help with the moods. I think somewhere here I had a instruction bench. Or maybe I didn't. So let's go here, production. Crafting spot. Smash mech, do forever. Not gonna be a good growth moment. Not looking forward to seeing how bad that growth moment is, but it's gonna be tragic is all I gotta say. Alright, how bad is our growth moment with no learning? You're getting ascetic. Honestly, ascetic by itself, considering you didn't gain a single learning level, I'll take it. Just ascetic and nothing else? All things considered, that could have been way worse. Because I was going to get whatever choice there, it could have gone through and chosen just like the worst traits it could come up with. It could have been, you know, volatile on, you know, high mate or whatever. Gift from them, a bunch of money. They basically gave me my money back. Okay, I think I see what's happening. Is you got this wild person to keep walking in and out of the building and canceling me from working on it, I think is what's happened there. Let's get that, because we get this tile in place, it'll be enclosed. Mad Tortoise, I'll deal with you in a minute. Okay, so that's now indoors, so at least you won't be taking the slept outdoors mood penalty. Alright. All those hits a turtle, we barely injured it. Nicely done. You got a... Oh, you're gonna get scratched eye out of that. Cool, man. That'll help. And the good news, we're about to get fishing, which means potentially fishing up some books and other goodies. Alright, so the moods should start stabilizing now that both our rec room and our bedroom are considered indoors again. Yeah, so you want a nature run. What dangerous animals are still out there? We got a Phoenix Fox that's dying. So that's fine. We got 2 cobras. That's kind of the big thing, there's a lot of dangerous animals still running around out here. So if I want to let Ornate go a little bit farther out, I really do want to get rid of them. But I don't want to chase them around the map the whole time and deal with that. I want them to work on this. Okay, if I was to try and make a storage room down here. Let's see, so you could be... That'd be 9 wide here. We can put some bridges down here. And we can start making that into a storage room to get this crap out of here and all that. Okay, so there's not pork cookie. I was trying to remember. Alright. We just need to keep working on all this. We also have these corners to do. That's fine. We can close this. Then I'll probably make this production room go down to here. Get rid of that wall. Okay, you ate raw fungus, slept in hunger. Or slept in hunger. Slept outdoors and all that. Alright, so you got revolver and 2 melee. They are going to prepare for a while. We're about to have a bunch of mood breaks and all that, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try and run up here, see if we can't knock down their ranged pawn before things escalate too much. Okay, they're getting back to range. Let's scooch back more before they get a chance to shoot at us more. We got some solid hits on Flea. Alright, Flea is down, so now they're actually attacking. So let's put our ranged along here to give them cover. The melee can be ready to go here in a minute. Okay, so let's have you all go here, and you all shoot there. Nicely done. No need to put anyone at risk for a pawn we don't even want. Nicely done. And so with that, you can move yourself up to getting a poor quality revolver. You can haul this back. And I'll see... Oh. You can get yourself a improved sword. That's fine, you'll deal with that later. Alright. I need people to get back and start dealing with their moods because... Oh, yeah, no, we already have Night Owl set correctly. It's just because we were out fighting. So what injury did you take? You took a bruise. Silo Cap Binge. That'll go fine, I'm sure. Yeah, so recreation fully filled. Mediocre barracks. It's not even listing the dining room, one way or the other. But that's probably because it was considered outdoors when it was open there a minute ago. So we're still going to be waiting on that to improve, unfortunately. And I don't really have a whole lot I can do to make it nicer just now, not until I get furniture or we start setting up some art. Which I believe this area over here I can't do that with. Stream break risk on you. And a lot of it's because of eating raw fungus. Because until we get our ideology converted, that's just what it is. So we're definitely not doing great on the mood management side of things. Part of this is also getting this room to not be all this clutter on the floor. Because that'll be like ugly environment or whatever as a penalty. Okay, haul that medicine back, just in case we get malaria. Okay, moods are starting to settle back down. Honestly, they're going through those meals faster than I can make them. Do you have movement speed penalty? No, you have a minor manipulation penalty. That's fine. Oh, you're now a colonist? So, no one died of something? No, no one died in this run of something. We've actually been building up the colony's roster relatively quick. Which is good and bad for a couple different reasons. Cool, so you didn't get knocked out from eating, like, taking a bunch of mushrooms. Yeah, textile-wise, we're not getting much material, despite there being a bunch in that room. Individual bedrooms feel weird after the space run. Well, we're probably eventually going to get into the space stuff. I mean, we are going to get into the space stuff because that's the plan, is to start conquesting the world. But it's going to be a little while because we have to wait till random research gives us electricity, and then we have to wait till random research gives us the Starship Gravtech or whatever. But then it's going to be a weird one because part of the plan is we are going to be building a throne room and all that. Because I'll want to have it so we have like the whole royalty thing going where we're considering ourselves. Would you stop giving me wild people? This is being weirdly aggressive with how many people... Okay, alright, hang on. Industrious, you say. And crafting, you say. And no addictions. Alright. The game is being weirdly aggressive with how many wild people it's throwing at me. Like, normally I will have had, like, 3 or 4 drop pods, maybe some random joiner, like that kind of thing. Like, right now we're actually at the point I would expect it to not be trying to give me people so aggressively. So I don't know what's going on with that. But the fact that it's just been like, no, wild people. It's just wild people. They did have an update that I paused stream to grab the update. Maybe this is some weird side effect that maybe they changed the balance on events or something? I don't think they said anything about that. But something's weird here. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. I'm not gonna call it any specific group because again, it's not about individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you! Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 unbirthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer.
Love, you sleep well. It's El Pastor in a tortilla shell. And if I let it sit here for too long, it's going to be mush in a tortilla shell. Whoa, look at those parts fly. Okay. Those parts had a place they wanted to be that wasn't that trailer. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here, when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news. The wonder has been built, completed the Great Monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Character, excellent. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our glorious empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect. I regret to inform you that I've been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay. I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What?
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like it'd be one thing. Yes, this is on Twitch. Yeah, so I'm streaming both the Twitch and YouTube. Twitch is my primary platform. I do stream over to YouTube as well, so the VODs stay there. And I apologize, I'm a little breathy at the moment. I was sneaking in a quick bite of my dinner and all that, and it is oh so spicy. We got the deserter. We will be betraying the Empire, but not yet. We want to get our title and then betray it. You know, to have a proper betrayal, there first must be trust. Your 7-year-old vampire just had second growth moment. He got Brawler, now he has 16 melee. Yeah. New recruit, Maddie. Alright, just expanding the roster. Whew. How is our Shroom Queen progress? It's going good. The game is aggressively throwing pawns at me for some reason. And Ion Titchy will be our brand new colonist. I don't even remember what this colonist does, but I'm sure I wanted it. Right. You did plants, animals, mining, and research. And you're a kind optimist, which is perfect. Sorry. What do I have for here? You should have a weapon. And I honestly don't think... Was there a bow you dropped up here when we grabbed the, when they grabbed the revolver? There was. Go get it. Miner incapable of dumb labor? Right. But hear me out. Dedicated researcher or mining person. Like, we got stuff they can do. They can help out around here. They got a lot of options. Okay, so let's see here. You don't worry about handling. We already got people for that. So you can research, which would open up you for crafting. You can also help mine. So what I was noticing... Okay, so it won't let me build it over there. So let's go ahead and build the wood stuff here. It kind of weirdly seemed like once I put that down, I was able to do the wall replace with the stone, even though it shouldn't be able to support the weight. So I'm wondering if that's just a bug or something with how it works now. But it seemed odd. Also, I need to go to your schedule. Human Revenge. Alright. Fields. I don't want to do this, man, but I am down to cause some pain if you don't back down. What were you? You were industrious, so we want to not kill this person, if at all possible. Excellent. We did not kill them. Do you still have all your limbs attached? Even better. Let's go in here and say furniture. Make that a prison cell. And we're going to capture them. And we're almost already getting to the point where I'm like, yeah, let's maybe slow down the growth of the colony. Prisoner, convert, that's fine. Con right here. We can do a conversion ritual. Oh, we'll just wait. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so we're gonna do a conversion ritual real fast. We've got on cooldown. If we have a good result that can get us stuff towards Reformation, and we want to do that, so we want to get everyone on the same ideology, and on top of that, we want to get it so we can switch over to the dark ideology. Terrible. We've helped them better establish their belief in their existing beliefs. And that was the last person that was a wild person I wanted to recruit. There's one more wild person running around, but they're utter rubbish. Yeah, so convert them while trying to tame them. Okay. And we can keep working on all that. Hey, second bed. It's been forever. So I should be having you all the way over here on the right. So the queen demands the next bed be theirs. We will always prioritize, you know, the queen to get their own digs, the best room, all that stuff. Because that is the way we're rolling. Okay, so we're waiting on wood. We still have wood around here somewhere, right? Yeah, we got tons of it. Just need to be hauled home. Alright, and they're having a party on their own. That'll work with the mood bonuses and all that. So I'd like for them to finish their party, just so we can do that. So the good thing is, while they're Prolicizer, you'll notice them slowly chipping away at each other's moods and all that. It also practices the social skill to give them a little bit of social. It's pretty hard to level the social skill without having them do dedicated social stuff, though. How much meat do we have in there? Capybaras. Just so much capybara and pork and all that. They pretty much got Zerk's full-time hunting at the moment, whenever something doesn't need hauled or cleaned or whatever. Which is good, because that means Zerk's will have a good amount of combat skill when we get to that point. Okay, we got fishing research, so that's good news. Let's see what bodies of water we can get. So there's 20-something fish in here. Couple fish up there. Couple fish down here. And a couple fish over there. Let's make sure those aren't home zoned. They got nothing better to do. They could snag some fish here and there. Okay, so with that, you got another room here. We'll go ahead and do the floors. We could go farther enough to start going for totemetic floors. Oh, that's 3,000. I always forget how ridiculous those are. We should use those floors with some of the rooms we intend to make nice. So now here's the question we had, because I mentioned earlier that... Okay, so it's not letting me replace that wall. It seemed like earlier I was able to replace a wall that I shouldn't have been able to, but it seems fine. Alright, small impressionable child, you are a best social person. Go talk to them. Sell them the drugs. Okay. So do we spend money on any of those bows or anything? I don't think we do. I think we just take the cash and walk away. Maybe grab the medicine. Discovered a warehouse. Alright, so with this, we grab this zone, because it's time to expand. Alright, now we get all this crap out of this room. Let's also change this a bit farther. Shrink it down there. Okay, so the big question here is weight support. Yeah, so what we'll do is we will cut this back here, get that walled in, and then we'll tear up this wall to expand our production room. And then we got our much bigger stockpile down here. Honestly, don't worry about the door. And go ahead and peel down these walls. So pretty soon we should be lucky enough to get ourselves more of the beds made. Because I've been using the light leather, which you'll get the most of. Ooh, the warg's injured. Let's roll out here and kill the warg. It's already injured and it's got some penalties on it. It's not a huge penalty, it's an eye and ear. But this is probably enough to give me a little bit of a better... Okay, where did you go? Way over here? Conright's slowed for some reason. What's your deal? Food poisoning. Get out of here. Oh, well, he finally got a hit, and it was a brain. So literally takes 10 rounds to actually hit the target, and then immediately brains it. That checks out. Okay, so Conrad had their food poisoning, just got over it, and then followed up with some food poisoning. As you do. And people are starting to actually get some of the clothes on. So you've got a little bit longer till you can do that. They're slowly trying to both tame and convert fields. Okay, and who is our Hollerig person? It's Illyspid, that's right. And you're doing your best. Alright, so How is your learning? Horrific. Because there's nothing for you to read, there's nothing for you to work watch, and I'm not letting you nature run. Is there any danger? Okay, we're down to only one dangerous animal left on the map. So let's just take 2 seconds, run down there and kill it. And then we can let you free to run around. Tame some boomies? I don't need to, and they can go Manhunter on you. Or, not Manhunter, Revenge. Compact Steel Meteor has landed in the middle of my farm. Because of course it has. But yeah, no, I don't need to do that, because I've got all of the boom shrooms everywhere. I could certainly tame something in here to start using them as a source of stuff. I wonder if the monitor lizards need to be home zoned or penned. Sad Wander. Because then we could use them as a source for leather and meat. And if anything picks a fight with them, that's the thing. Non-traditional trade. You are willing to give me a pawn who is an underground wimp. Forget that. Some glitter world. You need me to make a bunch of tribal wear. Man, I can't get my own clothes. Forget you. Alright, how's the wood going? Still out there. You heard yesterday that boom shrooms are almost real? Oh yeah, there was mushrooms that have like a volatile fluid in them. If that's what you're talking about? They're just very highly flammable kind of thing. Let's see, it has a toxin that reacts to water in the form of men with high eyes. What? Reparb? AKA Space Shuttle RCS fuel. Ah, I see. So it's a chemical reaction that has a mass, like, quickly expanding gas. Yeah, I remember there was something about, you know, quote-unquote explosive mushrooms or reactive mushrooms in that manner. Not something I know much about. Alright. Alright, let's just have you focus on butchering for a little bit. There's a lot of animals piling up and you're falling behind. Not enough concentration to go to kaboom, but enough that eating several mushrooms will kill you. Yeah. There are a lot of scary mushrooms out there. That's of the reason the shuttle crew all wear hazmat suits. Gotcha. We're just letting you go and try and catch up with all the butchering real fast. And then you could cook stuff the next day. Because that all means more fabric, more leather, more goodies. Okay. So that should be enough light leather for another bed. Considering how many animals we're killing and butchering, I'm really surprised that we don't have more fabric. Part of it's probably it's going to replacing our clothing is my guess of where a lot of it's going. That's probably more worn than I'm giving credit for. Long blades research, and then carpet making decks. Okay, so here's a fun one. So we are going to tell you to make long swords. Do until you have one. Now, bioferrite and obsidian would be the dream. We're gonna go ahead and save it for right now, uranium, bioferrite, and all that. Just because I've got the uranium here. But if we get our hands on obsidian or bioferrite, those make really, really good long swords. Like some of the... How's our meds? Our meds are fine. We're not using almost any. I've got 66, of which 6 are glitter, 11 is regular, and then I have 49 that. I've been basically trading for meds every chance I get. And that's because we can't grow meds here. Now, granted, there is a little bit of a workaround. If we get the dryads, that's how you get meds on this tile. This is a tile that it is worth getting the dryads just to get a dryad for the medicine. Because you get one dryad for the medicine, you'll be good. Alright, so we got one of the monitor lizards. Now, the monitor lizards, I can't really do a lot with them. Oh, there's an oh, never mind. There's not an alligator on the map. I haven't actually... Oh, bet you it's Tropical Swamp. I actually don't think I've been to Tropical Swamp since we did this. Adult males, 2. But we're going to let these things breed aggressively. And then just unleash them on the world. Because they'll give me eggs I can use for food. And if the population gets too high, we can eat them. And they'll give us some monitor lizard leather. Unfortunately, you can't tame them to do anything interesting. Not without the thing that makes them smarter. But if raiders attack them, they do have venom. That'll cause toxic buildup. And it can get pretty nasty with the toxic buildup. Alright, we got a breeding pair. Honestly, with the breeding pair already sorted, start hunting them again. So meanwhile, we'll go furniture. Where's the egg basket? Oh, do I need... I probably need complex furniture. Was it Misk? Oh, no, there it is. So put the monitor lizard egg basket down here. And then we could put a set of spots for the lizards themselves. Alright, so the animals... So they do respect zoning, which is fun. Because there's a little bit of a trick if you want to try and get enemies to fight them. You can zone all of the animals to, like, your choke point or whatever, so they're kind of in the way of the raiders. And the raiders won't naturally target them, but if they are blocked by the bugs... Or, sorry, they will sometimes target, but even if they don't target it, if you can physically block their path with the, with enemies or animals, then a lot of times the raiders will fight them. So that's one of the things you can do with, for example, the, boom rats. You can put the boom rats to try and physically block the path for raiders. And sometimes they'll attack the boom rats. Alright, latch that open. You saw someone loading tame boom rats and chem fuel into drop pods and dropping them as raids? As a mortar? Yep. Yep, you can do that. Hey, Morphin, how's it going? And hey, Devlin. How's it going? Yeah, and that's, using chickens as a blade of armor. Yeah, no, it used to be back in the day, you could use stuff like chickens as like a genuinely strong defensive thing. Let me guess, social fight. Yep. Alright. Still trying to tame that last person here that was industrious with crafting. Yet another person who's set up to be able to do melee. And I just really don't need that many melee pawns. Trying to remember, you primarily... Yeah, you'll eat just about anything. Major break risk. No recent conquest. That's right, I was working on this. So Ion Tichy is both going to be easier to convert. And has the ideology that's more conflicting, so we'll deal with them first. So you got the light leather. Let's intervene and have you prioritize making that next bed. You're hoping for a non-baseliner to wander in, so you could expand your colony. So far, no luck. Mad capybaras. Are there even that many left? Oh, we did have some just walk on the tile. Alright, let's grab all of you. Okay. Cool, and they were all downed. They've also got no longer Manhunter pack. You're all bruised up, you're bleeding, you're bleeding. We'll get that all sorted. Why are you not? Okay, we already have someone treating. Please treat the people. We don't need infections for no reason. Alright, wedding ceremony. That's actually pretty quick. Having a group hook up, propose, and get married all in the course of the first in-game year. Things move fast in the Rim. Which makes sense. When you're like, what is our life expectancy? It's bad. It's really bad. Alright, we got no time if we're gonna be doing anything. Alright, so our innate gamer is actually getting a little bit of learning now. Very slowly. Alright, meanwhile, you're taking care of your needs. We shouldn't get you back out there yet, because we'll get that bedroom made. And start trying to, again, get people out of here so we can eventually make this into the ideology room. Lizard skin. Okay, so what we can go ahead and do is for the ideology room, that's going to be this one, we can start working on some of it. We'll make lizard skin drums. actually move the meditations point up. Okay. So with the main ideology here, your symbol, you don't have a thing to go on the ground. You do have kneel sheets, though, that you want. We'll wait on those, because those are going to require more fabric. Actually, you know what? We can work around that. Ideology, kneel sheet, lizard skin. Okay. Keep working on all that. And how are you doing? You're hauling wood for the bridge. Make the bed first. We got the material for a bed. Make a bed first. The more I get these people out of this room and into their own bedrooms, the better we'll be. Cool. So with that, we can go ahead and say your room here. We can give that to Illyspid. So I've only got 4 more people still in this barracks. We got the home zones all fine? Yep. And they're just continuing to build all this. We do have a lot of our sandstone brick built. We should probably get down here and start trying to get more of that sorted out as well. We'll take these rooms that are not yet in use and make as much of them out of the sandstone as we can. Because it'll also free up some wood right here to build that. Because then once we get all the rooms done, we can do the whole round robin of like, move this person over there, move them back, move them over, get everyone in position. We got the ancient mech if we want to do mechanator stuff. I'm probably not going to worry about the mechanator. Rare thrombos. I don't think we got enough skill to tame them. I do. The odds of success are low, but that would be fun. Alright, so we got an excellent quality uranium longsword. That'll be an upgrade from an Equa. And then once we get another excellent, or like not excellent, once we get another longsword made, we will make it so only obsidian and bioferrite's acceptable for longswords after that. Need to get back to butchering those animals. Slowly falling behind on that. Royal Ascent. We will not be doing that ending. At least I don't have plans to. Okay, at that point you're running half across the map. That's someone else's job. Okay. Did we get more light leather? We did. We'll prioritize building the next bed. Animal disease flu on Monitor Lizard 1. Cool, man. Alright, so who's the next one we have in here? We'll get Box Fox in here. Okay, only 3 people still left in the room. Okay, and we've almost got that ready for expanding. What is your shooting up to, by the way? They're just running around devastating the entire local ecosystem. Single-handedly wiping everything out in the region. And what you're cooking up to? You're up to 4, so you're getting there. So what's your bonus with the Yeah, so no penalties from the bedroom situation. Keep working on that ideology. Shame no one has social in here. It's gonna be basically ornate gamers gonna get to be like 18 years old, take over, and suddenly all the social's gonna start moving around really fast, which is gonna be forever. I think Fields also had some social, right? No. No, they did not. Okay, so we can also go to you, add bills, burn apparel, do forever, if it is not clean, and then bills, burn apparel, do forever, if it is below 80 health, and it is not armor or utility. So that way, as stuff gets sitting around, it doesn't just keep up the roster, we'll burn it. We got 1 day until we can do our next Unleashing of the Spores lantern party. So far, the Monitor Lizard is holding up against the flu. Not by a lot, though. Because a lot of the moods will get way easier to manage the moment we get darkness in there, because then the mushrooms will no longer start penalizing us and instead will be a bonus. It's good that we actually have someone working on the research now. Okay. It'll be curious to see how many monitor lizards we could just get around here. Because I'm also curious, if we took the monitor lizards and we didn't let them be inside our base as they got hungry, they would probably just go out and start killing all the rats and all that on their own. Alright. We've got a monitor lizard egg. Huh. Maybe the egg box only works with, like, chicken eggs or something like that? I was kind of expecting the monitor lizard egg to go in there. It's fine. I'm also curious, like, how fast we'll end up getting a bunch of them. Boomshroom sprout, that's fine. So you're at about 50%, and then Ion Titchy's at about 30%. I'm pretty close to both of them converted. I can't set Ornate to fish yet. We'll get there. And unfortunately, you're going back down in your learning. Where are you? Oh, you're nature running. Yeah, because I need you to focus on your learning, and unfortunately that's not going great. Because right now, if we don't get that higher, I will get one option of a trait and I'll be forced to take it. So if it's something awful like depressive, we just get a depressive pawn. There's no other part to it. Inspired taming, and unfortunately I'm pretty sure the Thrumbo are already gone. Yep. Wildlife. Is there anything I want to go out of? Wait, actually, Conrad. Yeah, so Conrad will use her Inspired Taming on fields next to just get the guaranteed tame. That's perfect, because then we don't have to worry about that. We can let them out. They can take over crafting, because that's one of the things they're good at. So that should work out fine. Renate's actually making some progress learning. And how are you doing against your flu? You are winning. That's good. Oh, I'm assuming that I'll get home zoned, and I don't want that home zoned. Proud Raccoons. Alright, what is Proud Raccoons? We'll get 2 archers, 2 hunters, and all that. So the only reason I'm hesitant to accept that is I believe we still have the previous rank ceremony, because I don't have a throne room. And I'm pretty sure you can't combine the throne room and the ideology room. I believe you can combine a throne room and a dining room. I don't think you can combine a throne room and a rec room. I also don't have the furniture to do that, so I'm not going to worry about getting more honor, because I actually want to go through all the bestowing ceremonies, just because. So we're waiting on our complex furniture or a trade person to come through. We did get the brewing unlocked? No, that was the other colony. And that should be the tame we're waiting on. Oh no, you're still converting. How much longer do we have in that? The Inspired Taming lasts 8 days. Okay, well I could go out of my way to use the conversion on fields, our next convert here. And that'd probably knock them down and have time to take the guaranteed tame to get them converted as well, and that should be good. And they are getting the next bed done because we've got more light leather. Okay, and that's going to be Draconic. You now got yourself your own room. Meanwhile, we can go and replace the corners here. Carpet making, so that's heavy bridges. Right now, I'm not going to bother tearing down these walls. We'll wait till they're internal, that way we don't have to worry about the mood penalty. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and do our Unleash the Spores Sky Lantern party. Because we'll use this to keep trying to convert our ideology over to a darkness ideology, so that the mushrooms can finally stop being a pain. And it was terrible. Cool, man. And suddenly, everyone's on the edge of a mood break. Oh, and you also hit on someone while you're at the party. Because of course you did. Okay, so I can't use it on a wild person. Alright, so Ion Tichy's converted. So that leaves just Draconic and then Fields. Which Fields is coming along. Let's just go ahead and choose maintain only on Fields for just a second. And that way we can use our tame to tame them. And then we can work on converting them after the fact. It should be fine. Okay, there we go. We got a brand new recruit with Fields here. So let's go Recreation, get you on the schedule. Yet another person onto the roster. Alright, so you can mine, but we're going to lower that priority. You can grow, but we're going to lower that priority. You are our dedicated crafter now. So with this, I'm going to actually take you off crafting. And that's fine. Alright. So let's get Fields brought in here, and I don't think I have a weapon for you. I'm pretty sure we've reached the point of tapping out of weapons. I can give you a melee weapon for now. You can go take that Equa. I'm on the fence whether you're going to be a melee or a ranged pawn. Alright, so with that, I've got a dedicated crafter now, which is pretty solid. So we got a dedicated crafter, we got a dedicated researcher, dedicated mining person, a dedicated construction person, a grower. Actually, I got 2 dedicated mining people. There we go. There we go. That'll be good. Honestly, at this stage, because I can make some more research benches, that would certainly help out the cause. Yeah, so we got our crafter. We've got our cook. The cooking is the one I actually don't have anyone who's got a passion for. We're just having someone do it. So let's go, before I forget, let's get Fields. Because that's going to be our latest addition to the colony. So let's go ahead and draw the name for them. And that'll be Slurpy Capital. Okay. Welcome to the colony. Alright, so definitely want to kill that Fennec Fox. Which will probably happen on its own because we're very rapidly wiping out all all life that doesn't defend itself on the map. Oh, there's the next uranium sword, so you go grab that. So now we're going to make another uranium sword, which wasn't originally what I was planning to do, but that's fine. This also will open up these rooms for being good for swapping out the walls. Because holding off on those, because we still had a prisoner in there. Okay. And it'll be those top rooms are the only ones that are still wood-walled, and then the production room. The production room I don't mind swapping over, but I'm trying to avoid taking all the mood penalties from this until we get that sorted. And we're waiting on getting enough lizard skin to make these. Actually, shouldn't we have enough lizard skin for that? They got 214. And we certainly have the wood. They're probably finishing with the wood on these floors first. Building all those floors is slow. Which we do have the wood on the map. It's just out in the periphery. Like, way too much of it. That's the reason I'm deliberately not cutting down more. Wasn't Uranium Swords a book series? If so, I have no idea. I just went with of the metals available, uranium wasn't a bad choice. Also, at what construction did we finally build or did we have to wait till a colonist with construction? I think it was only like one, but this colony, this is like, we've gone through a couple of colonies this stream. So this one we actually started with a person that actually had okay construction right from the get-go. Versus the other ones, we had a lot of people where they only had like one construction and they couldn't make traps or anything. Got another Fennec Fox. What's your deal? Oh, you got burned. That's fine. Love when you had one colonist on 0 construction. You know, construction, Conrad here's had pretty good construction right from the get-go. But we did a couple, because this one was a tribal start. We had a bunch of naked brutality starts we were doing. And a big part of it was I wasn't being willing to like min-max that kind of thing and micro a bunch of stuff. So a lot of them didn't go as smoothly as they could have otherwise. Yep, we'll take the money. Just keep on crafting. Fearful structure. We're not doing that because I'm struggling on the bricks as is. And we're waiting to do that till I can actually do my Acolyte ceremony, which is going to be Gang of Thrones. So this room has now officially been built. So they should build these walls, and they should tear apart some of these ruins, most likely. So Ornate is starting to get mild heat stroke, which isn't super surprising. How many people do they have? 9? Yeah, and one of them's a couple that's married. I wonder what the holdup is actually doing the drums as well, because they keep putting the wood in there, but not the lizard skin. It'd be interesting to have a bunch of lizard skin drums everywhere. Made out of monitor lizard. Hey, you got it. It took long enough for you to get the Fennec Fox, but you did get it in the end. They're not really hunting for the food, I'm hunting them primarily for the leather. Most of the food is honestly going to waste. Like, some of it's becoming meals, but not much of it. Hey, we've got our first lizard skin, like, furniture and all that. So they managed to get one done. Well, if we were to do this, actually it looks like we're going to get some good results out of it. We're having our very first drum party. Was that what our word was, like, the beats of the shroom. This one technically can give me a recruit. I actually was going to take that off. Alright, it's fun. The point is we still got a point there. And that's what we're aiming for. Okay. As you should make a larger ceremonial area. Doesn't look like they have mushroom. Yeah, we'll get it all figured out. It's just taking time. Oh, and you need to go to Slurpee. Okay, so Slurpee is only going to go up by 11 at a time, or change by 11 at a time. That's going to take some work. New sleep spot for the baby Mar Lizard? Not really. My big goal is just to have the adults get over here. I'm not going to make one for each and everywhere. Mushroom, I see. I missed the pun. Okay, I'll have you take that. It's only a poor uranium longsword, so I'm going to let them craft another longsword. You're getting the worst longsword you made. Pungeon? I thought I had a Pungeon. Oh, it thinks you're trying to have like an extra command on it. Because you do exclamation mark Pungeon space the name of the person you're trying to put in the Pungeon. New lovers, Conic Dork and Ion Itchy. Okay, do you already have... That's perfect. Because that means it gets you out of there. And that means now Slurpee Capital can go and take this one. Just you wait till we have one. I do like that, because everyone's got their own take on like the Pungeon one. A lot of them are the same, which is fine. That happens a lot on Twitch where, you know, someone gets a good idea and a whole bunch of people replicate it, because why wouldn't you? But I wanted my own twist. You're surprised I didn't enter there earlier? A lot of the commands like that, I have a very high percentage of my audience, even for most channels, I have a higher rate of lurkers than most people. It's not like way out egregious, because most channels it's like 70-ish%. But I have a little bit higher. That's just the vibe I keep, the hours I keep, that kind of thing. But a lot of people, you know, even if they're here like very actively watching, they're very lurk heavy. And so a lot of commands I set up, you know, when they're fresh and new, people use them, but then people forget they're there. I can certainly probably do more to encourage people to use commands, but you know, there's stuff that, you know, your audience will pick up on and they'll just resonate with, and there's other stuff that, you know, it doesn't stick. Like the raising and increasing the cost of winning Twitch. That's one that, like, it kind of comes in waves where people be very, very active in using it a bunch, and then people just kind of forget about it for a couple of months. And then, you know, someone will redeem they won Twitch, and suddenly it explodes, and for like the next couple of weeks, people are using it a whole bunch again. Is one of the lurkers. And for those who don't know Treacle, an absolutely fantastic content creator, the one who lurks. Also plays a lot of RimWorld, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely someone to recommend checking out. Also, check them out with the Play More RimWorld and all that good stuff. It's good to have you here. But yeah, I know a lot of friends of the channel and a lot of viewers lurk. I haven't checked in a little while because I'm able to look to see like how much people watch, and I don't usually look at, because one, you know, it's one of those things you kind of worry that, like, you'll start to see how much certain viewers tune in and all that versus others. But I was trying to remember, we had... Are they still up here? Heavy Bridges got research. Drug production. Excellent. Yep. Yeah, so it's like the person who's watched the 13th most hours on the channel has never once said anything in chat at any point in time. And I'm not gonna say the name or anything like that. It's just one of those things that, you know, you notice after all, you're like, wait a second. Usually lurking, to be honest. The last few days you've been trying to keep yourself actively occupied simply because you're anxious about closing on your house. It's tomorrow, and it's all coming down to the wire. Yeah, I know how that feels. When you got something really stressful and you're just trying to, like, keep your attention off of it. You like it here because it isn't too noisy and you maintain constant energy level. That just works with you. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff like that. Hey, Eminence, how's it going? But yeah, no, it's one of my highest viewing hour persons is just never once said anything, and that's not me trying to like call them out. I deliberately don't say their names so they don't feel like called out or whatever. But that's just the nature of it. A lot of people, you are background noise. Okay, you are a jealous, joyous. So joyous is fun, but it's immediately offset by disturbing. So while this is actually not a bad pawn. You enjoyed the last game on here? Oh, you mean the last playthrough, or? Okay, so let's have you run over here. And honestly, we'll have Draconic break the news. Draconic, you just go ahead and let them know that they're not welcome to stay. Well, they have gone hostile. Well, you should have thought about this, Vince. All you had to do is not be a jerk about it. Now instead, you're getting beat up. We're stealing your clothes. Stole your gun. All you had to do is not be a jerk about it. I was just like, hey man, we don't want you to stay, and instead you had to do this. And yeah, disturbing is awful to deal with. Okay, we already got Draconic on it. Yeah, so we're just trying to grab all this, bring it back in. Not to worry about the food, but all the other stuff that can wear out. Because now that means someone gets to get themselves some nice, wonderful upgrade on their threads, going from tribal wear to top hat. And Ion Tichy is going to have a baby. I see how it is. Showed up with this brand new sporty red jacket, and then suddenly a baby happens. So clearly the change in threads was a winner. You had on a body master, basically 24/7 insulting spree. Cool. I'm already dealing with the thing. Alright, and they're popping go juice. That's great. One thing I'm noticing that's rough about this tile, it has been raining like 90% of the time. And what is your deal? Why are you... Oh, you're super sleepy. Did you finish that turtle off? I got other problems I gotta deal with. Okay. Get in here as well. I know you're sleepy and you're probably gonna mood break and it's gonna be bad. But we need to get this sorted. Alright, so you sucked down some go juice. You got a bolt action. Let's hope we can get the bolt action to come to us. So we can just jump on it with our 3 longswords and not give it a chance. Maybe the way it flows the color red. Hey, you know what? That is just valid. Alright, get in there. The rest of you get ready to show support. What's your... Oh, food poisoning? Just get out of here. You're not gonna do anything. I missed that like half my people have food poisoning. That was a friendly fire headshot. Ornate Gamer? Get out of there, buddy. Okay, that's just a monitor lizard. Okay, that's good enough for now. So who's in what danger? You're just down for food poisoning. You're mostly down for food poisoning. You lost some toes. It's honestly the three of them just mostly got downed by food poisoning. But that's all it takes. That was one stack of poisoned food that got all of them knocked. Alright. Yeah, your last playthrough really good. You start learning the game and you enjoy your explanation of what you're doing when you play. It helps. Oh yeah, no, I've always tried to make it a point to do that type of deal. So I would like to get you all weapons. Where are my doctors? Ah, good. All of my doctors are the injured ones. I'm gonna have to have you tend to yourself first. So you don't bleed everywhere, and I guess you just became a doctor. Are you a doctor? No, wait, never mind. We have an actual doctor's backup. You're going to self-tend really fast. If you can. Okay. So you're tending to Ion Titchy, that's good. Just watching to see if Fox goes down because they were bleeding a lot. Okay. So everyone's getting sorted out. That's good news. Con right here. Go grab that bolt action. It's yours now. Slurpee, you treated? You're not treated. Tantrum, you're gonna smash things in your room. That's fine. Have a good time. Alright, you're down. Because you were missing your toe. And still bleeding. And you're also starving, because that's what you're trying to resolve when all that went sideways. So you're trying to eat again. Go grab the bolt action. You're still bleeding because you run off and don't get treated. All right. Well, thank you, Earthrush. I'd appreciate that. Do we still have a breeding pair of lizards? Probably. Yes, we do. If not, it'd be easy to resolve that. Okay, Slurpee, go grab your gun. Fox, go grab your gun. You're probably going to haul those corpses out of there before they start rotting and everyone loses their minds. Do you have dangerous animals on the map? We do not. Yeah, it's a sloppy fight. Medical emergency? You're still not treated? Come on, man. I have tending set to highest priority over bed rest and everything. That does not mean it's a suggestion. It means freaking do it. Okay. Starvation, because everyone's needing medical attention. Okay, so we're gonna let them keep working on that. So that was definitely not a great fight. So one more conversation and they'll be converted. So that'll be one less thing to worry about. And Zerx has a normal bow. Do we still have the machine pistol laying around? Yeah, I'll get you moved over to also having that. Alright. So everyone has moved up to firearms. A lot of them are not very good, but you know, we're working with what we got. Unfortunately, it's going to take a hot minute for everyone to recover. Oh, right, you're still not converted. I was like, tons of dislike xenotypes. We didn't have a preference. Okay. And the upside, we still have our colony leader just sitting back here researching the whole time. Doing their work. You know, I got a couple more people to heal up, and they should be healing up soon. Starting to collect the scars. Not ideal. All those scars lower the max hit points of, like, whatever limb or whatever they're hitting. Yeah, so you're getting crabby about it, but those... Let's go ahead and try and get those butchered before they rot. Just in case I can get some more plain leather to get more beds made. And our ideology room gets a little nicer. Okay, and we should be just about to the point. After that body, that would have to run really far to get corpses. Okay. That's a bunch more light leather. That should be not quite enough. Almost enough to get another bed made. Got heat stroke on ornate, that's fine. How is your learning going now? Awesome, you're actually getting your learning topped off. That's good news. Because we keep leveling that up, it gives us better and better chances of getting good results. Oh, you're hunting them. Oh, you're hunting them with... It's fine. We gave them a pretty terrible hunting weapon. The auto pistol thing. Where it's just terrible accuracy. Oh, we actually got the... I missed that we got that, that wall taken down, finally. Alright, so we can take the smithy, slide it over. Right now, we'll just shove this here. Production-wise, I don't have another bench we want to make yet, but we are researching drugs. So we will be able to get the drug stuff set up here in not too long. That'll improve things. Okay, and everyone's going to be eating raw food for just a minute here because... Alright. Megavols. Alright, well... No rest ever. Solid opening hit right at the beginning with the bolt action. With all the rain, I doubt that's going to stick. Could Could at least one of you hit it? There you go. Alright. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Ornate's probably dead. I miss that they just ignored me and are going... Oh, they're going for the wild person. Thank goodness. I don't care about that at all. For a moment I thought they were going to go all the way around and just maul Ornate while the rest of my group was up here. That's good, because I didn't actually want this wild person, and they've been obnoxiously eating all my food this whole time. So that just tied them up long enough for me to hopefully get people into position. And now it's sorted. And nothing of value was lost. Yeah, no, that was good news, because, like, where's the other two? I didn't see that the other two just completely ignored me and went into the base. This will want to get enclosed. Which actually, let's go do that now. Of course. Of course. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to deliberately tell this to stay outside. So I could potentially use this as a place for setting off the lantern party and all that. Still. Alright. So let's have you... Alright, someone's already hauling this out. Oh, okay. So yeah, you can... accept any corpse. Drug production. Alright, next up is the recurve bow. We can go production. We don't have any drugs we really need to make yet. I'll reinstall the bench. But we'll get it built because why not? Oh, for the record, that mods list is not up to date. We have Harmony. Yeah, so it's Harmony, P Music, Music Manager, no research, semi-random research. We did get rid of Camera Plus and all that because we were having, like, I was basically ripping out every mod I was willing to do without. Because we had the royalty stuff wasn't working right, the shuttle wouldn't show up, and it just got to the point, it's like, let's rip all the mods out and try and see what happens. So we did get it working. I don't know which mod was at fault, but none of them stand as particularly likely. But, you know, that is always the risk with modding. Mods are terrible. Terrible about having undocumented stuff. So you're basically vanilla? Pretty much. At this point, the only not vanilla stuff I have is that I start with no research at all, and that I don't control my research. It's randomized. Those are the only things that is not vanilla mechanics. Which, those are challenge mechanics. Everything else is basically music. Normally I have a couple UI things too, but honestly, with having it where the shuttle wasn't showing up, I'm just going to not take any more mods than... Like, I just like the random research, no research too much to not take it. If I end up having to not take those, I would probably just play something else, because I just really enjoy the challenge it makes. Where it's just, you'll have the research you want, and the game will be like, yeah, you don't get that. Okay. Cool game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I already got all those replaced with sandstone. Oh, I already did these rooms. I forgot that we did these rooms up here. Ah, it's just this corner up here I haven't swapped out with sandstone and all that. Major break risk, because observing rotting corpses, you were hauling the corpses over into the water. So yeah, you would probably observe them when doing that. And you've got yet more food poisoning happening. Love to see it. Definitely gonna help the moods. There's another one. And it's incompetent cook, which, fair enough. We're doing our best. That's the only downside of cooking by the stack, is if you get one stack of contaminated food, the whole stack ends up being a problem. Okay. No dangerous animals we gotta worry about eating or trying to eat our kid. Well, that's 5 instances, which means we got 2 stacks of poison, or 2 stacks back-to-back of contaminated food. We already have you set to a night owl schedule. Regarding the shuttle not showing up, you ran into that as well. Turned out it was the current unstable branch that breaks it, not a mod. Oh, well that works out really well. Because yeah, I ran into that on the other thing and it was just very annoying. Tantrum, you are going to go smash furniture. Could you review what your research tree looks like? It's the exact same as a normal research tree. With the no research, like notice we were tribal but I don't have pemmican or passive cooler. Otherwise it's the same research tree. It's just the big thing here is I don't get to choose it. It automatically chooses it. Like if I wanted complex clothing, it just has locked. Let's see, this wouldn't have happened this way if you properly locked the pungent, just saying. Yep. Yeah, because it doesn't change the research tree, I just don't control it. Oh, you're talking about Slurpee Capital, yeah. Stop breaking the furniture. Oh, I don't even have that set to rebuild stuff. Alright, we get that fixed. Who doesn't have food poisoning at this point? Ooh, actually, your heat stroke's getting touchy. Could you, like, go inside, please? I guess it doesn't actually help you, does it? At this rate of Starfleet research before smithing, I already have smithing and long blades. But no, we've had some wild ones. I still think the most extreme we had was I did have a run one time that I didn't get complex clothing. If we look at the tree, basically I didn't have complex clothing and I was working on Starflight basics. Yeah, no, I switched the beds. The mod does not make it possible to skip. You must still have the prereqs. Like, if you look what's happening behind the scenes... Oh, cool. I missed that was happening. If you look what's happening behind the scenes with it, it literally will go, and you'll look at the research options you have available, it'll pick 4 of them, and it'll choose one at random from that. Because, like, I can turn that off, and it would give me 4 options. But it'll only be stuff that is, like, you know, you are eligible for. You can't bypass any prereqs, like I can't get the mech hive without actually doing like the mech hive research. I can't, like if I have the ship thing and I don't analyze it, I can't get the grav tech. I can't bypass anything. So there's no cheaty shenanigans or anything like that. Cool, we're getting another bed made. So recurve bow. Alright, so it just chose beer brewing. Great. Reminder, I can't grow that on here without electricity and the sun lamp and all that, so cool. We can't grow hops. We'll just go ahead and do that. Yeah, intense pain. It's because everyone has food poisoning. Everybody's got food poisoning in this colony. Is why everyone's on mood breaks and all that. Okay, so delete those beds. You now have actual beds in your own private rooms. They're not good rooms, but you're no longer taking the mood penalty from using a barracks that's not amazing. So your colony R&D department is role-playing the DMV, where no one is working with a plan. Sure, I don't know, I've never actually had problems with the DMV, but if anything, the DMV here is too bureaucratic. But that's not on the people working the DMV, that's just, you know. Every time they turn around, it's like, no, someone might have gotten a driver's license who wasn't supposed to once upon a time. Real ID, bring in your birth certificate, and, like, your bill to your residence, and, you know, where you went to college, and, you know, your insurance, and, like, 30 other pieces of paperwork, and you're standing there with that folder going, right now, if someone robs me and takes this folder from me, they are more able to prove that they're me than I'm able to prove that I'm me. This is not okay. Alright, so I need you to recover so you can get back to butchering for the leather. We're getting more of our drums for ideology room done. Heat wave. Crap. Okay, so this is a rough one. And the reason this is rough is we do not have the passive cooler. Because no research, random research. So we are going to have our people caravan off the map. Because I have no counterplay to it. I can't make the AC, we don't have electricity research, I can't make the passive core, we don't have that. And before someone's like, you could dig into the mountain! That actually got nerfed really badly, I believe it was back in biotech? It used to be you could just dig into the mountain and it would just immediately be like 70-ish Fahrenheit. So nice, cozy temperature, whatever. The marriage is on. Low psychic drone. So I need Raven Toad to stop being broken, and then we're going to caravan everyone off to the next tile over. Please turn down the mech hive, your first colony, to do any win condition. Nice! Alright, so world map. Form caravan. Go to the neighboring tile. Except everybody except the lizards. The lizards can manage on their own. It's totally fine. Get the heck out of here. Because with the heat wave, we will literally die. Well, I mean, okay, let me rephrase that. The heat wave, it depends. The heat wave can last anything from, it's like 1.5 days to like 4.5 days, or I don't know the exact length, but it can last a while. If it's a 1.5 days, it's actually usually hard to die from it, because it's usually so short that you start building up the heat stroke, and that by the time it becomes dangerous, it ends. But if it ends up being one of the ones where it's the heat wave that sticks around for 4.5 days, if you don't have like really good clothing or cooling or whatever, people die. And so what we're gonna do here in the meantime is we're just gonna tell them to pull up all of the drugs they can. Just send it. Nah, we don't need to hunt. Now, the big danger here is that they can hunt ornate. See, for some reason, the final waves is almost entirely scythers on the mech hive. It was a lot easier than what you had to deal with. Yeah, no, there's a lot of RNG around a lot of that stuff. So it very well can be one of those. Why would you sleep on? It's fine. So it can just be one of those things that sometimes the RNG plays nice. It's like, here's a bunch of things. It's like with when they did the anomaly ending. Of all the waves they had to deal with, it's something like 5 waves you have to deal with before you're done. We had the first wave was rough because there's a whole lot of shamblers and a bunch of other stuff mixed together, so they're very easily able to like start breaching the walls and all that. And then I had several waves of like Noctils and Sightseers, which is super easy because they don't generally attack your walls. They feed themselves directly into your defensive position. And they're not particularly tanky. As long as they're in the light, they go down pretty easy. Blind Fog. Don't care. So all in all, like, not really a hard one. I'm thinking what happens, they already had gone to sleep by the time I put them down.
Thank you Slygeran for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Slygeran, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for the support. Alright, so we do need to get them back home before we have a raid or whatever. We can go ahead and we will make a wood crib. Psychic drone. There's also psychic drone going on? My god. Calm down. Sure, cut down the trees too. Just stay busy. Because Ornate is still in trouble and there's nothing I can do about it here. Because they go back to the home tile, it's under a heat wave. And they're still getting it over here as well. So it's either caravan detected, so we got 3 days and then we'll have an attack here. So basically, it's either going to get cold enough that Ornate will be fine, or it won't, and they won't be fine. And I have no meaningful counterplay. We just get to ride it out and see how it turns out. Alright, in real life, getting down in the mid-70s, you know, a 10-year-old should be absolutely able to handle that. This should be dropping off. Come on, man. It's literally room temperature outside. Why are you still heat stroking? Ah, there we go. Oh, let me guess. High mates are weak to hot temperatures? No, they're... Oh, yeah, they are. Ah, so 9 degrees... Okay. So they prefer keeping in the 60s. I can relate to that. Can we get this heat wave out of here? We're at 2 days. Rolla's high mate confirmed. Nah, I'm good. Come on. Like I said, something like 4.5 days is the max length or whatever. Like, I don't know the length after it. But there's a max length you can have. Cobra hunting Ornate. That was only a matter of time. Grab everyone. Start rallying them. Insulting spree. Let's be fast. Because we can go fast enough, we might be able to prevent a lot of that insulting by just going caravanning again instantly. But I believe we have to get rid of the threat, as it were. Could you all shoot at it? So, form caravan. Oh, that's... Need to go the other way. Reform caravan, go back here. Accept. Everyone, grab all of the fungus you can. Grab the components. Grab the raw fungus. And grab as much wood as you can. Because now I don't have to worry about the insulting spree. Because it doesn't continue when you're moving on a caravan. Now, I deliberately grabbed extra because I want this to take a little time. I'm gonna tell him to just pass on through. We'll just tell him to rest. Because again, we're waiting on this heat wave. It's just too hot right now. If I have them go there, they'll just die of heat stroke. So we're unfortunately in this position of just staying away from our base. Normally you'd toss down some passive coolers or some air conditioners. This is just because I'm running no research, random research. There's just nothing I can do. It's 120. That's the temperature it is. Why did you go down? Major food poisoning while super pregnant. Okay, heat wave is over. Cool. Let's see, you have so many children in your colony that when someone goes in a assaulting spree, it's like 1,000 punches therapy. Eek. I love how everyone was like, nah, man. Can't help you. There you go, you're rescuing already. What do you mean you're pregnant and have food poisoning? Why would we help with that? I don't see the revolver. Are you alright still on the way back with it? Beer brewing. Ah, go juice production. Yep. No electricity, no complex clothing, nothing like that. You know what we're doing? Hard drugs. Do you have medical spots set up? Medical bed? No, not the moment. We need to get the hospital. They'll still take them to a bed to rescue, as you saw. Consuming simple meal, and then go get your gun back. As it's on the absolute extreme corner of the map, because you went down the moment you walked on the map. Yeah, no, we don't have a hospital or anything like that set up. We are still trying to get things stabilized here. And I, of course, have... A Cobra has walked inside our base, despite there being nothing here for it. I'm gonna have to once again kill the Cobras. Okay. Let's see, is it as if you have someone who caused problems with all the colonists? So you held a trial, found them guilty, and then drop pod them into a waster camp unarmed? I mean, that's just RimWorld. Like, it's no different in the game than, like, you sit there and you just banish them. Especially if you're on, like, a truly horrible tile. You know, the genuine answer with all that is just... It's like, it's a thing in real life that, you know, you'd have people like, oh, well, we just banished this person. It's not that bad. And when you think about, like, in colonial times, for example, banishing was basically sentencing someone to death. You just didn't want to do it yourself. It was seen as, like, handing off their fate to, like, some divine being, or whatever the beliefs were. But very genuinely, surviving without a support structure in real life is pretty minimal. Because all it takes is getting sick or getting food poisoning one time in real life where you can't take care of yourself and you're just wrecked if you're living out on your own. Okay. With that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream and all that stuff, and if you haven't already followed the channel and you've been enjoying the content, don't forget to, don't forget to drop a follow. That way we can find our way back here in the future. Now, that said, I will be back tomorrow at, double checking that, yep, at 7 p.m. EST. Now, I might check out the update for Crime Scene Cleaner. Like, we'll keep playing RimWorld, but for tomorrow, I might do Crime Scene Cleaner. We played through the whole game when it first released, but they had a big update where, For those unfamiliar with the game, it's sort of like Viscera Cleanup Detail or Pressure Washer Simulator, or one of those kind of games, except you clean up crime scenes for the mob. So you're going in after something has happened before law enforcement gets there. And my understanding with the update from what I've seen is it's the same idea, except instead of for the mob, it's more for like cults or whatever. So it'll be curious to see what that's like. I might do that tomorrow because I've been debating that, and I do want to get a little bit more than just RimWorld on the channel because I really do enjoy RimWorld, but I am a variety streamer, and I do have a tendency to sometimes get into a game, latch on, and go hard for it for a while. So I do want to mix up the schedule a little bit. But in the meantime, we'll definitely be doing a lot more RimWorld in the future. Don't worry about that. It's just instead of 5 days a week, 6 days a week RimWorld, it'll probably be like 3 days a week RimWorld. But we'll see when we get there. Anyways, thank you again so much for tuning in. What I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready for you. For everyone over here on Twitch, though, we're going to go and find some